Chapter 1467. The Flame God Son is the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Flame God race. He is proficient in countless powerful secret methods. At the same time, he is also a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. In the Flame God race, apart from the eternal tyrant, only a few old monsters of the eighth firmament eternal realm can defeat the Flame God Son. The Flame God Son is a peerless genius with the greatest potential to advance to the ninth firmament eternal realm and become an eternal tyrant. Now that he has died, it is equivalent to cutting off half of the Flame God race's future. Damn it. Who is it? Someone killed Yenner. Yang Feng. It's him. I want him dead. I want him to die without a burial place. I want everyone related to him to die. A world-shaking, earth-shattering voice came from inside the Flame God race. Fire clouds churned in the headquarters of the Flame God race, as if the end of the world is coming. In the headquarters of the Flame God race, many Flame God powerhouses knelt on the ground, shivering. Pass down my order. Send someone to Yin Ju Tian and destroy the realm of eternal sovereigns under Yang Feng's command. Leave no one alive. A cruel voice came from the headquarters of the Flame God race. Yes, ancestor. Respectful voices rang out one after another. One after another, terrifying experts of the Flame God clan flew out towards Yenju Tian. When a tyrant gets angry, a universe can be destroyed. Originally, even the Flame God race wouldn't easily destroy a realm of a lesser heaven. But the death of the Flame God Son is equivalent to cutting off the future of the Flame God race, which naturally enraged an eternal tyrant. After all, the Flame God race spent 5 million years and countless treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate the son of the Flame God race's son to this step. He is the only being of the Flame God race who has hope of advancing to an eternal tyrant. Now that the Flame God Son has died, no one of the Flame God race has been able to advance to an eternal tyrant for hundreds of thousands of years. Inside the Turo monarch's treasure trove, if I can devour and refine this body of the eternal king, I can definitely advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm or above. I might even be able to advance to the ninth firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, the seal on it is too terrifying. I can't crack it. Yang Feng climbed the altar and looked at the Duro monarch sitting on the throne, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Du Luo King's corpse contained King Beida's power. If he wanted to devour Du Luo King's corpse, he would have to contend against King Beida's power. At this time, Yang Feng's cultivation base is only at the fifth firmament eternal realm. The gap between him and the Beta monarch is like that between a dragon and an ant. There was no way he could resist King Beida's power. However, this Duluo white jade disc of the Duluo king can be obtained. With this eternal treasure, I can kill other Eternals, and they will die directly, allowing me to possess some of the characteristics of an eternal king. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Duluo white jade disc, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. He bowed to the Duluo monarch in salute, and then extended his hand towards the Duluo white jade disc and grabbed it. Kill, kill, kill. Swear that if you kill King Beta and Darkthroat King, you will obtain my Duluo divine slaughtering art. My Duluo white jade disc, and all my treasures will belong to you. As soon as the Duluo white jade disc fell into Yang Feng's hand, endless killing intent came from the Duluo white jade disc and poured into him. Zero. Yang Feng's face fell, and he roared. Zero spread the fingers of his hand, and countless mechanical threads flew out, wrapped around the Duluo white jade disc, and pulled it from Yang Feng's hand. The crazy and fearsome intent was severed, and then began to pervade Zero's body. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured and refined the violent killing intent. Countless mysterious runes also appeared in Zero's body, dispelling the resentment and killing intent that the Turo king had left on the disc bit by bit. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered, Shadow, Xingji, help Zero crack the Duluo white jade disc. Yes, My lord. Shadow and Xingji extended countless mechanical threads that entered Zero's body. The three monarchs resonated with each other and began to crack the Duo white jade disc. The restrictions inside the Duo white jade disc were cracked, and a copious amount of precious knowledge was extracted and poured into Zero's database. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. The Duo white jade disc is an eternal monarch treasure rank treasure. Originally, it wasn't something that I could crack. However, it's already a broken treasure, and so many years have passed, so it was broken. Originally, Yang Feng needed to swear to take revenge on the two eternal monarchs in order to obtain the precious knowledge sealed inside the Duo white jade disc. However, Zero directly broke the restrictions on the Duo white jade disc and absorbed the knowledge inside. At the same time, he refined the Duo white jade disc, inch by inch, and integrated it into his body. Once Zero completely integrates the Duo white jade disc into his body, he will possess some of the characteristics of an eternal monarch treasure and become terrifying. The Duo white jade disc hasn't received any nourishment for more than 1,000,000 years. Even though it is an eternal monarch treasure rank treasure, but it has lost most of its spirit. Faced with the joint refinement of the three monarchs, the Duo white jade disc disappeared inch by inch and entered Zero's body. Yang Feng continuously poured a large amount of eternal force into Zero and used a large number of eternal source stones to extract eternal source force and pour it into Zero's body. 10 days later, Zero opened his eyes, and a copious amount of information poured into Yang Feng's mind. The Duo white jade disc can break the universe crystal wall and deceive the universe will of other universes, allowing Eternals to sneak into other universes quietly. As expected of a treasure of an eternal monarch, it has such heaven-defying power. When Yang Feng saw the copious amount of information pouring in, his eyes lit up, and excitement flashed in his eyes. If an eternal sovereign enters a universe without an eternal sovereign, they can use various means to sneak around and hide. However, if an eternal being wanted to enter a universe controlled by an eternal being, it would definitely be courting death. They would be killed as soon as they entered that universe. The Duo white jade disc can break the universe crystal wall and deceive the universe will of other universes, allowing an eternal sovereign to come to other universes. This kind of power is simply heaven-defying. It is with this power that the Duo monarch was able to advance step by step and become an eternal sovereign. After refining the Duo white jade disc, Yang Feng searched the Duo monarch's treasure trove and found a lot of precious resources. But there are no more eternal monarch treasure rank treasures. A few days later, Yang Feng left the Duo monarch's treasure trove in front of the crystal wall of sky between the border holy heaven and a higher heaven. Ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared in the void. Zero. Yang Feng took a look at the crystal wall of sky and uttered flatly. Zero walked out of the void, and a miniature version of a white jade disc appeared on his forehead. White light flew out of the white jade disc and shone on the crystal wall of sky. The crystal wall of sky parted, revealing an unimpeded path. Shrouded in white light and guarded by Zero, Yang Feng stepped into the path and entered the crystal wall of sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With an eternal monarch treasure, I can now freely pass through the crystal wall of sky, which was almost impossible to cross in the past. From today on, except for the universes occupied by the eternal monarch, no universe can stop me. The outer verse, in front of a universe boundary membrane. Ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared outside the universe boundary membrane. Zero. Following Yang Feng's order, Zero walked out of the void and appeared behind him. Zero opened his eyes, and mysterious white light shone in his eyes, and he investigated the universe boundary membrane. Zero uttered, "I didn't find any fluctuations of power from the eternal monarch. There's a 99% chance that this is not the universe of the eternal monarchs. Generally, every eternal monarch has a universe of their own. In the main universe, they were invincible and indestructible existences. Even if two eternal monarchs join forces, they still can't defeat an eternal monarch in their universe. Of course, if 3 or 4 eternal monarchs join forces, it is still possible to kill an eternal monarch in their universe. At the time, the dual monarch was deceived, and his true body left the universe, which was why he was killed by the 2 eternal monarchs, the Beta Monarch and the Darkthroat Monarch. The world of warlocks is engraved with Yang Feng's eternal imprint, which is also his universe. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Let's begin." Countless mysterious runes bloomed in Zero's eyes, and the white jade disk appeared on her forehead. White light emerged from the white jade disk and entered the universe boundary membrane. Illuminated by the white light, the universe boundary membrane, which can resist ninth firmament eternal powerhouses, was easily disintegrated and revealed a bottomless passage. There are fluctuations of power from eternal sovereigns in this world. According to the analysis of the fluctuations, it should be below the 4th firmament eternal realm. When the passage appeared, Zero's eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "There are eternal sovereigns? It seems to be a bit tricky. If there are no eternal sovereigns in a universe, then for an eternal like Yang Feng, it is very simple to conquer it. However, once there are eternal sovereigns in a universe, even if they are 1st firmament eternal sovereigns, they will be favored by the universe will and can mobilize the power of the whole universe to suppress 9th firmament eternal powerhouses." Chapter 1468. The strength of eternal sovereigns in this universe is below the 4th firmament eternal realm. I have Zero's protection. Even if I'm exposed, I can still escape from an eternal. It's worth a try. Yang Feng's heart stirred. His eyes shimmered with determination, and he stepped into the passageway. After passing through the passageway, Yang Feng appeared in an almost endless starry sky. In the endless starry sky, there were hundreds of stars blooming with dazzling starlight. Each star contained a terrifying star force comparable to an eternal being. Surrounded by countless stars, there was an incomparably huge world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. There is no world rejection and no interference from the universe will. That's wonderful. Even the eternal sovereigns of this universe can't sense my existence. That's wonderful. Generally, once eternal sovereigns of other universes invade this universe, they will be rejected by the universe will. Furthermore, they will be immediately perceived by the eternal sovereigns of this universe. In the past, the Soul Seth was far stronger than Yang Feng, but he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng in the transcendent world. Yang Feng's eyes shone with wisdom. If I challenge that eternal sovereign now, I will be courting death. I have to take root in this universe. Only by practicing cultivation with this universe's power system and integrating with this universe can I defeat that eternal sovereign. With a flash of light, he entered the world. If I want to improve my strength quickly, of course I have to find the most powerful force in this world and use the resources of that force to advance quickly. Found it. It's you. With a flash of dim light, Yang Feng appeared beside a pond in a royal palace. On the edge of the pond, there's a young man full of noble aura lying on the ground. At this time, he is exhaling more than he is inhaling. Amid screams, many eunuchs and palace maids rushed over. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the young man's head, and a devour force erupted and devoured the young man's soul and memories. In an instant, Yang Feng turned into the young man lying on the edge of the pond. Junner, don't scare me. Doctor, what's wrong with Junner? If anything happens to him, all of you will be buried with him. An extremely anxious voice sounded out from the side, and it was filled with terror and ghastly killing intent. One of the imperial physicians said, "Your Highness, the 7th prince is just frightened and has a cold in his body. It's not a serious illness. As long as he takes a Star Yang pill, he will be able to recover completely in less than a day." The concubine scolded, "Hurry up and let Jenner take the pill." "Yes." The imperial physician took out an elixir and sent it into Yang Feng's mouth. Specks of glittering starlight entered Yang Feng's body and nourished it. Yang Feng opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman with long black hair and a slender figure dressed in palace attire. Yang Feng, who has refined the memories of the seventh prince, was aware of everything the seventh prince knew. This world was called the Star World. Countless stars with terrifying power of the stars were floating in the sky. In this world, once a cultivator reached the age of 16, they would hold a sacrificial ceremony and offer sacrifices to the stars. During the sacrificial ceremony, the youngsters would communicate with the stars, awaken their star source stars, and then practice cultivation with the help of the star force of the star source stars. The star world was divided into 3 states, namely the state of Zhao, the state of Chu, and the state of Wei, which were at war with each other. The youngster possessed by Yang Feng was precisely the 7th Prince Li Zhan. The beautiful woman was one of the concubines of the state of Zhao's emperor, concubine Mei. "Zhener, you're fine. You're fine." When concubine Mei saw Yang Feng open his eyes, she sobbed and muttered. Yang Feng said a few perfunctory words, and concubine Mei left. "It seems that the person I chose was involved in a struggle in the palace. Was it the crown prince or the 4th prince's people who did it?" After concubine Mei left, Yang Feng recalled the memories of the 7th prince and vaguely made some speculations. The crown prince was the eldest son of the empress. After awakening, he obtained the favor of the sky star of the 36 Big Dipper stars as his star source star, and received the support of the courtiers. The 4th prince was the eldest son of the imperial noble concubine Zhen, who awakened the Migres star of the Big Dipper 7 stars. He was a cut above the crown prince and received the emperor's favor. In the star world, the top stars were the North Star, the Literati star, the Martial star, the Voracious Wolf star, the Army Destroyer star, and the 7 Murder star. The North Star, the Literati star, and the Martial star were called the 3 heavenly stars. The Voracious Wolf star, the Army Destroyer star, and the 7 Murder star were called the 3 ominous stars. Below the 3 ominous stars and the 3 heavenly stars were the Big Dipper 7 stars. Below the Big Dipper 7 stars were the 28 mansions. Below the 28 mansions were the 36 Big Dipper stars. Below the 36 Big Dipper stars were the 72 earthly fiend stars. Below the 72 earthly fiend stars were the first-rate stars, second-rate stars, third-rate stars, and unrated stars. Only experts with a star source star above the 72 earthly fiend stars could practice cultivation to the pinnacle realm. In the state of Zhao, there were more than 50 princes and princesses, but only the crown prince and the 4th prince had awakened stars above the earthly fiend star. The 7th prince was intelligent and had an outstanding cultivation aptitude. Many people believed that he would obtain the 3 heavenly stars like the Literati star and the Martial star. The sacrificial ceremony would begin in a few days. Only then would the people of the crown prince and the 4th prince make a move against the 7th prince. "No matter who you are, I won't let you off. After I succeed in my cultivation, I'll squish you all to repay the favor of borrowing this identity and memory." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated this world's secret method and began to absorb the star force drifting in the void to temper his fleshly body. Yang Feng has sealed his eternal force and used a bit of true spirit and the eternal God fruit, incarnation fruit, to refine a fleshly body. This fleshly body has no cultivation base. If he wants to practice cultivation, he will have to start from scratch. Only by practicing cultivation step by step and absorbing the universe's extraordinary force to temper his fleshly body and soul can he obtain the recognition of the universe's will and be able to contend against the universe's eternals in the future. In the following days, Yang Feng hid in his room and practiced cultivation. With his experience as a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, he easily modified this world's basic cultivation method and attracted a copious amount of star force to strengthen the foundation of his fleshly body. A few days later, concubine Mei came to Yang Feng's room and said, "Zhen, Come with me. Let's go meet the Empress and ask her to grant you the star attraction ring. Yang Feng replied, Yes, Mother. In the star world, there are countless secret treasures that draw support from Star Force. The star attraction ring is a treasure that the major families and the royal family spend countless rare treasures of heaven and earth to refine. The star attraction ring can enhance the practitioner's affinity with the stars when participating in the sacrificial ceremony. The reason why the major families and the royal family have many powerhouses and geniuses is because they have a series of secret treasures, such as the star attraction ring, as their foundation. Greetings, Empress. After passing through winding corridors, Concubine Mei took Yang Feng to the palace where the Empress is located and bowed to her. Rise. With a look, Yang Feng saw a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous silk sitting on the throne. She was graceful and had an extraordinary temperament. She was very beautiful, but she looked a little mean. This beautiful woman is the state of Zhao's Empress. Empress Zhao's words revealed traces of alienation and indifference. Sister Concubine Mei, what brings you here this time? Concubine Mei said, Empress Zhen'er has come of age and is about to participate in the sacrificial ceremony to awaken his life star. Empress, please grant him the star attraction ring. The corners of Empress Zhao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. I have already prepared the star attraction ring for Zhen'er. However, a few days ago, Chun-Er borrowed Zhen-Er's star attraction ring. Before he borrowed it, he said that he will return the star attraction ring to Zhen-Er after a few days. He will definitely give Zhen-Er a star attraction ring before participating in the sacrificial ceremony. Concubine Mei's pretty face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly. Empress, the star attraction ring is related to Zhen-Er's lifelong fate. How can I lend it to others? Besides, if Zhen-Er can't obtain the star attraction ring before the sacrificial ceremony, how can he refine the star attraction ring and communicate with the fate star? Every prince and princess will be bestowed the star attraction ring after they come of age. Empress, please grant the star attraction ring to my son. A cultivator could originally awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars, but with a top-notch star attraction ring, they might awaken the 36 celestial stars. A top-notch star attraction ring could completely change a person's fate during the sacrificial ceremony. Empress Zhao clearly didn't want Lu Zhen to obtain the great opportunity of the star attraction ring. Empress Zhao's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and her words were frigid as she said frigidly, Concubine Mei, are you questioning my unfairness? Concubine Mei looked up with a look of grief and indignation. Yang Feng pressed the back of Concubine Mei's head, and she fainted. Empress, you're fair. My mother and I admire you very much. This time, I'm very presumptuous to disturb you. Please forgive me. We'll be taking our leave. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and 2 palace maids came in and carried Concubine Mei away from the palace. Empress Zhao looked at Yang Feng's departing figure. Her eyes flickered, and she said unhurriedly, Lu Zhen, this kid is really not simple. A handsome young man walked out from the side with a smile on his face. 7th brother is naturally not simple. To be able to escape from a star grandmaster rank powerhouse is really beyond my expectations. The handsome young man was Crown Prince Li Xiong of the state of Zhao. In the star world, cultivators were divided into Star Apostle, Star Knight, Great Warlock, Star Master, Starry Sky, Great Star Master, Moonlight, Star Spirit, Glorious Sun, Star Grandmaster, Bright World, Star Venerable, Infinity Warlock, Star Monarch, Star Sage, and Star Emperor. Chapter 1469. If a cultivator hasn't awakened their star, then no matter how they practice cultivation, they can only practice cultivation until the Star Apostle 9 stars, that is, level 3 Warlock rank. Once they awaken their star, they can directly advance to a Star Scholar. Cultivators who awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars can directly advance to a Star Scholar. Peerless geniuses who awaken the 36 celestial Dipper stars and the Big Dipper stars can, with the help of Star Force, advance to a Star Master rank expert in one fell swoop. Once the peerless geniuses of the 3 celestial stars and 3 ominous stars awaken their star, they can ascend to the great star master rank in one fell swoop. A star grandmaster rank powerhouse was equivalent to a bright world warlock rank powerhouse. For such an expert to assassinate an ant who hasn't even reached the great warlock rank, it couldn't be any easier. The Empress of the state of Zhao frowned slightly, saying, "The imperial palace is heavily guarded and protected by the heavenly cycle stellar formation. Even if it's a star master rank expert, it's very difficult to kill someone without anyone noticing. Assassinating someone in the palace is a bad plan. Once discovered by His Majesty, whether it's you or I, neither of us can bear the responsibility. There are many experts in the imperial palace, and the rules are strict. If assassins are allowed to run amok, then the emperor won't be able to sleep well. Once he discovers that the crown prince has raised assassins to assassinate people in the palace, he will definitely depose the crown prince. Once the civil and military officials learn of this, they will be very disappointed and won't support the crown prince." The crown prince lowered his head and said, "Mother is right. It was I who didn't think it through." The Empress of the state of Zhao said, "Tell me, how should we deal with this matter?" The crown prince said with a smile, "Every prince will be given a top-notch star guiding ring after they reach adulthood. This is a rule set by the founder of the state of Zhao, and it can't be broken. We must give the top-notch star guiding ring to 7th brother before the sacrificial ceremony begins. However, the dog slave didn't take good care of it and damaged the star guiding ring. He deserves to die. When the time comes, we'll behead him and use his head to appease 7th brother." The Empress of the state of Zhao said with a satisfied smile, "Not bad. I'll leave this matter to you." After concubine Mei woke up, she cried and complained to Yang Feng, which gave Yang Feng a lot of information. In the harem of the state of Zhao, the Empress was the most respected. Below the Empress were the 4 imperial noble concubines. Below them were the noble concubines, imperial 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 concubines. Concubine Mei was just a concubine, and she came from a poor family. She couldn't compete with the Empress and imperial noble consort Zhen. The harem of Zhao was filled with beauties. The emperor of Zhao state only doted on concubine Mei, but he didn't dote on her exclusively. Under such circumstances, concubine Mei could not resist the empress's decision at all. The day before the sacrificial ceremony, the top star guiding ring belonging to the prince was delivered to Yang Feng. This star guiding ring has been tampered with. If this star guiding ring were to be used during the sacrificial ceremony, not only would it be useless, but would also be drawn to those third-rate stars. What a vicious heart! Yang Feng picked up the star guiding ring and took a look at it. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly. Yang Feng was a top alchemist. After he advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm, his alchemy reached an unimaginable level. As soon as he saw the star guiding ring, he analyzed its principle and understood that there was something fishy about it. The aptitude of the princes and princesses of the state of Zhao was much better than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, after they used the top star guiding ring, they would most likely be able to awaken a first-rate star and have the potential to practice cultivation until the star venerable realm. Once Yang Feng awakened a third-rate star in the future, he would only be able to practice cultivation until the star spirit realm at most. A prince who could only cultivate to the astral spirit realm was definitely a waste. It was impossible for him to obtain power, and it was impossible for him to obtain too many cultivation resources. Basically, he could only live a mediocre life as an idle prince. Even if such a prince was killed, the Empress of the state of Zhao wouldn't say a word. The Heavenly Star Temple was located in the west of the state of Zhao's imperial palace. It was one of the most important palaces in the imperial palace. Every year, the awakening ceremony of the royal family would be held here. There were tens of thousands of people in the state of Zhao's royal family, and there would be people awakening every year. Of course, only when a prince came of age would it be so grand. On the throne in the Sky Star Hall, there sat a burly man dressed in a dragon robe, full of dignity. This man was the Empress of the state of Zhao, Li Xingqian, who possessed star monarch rank might. Below the Empress of the state of Zhao, there was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholarly robe and a burly, bear-like general. The middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes was the Prime Minister of the state of Zhao, Huangpu Qinghe, and the bear-like general was the state pillar, General Zhou Tianshi. Huangpu Qinghe and Zhou Tianshi were the two most powerful star saints in the state of Zhao, as well as the protectors of the state of Zhao. In the star world, the strongest powerhouses were star saints. As for star emperor rank powerhouses, they only appeared briefly in historical legends and then disappeared. Below the two guardian deities sat the concubines of the harem. Below them sat the princes, princesses, and courtiers. Next to the empress sat a peerless beauty with black hair and starry eyes. She looked like she could be squeezed at will. This peerless beauty was concubine Zhen, Li Xingqian's most beloved woman. Among the princes, there was one who was far more handsome than the others. This prince was concubine Zhen's eldest son, the fourth prince Li Guanghai. In the center of the hall, there was a square, and in the center of the square, there was an altar. Around the square stood dozens of 16-year-old boys and girls. Seventh brother, thank you for lending me your star-attracting ring. This time, I'll definitely awaken a high-grade star to repay you. A handsome young man with snow-white skin and an air of nobility walked up to Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with ridicule, and he smiled coldly. This young man was concubine Zhen's fourth son, Li Chun. He deliberately borrowed Li Zhen's star guiding ring and now came to provoke Yang Feng. If Yang Feng's embodiment of Li Zhen got angry here and was expelled from the awakening ceremony, that would be exactly what Li Chun wanted. Yang Feng glanced at Li Zhen and smiled contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. His gaze shifted and fell on the vast starry sky. 13th Prince, this is the heavenly star sacrificial ceremony, a serious matter. Please conduct yourself with dignity. A very beautiful girl with black hair, snow-white skin, an oval face, and picturesque features came over and warned coldly. Li Chun's eyes flashed with adoration, and he said carefully, I know, Tian Tian. The beautiful girl in front of him was called Sun Tian Tian. She was the daughter of Major General Sun Dang, and a famous cultivation genius of the younger generation. She was the genius most likely to awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars or more. She was the dream lover of many people of the royal family's younger generation. This Li Zhen looks a little different from before. He seems to have become even more extraordinary. Sun Tiantian looked at Yang Feng, who exuded an ethereal aura, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic glint. She shifted her gaze and looked at the altar. A eunuch said, the sacrificial ceremony officially begins. Four strong men dragged a 100-meter-long star flood dragon with cyan scales and a pair of wings on its ribs onto an altar. The eyes of Li Xingqian, who was sitting in the seat of honor, flickered coldly. Countless wisps of star force revolve around him, and he waved his hand. A star saber descended from the sky and slashed at the star flood dragon's head. The star flood dragon was sliced in two, and its blood splattered on the ground. Rays of mysterious light appeared and absorbed the blood and soul of the star flood dragon. A beam of light flew out of the altar and into the sky. In an instant, stars appeared in the sky, and beams of starlight descended from the sky and were attracted to the altar. On the altar, the star guiding rings on the dozens of youngsters radiated dazzling light, absorbed the star force flowing from the youngsters, condensed into a stream, and entered the sky to communicate with the stars. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, took off the star guiding ring, threw it on the ground, stepped on it, and crushed it. The pupils of the state of Zhao's empress constricted slightly. He found out. Li Xingqian's gaze constricted slightly, and his eyes shimmered with displeasure. Huangpu Qinghe and Zhou Tianshi glanced at him expressionlessly, as if they hadn't seen anything. He crushed the star guiding ring. Sure enough, he's being targeted. The seventh prince is so smart, but unfortunately, he's too shallow. Looks of pity could be seen from the crowd of officials. Starlight emerged from Yangfeng and formed a beam of light that pierced into the sky, carrying an overbearing aura, as if a great emperor commanding the stars in the sky. A white star containing a mysterious power emerged from a void. After the white star emerged, the myriad of stars dimmed. No starlight descended from the sky. Only the white star suppressed the world. The literati star of the three heavenly stars. It's the literati star. The seventh prince actually communicated with the literati star. Amazing! The literati star, one of the three heavenly stars. The state of Zhao hasn't had anyone communicate with the three heavenly stars for 100 years. The seventh prince actually communicated with the literati star. The state of Zhao will prosper. When the officials of the kingdom of Zhao saw this, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they were filled with excitement. Crown Prince Li Xiong looked at the literati star in the sky. His face twisted, his eyes filled with jealousy, and he roared inside. The literati star? How is this possible? How could he awaken the literati star? Why isn't it me? Why isn't it me who awakened the literati star? Chapter 1470. The fourth prince Li Guanghai's face was also twisted, filled with jealousy. The literati star, one of the three heavenly stars. Why was it him? Why is it that the son of this lowly servant girl is favored by literati star? The eyes of the empress of the state of Zhao flashed with a haze, and she gritted her teeth. One of the three heavenly stars. Damn it, this brat must die. Two streams of tears flowed down concubine May's beautiful eyes. She was filled with excitement. Literati star's blessing. My good Jun, has actually obtained the literati star's favor. Finally, we, mother and son, can enjoy the good times. Huangpu Qinghe's eyes flashed with jealousy as he looked at the literati star in the sky. He muttered, "Literati star, it's actually the literati star. One of the three heavenly stars, how enviable." The natal star that Huangpu Qinghe had awakened was the Earthhorn star, one of the 72 Earth Fiend stars. In order to advance to become a star saint, he had no choice but to travel around the three nations and kill all the experts who had awakened the Earth Edge star fate. He monopolized the Earth Edge star fate and spent countless resources and time to advance to become a star saint. If Huangpu Qinghe had awakened one of the three heavenly stars, the literati star, with his talent and hard work, he might have already advanced to the legendary star emperor. Zhou Tianshi looked at the star in the sky, and his eyes flashed with a complicated look. Literati star. Looks like my state of Zhao is going to have a lot of trouble from now on. If the crown prince Li Xiong awakened the literati star, then his position as the crown prince was almost as stable as Mount Tai. However, Li Jun, a prince whose mother's family was weak and unloved, had awakened literati star. One could imagine how big of a wave it would set off in the state of Zhao. Li Xingqian looked at the literati star in the sky with an expressionless face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Li Chun looked at the literati star in the sky and was in so much pain that he wanted to vomit blood. Literati star? He actually awakened literati star. How could this be? Sun Tian looked at the domineering literati star in the sky, and her eyes flashed with shock. Literati star, one of the three heavenly stars, literati star. Unbelievable. Still not enough. Come to me. Standing quietly on the square, Yangfeng looked up and barked. A fearsome starlight flew out of Yangfeng and entered the sky again. A star that was temporarily releasing a red light emerged from the void, competing with the literati star and emitting a light that wasn't any weaker than the literati star. Martial Song Star. That's the Martial Song Star. Twin heavenly stars. The seventh prince's talent is actually this strong. Twin heavenly stars. Dual heavenly star blessing. That's a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. The previous Star Emperor was blessed by the twin heavenly stars. He was invincible in both literature and martial arts, sweeping away all other experts of the same level. With the blessing of two heavenly stars, the state of Zhao will prosper. In the Heavenly Star Hall, the officials were in an uproar, discussing spiritedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and agitation. Once when the natal stars of the three heavenly stars and the three ominous stars was awakened, it was already a monster-level genius that was rarely seen in a country in 100 years. Blessed by the twin stars, both civil and martial, he was a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. In a one-on-one fight, he could sweep through all enemies in the world. Twin heavenly stars, civil and military alike. Why did the heavens love him so much? I'm a crown prince. I'm the crown prince of the state of Zhao. Crown Prince Li Xiong's face twisted, his hands clenched, and drops of blood dripped from his hands to the ground. Fourth Prince Li Guanghai's face twisted, and his teeth almost shattered. Damn it! Li Zhan, damn you! There was a flash of jealousy in Huang Puqing's eyes, and he sighed faintly, civil and military alike. If he doesn't die, he can casually advance to a star monarch in the future. Advancing to a star sage is only a matter of effort. How enviable! The state of Zhao had a population of more than 3 billion, yet only 2 star sages were born. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to advance to a star sage. Even geniuses who awakened 36 celestial dipper stars would find it extremely difficult to advance to a star sage. With the blessing of the twin heavenly stars, as long as Yang Feng practiced cultivation diligently and had enough resources, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in advancing to a star sage. Zhou Tianshir's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, civil and military alike. Unfortunately, he's not the crown prince. Sun Tiantian looked at the 2 stars in the sky, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Civil and military alike. That's heaven-defying. Not enough. Star the North Star, come out. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a starlight flew out of him and entered the sky. Ripples flickered, and a star exuding purple Empyrean chi emerged and shone with the civil and military stars, even suppressing the 2 stars. The star exuding purple Empyrean chi is the head of the 3 heavenly stars, Ziwei Star. Ziwei Star. It's actually the head of the 3 heavenly stars, Ziwei Star. The 3 heavenly stars have come out. How is this possible? 3 heavenly stars favor a single person. This is the number 1 person through the ages. 3 heavenly stars favor a single person. This is a star emperor seed. 3 heavenly stars favor a single person. This is a natural-born human emperor. The surrounding officials were all dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. In the star world, 3 heavenly stars favor a single person. Only in ancient times, the transcendental age, when countless powerhouses fought each other, such a peerless genius has appeared. In ancient times, star beasts and star demons were the rulers of this world, while humans were just slaves and food for star beasts and star demons. After countless studies, human sages finally learned how to offer sacrifices to stars, awaken star fate, practice cultivation, and fight star beasts and star demons. Among humans, the first human to receive the favor of 3 heavenly stars became the first human emperor and led the human race to establish a human state in the star world. In the following years, a human who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars will be born in each era, who will be crowned as the human emperor and lead the human race to fight star beasts and star demons. After the 7 great emperors, humans finally defeated the star beasts and star demons, driving them to a remote and desolate land. After the 7 human emperors, humans have never received the favor of 3 heavenly stars in the star world. Stunned, Huang Puqing stared at Yang Feng on the square. A natural-born human emperor. He's actually a natural-born human emperor. Zhou Tianshi smiled bitterly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. A natural-born human emperor? I was born at the wrong time. In ancient times, if humans had mortal enemies like star beasts and star demons, a person who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars would definitely receive the support of the entire human race, become the human emperor, and lead the human race to fight star beasts and star demons. But now that star beasts and star demons have been expelled to the wilderness and the 3 states are at war, a natural-born human emperor who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars might not have a good future. Zhou Tianshi looked at Li Xingqian and saw that Li Xingqian's face was expressionless, but his hands were clenched into fists and blue veins were protruding. The Empress of the state of Zhao looked at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. 3 stars dazzle the world. A natural-born human emperor. Good, good, good. You're dead this time. Even if you're a natural-born human emperor, you must die for blocking my way. Crown Prince Li Xiong stared at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky. His eyes flashed with a touch of frenzied, killing intent, and he looked at the 4th Prince Li Guanghai. Li Zhen must die. The 4th Prince Li Guanghai and the Crown Prince Li Xiong's gazes met, and they both emitted terrifying, killing intent. At this moment, the 2 mortal enemies unexpectedly became telepathic. Sun Tiantian looked at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky and was somewhat confused. 3 stars dazzle the world. A natural-born human emperor. He's actually a natural-born human emperor. How? Why can't I see it? Li Zhen was indeed very smart since childhood, and his cultivation talent was far superior to that of other young princes in the imperial family. But it was practically impossible to reach the level of a natural-born human emperor. Sun Tiantian didn't think that Li Zhen was a natural-born human emperor. Li Chun was so depressed that he wanted to spit blood. A natural-born human emperor? How is this possible? How can he be a natural-born human emperor? Impossible. Impossible. The 3 heavenly stars blossomed with resplendent starlight, turned into 3 pillars of starlight, and fell on Yang Feng. Under the illumination of the endless starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and advanced to Star Warrior. Without any pause, after a few breaths of time, Yang Feng's aura broke through and reached the Star Master Realm. After staying in the Star Master Realm for a short while, Yang Feng's aura broke through again and advanced to the Great Star Master Realm. He stayed in the Great Star Master Realm for a while before advancing to the Star Spirit Realm. Star. He had reached the heavens in a single step, skipping 4 realms in a row, and directly advanced to the Star Spirit Realm. As expected of a natural-born human emperor. 3 stars dazzle the world. A natural-born human emperor. How terrifying. In ancient times, once an innate human emperor awakened, he would be able to fight against star beasts. It seems like the rumors were true. This is what it means to be a natural-born human emperor. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd of courtiers who were watching the fight. Astral spirit rank experts were already comparable to Glorious Dawn warlocks. Even in the Star World, they were already experts who dominated a region. Many of the overlords of small cities were also astral spirit rank experts. Prior to this, Yang Feng's avatar Li Zhen was just a level 3 warlock. But once he awakened his star, he ascended to a Glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouse in a single bound. From this, it can be seen how much progress he made. In the name of the North Star, I command you to summon the sky leading star. Yang Feng looked at the sky and barked domineeringly. The North Star flashed, and a purple ray entered the sky. The sky leading star appeared in the void with the sky leading star. Chapter 1471. Sky Leading Star. In the name of the Purple Star Lord, I order you to form a contract with this woman. Yang Feng pointed at Sun Tiantian and shouted into the sky. The heavenly leading star flashed, and a beam of light directly fell from the sky and entered Sun Tiantian's body. Illuminated by the light of the sky leading star, Sun Tiantian's aura rose steadily and broke through until she advanced to the Great Star Master Realm. The legend that the purple star can control many stars and command the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiend stars to form contracts with people is actually true. In history, there have been people who awakened the purple star, but they could only command the 72 earthly fiend stars. How can he command the 36 celestial stars? That's the head of the 36 celestial stars, the sky leading star. To obey his orders, that's heaven-defying. He is the innate human emperor who obtained the 3 brilliant stars, so he can naturally command the 36 celestial stars. The innate human emperor, to have such incredible power. No wonder he can lead the humans to defeat star beasts and star demons. The gazes of the heavenly star temple's ministers fell on Yang Feng, filled with scorching light. In the star world, a single star could form a contract with many humans and become those humans' natal stars. Yang Feng's embodiment of the 3 brilliant stars, the innate human emperor could command the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiend stars to release star force and become a cultivator's life star. This ability was simply heaven-defying. It should be noted that even among the imperial family with the most resources and experts, only the crown prince and the 4th prince formed contracts with 36 celestial stars or more. The rest of the imperial family's younger generation geniuses formed contracts with 72 earthly fiend stars at most. Most of them only formed contracts with first or second-rate life stars. As long as Yang Feng was given 16 years, he could create a large number of elites among elites. Relying on this ability, the ancient human emperors were surrounded by as many experts as clouds in the sky. This was how they were able to contend against the tyrannical star beasts and star demons. In the square, the young men and women of the imperial family and the aristocrats stared at Yang Feng with longing in their eyes, hoping that he could light a star for them. Be it the celestial dipper star or the earthly fiend star, they were both natal stars that they dreamed of. After Yang Feng lit a star for Sun Tian, he stood quietly in the square, not saying a word. In the sky, the 3 heavenly stars flickered faintly and disappeared. The 10,000 stars that were suppressed by the 3 great heavenly stars appeared. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and sprinkled on the bodies of the young men and women below, allowing them to directly break through and advance to the Star Warrior realm. No. How could this be? 3rd-rate star. How could this be? I clearly have a top-notch star attraction ring. How could I contract a 3rd-rate star? No, I don't want it. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching howl rang out from the square. Li Chun's face contorted into a vicious expression as he howled madly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. When Zhun Fei saw this, a sinister look flashed across her beautiful face. She let out a heart-wrenching roar. Li Chun was one of Zhun Fei's most beloved sons. Now that he had contracted a 3rd-rate star, his future was ruined. Moreover, in the contract square, he suffered a backlash from Star Force and became a cripple. Henceforth, he could only linger on as an ordinary person. This naturally made Zhun Fei's heart ache. 2 guards stepped forward and carried Li Chun away. What a ruthless method! This is a natural-born human emperor. With a word, he can ascend to heaven. With a thought, a natural-born human emperor is really heaven-defying. No wonder the ancient humans respected the human emperor. If such an evildoer was an enemy, it would simply make people despair. When the courtiers saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Li Chun was one of the princes. He had the best cultivation methods, the best teachers, the best cultivation resources, the best sacrificial rituals, and the best star attraction ring. Under these circumstances, even if Li Chun couldn't sign a contract with the 36 celestial dipper stars or the 72 earthly fiend stars, but he was still assured of signing a contract with a 1st-rate fate star. Now that he was forced to sign a fate star contract with a 3rd-rate star, this was definitely Yang Feng's doing. When Empress Zhao saw this scene, her pupils constricted. What a ruthless method. This boy can't be allowed to live. Above the plaza, rays of starlight cascaded down. The majority of the youths had signed a Fate Star contract with a first-rate star. Only an extremely small portion of them had signed a Fate Star contract with a second-rate or third-rate star. After the ceremony was over, the myriad stars disappeared, and the sky regained its calm. Sun Tian's sweet eyes flashed with gratitude, and she said with a sweet smile, "Seventh Prince, thank you for helping me select the leading sky star as my fate star." Yang Feng responded indifferently. It was nothing. With Yang Feng's strength, if he wasn't afraid of the eternal sovereigns of this world, he could have the 3 stars descend at the same time, sign a contract, and have Star Force descend to cleanse his marrows and meridians. Attracting a heavenly leading star was as easy as lifting a finger for him. Sun Tian hesitated for a moment, and then warned, "Dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor. If it was in ancient times, it would naturally be a great thing. But now is different. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of assassins from other countries, but you also have to be careful of your own country. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Yang Feng's dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor, has blocked the path of who knows how many people and aroused the jealousy of who knows how many people. Coupled with the fact that he isn't a crown prince, but just a humble prince without a mother's family, he will definitely become a thorn in the side of many people. Yang Feng nodded slightly and strode away. "Be careful of His Majesty." When he was about to leave the square, Sun Tiantian's voice transmission entered Yang Feng's ears. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. "Be careful of His Majesty." In other words, the talent I displayed has made the state of Zhao's emperor feel apprehensive. The royal family has no familial ties. Emperors are very afraid of an adult crown prince, fearing that their power will be seized. A prince with dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor like Yang Feng, is a greater threat than a crown prince. As long as Yang Feng is given a certain amount of time, the major families in the imperial capital will be bribed by him. After all, they are eager to give birth to geniuses who can contract the 36 celestial dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars. After the awakening ceremony, countless families in the imperial capital sent invitations to Yang Feng, inviting him to participate in various gatherings. In the imperial palace, no one dared to make things difficult for Yang Feng's avatar of the 7th prince. They regarded him as a prince on the same level as the crown prince and the 4th prince. Li Xingqian also bestowed him various precious resources needed for cultivation in the star spirit realm. After Yang Feng obtained the resources, he entered secluded cultivation and comprehended the mysteries of the universe. His cultivation base made rapid progress. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the 7th prince has awakened 3 heavenly stars and possesses both ability and integrity. He is specially conferred the title of General of the Southern Expedition and will lead the Star Snake Battalion to the Red Star Fortress to provide support. A eunuch came to Yang Feng's residence and read the imperial edict. "Thank you, His Majesty." Yang Feng got up from the ground and received the imperial edict. The eunuch said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, "7th Prince, His Majesty has ordered you to set out for the Red Star Fortress within 3 days. You must arrive within 1 month." Yang Feng replied indifferently, "Got it." The eunuch waited for a while. When he saw that there was no filial piety, he snorted coldly and left. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "The Red Star Fortress is on the border between Zhao and Wei. The war between Wei and Zhao was the most dangerous war between the 2 countries. Almost every year, the Red Star Fortress is attacked. The Marshal of the Red Star Fortress is a subordinate of the Crown Prince. It seems that Li Xingqian can't bear it anymore and wants me to throw away my life. The battlefield is dangerous, and anything can happen. In ancient times, the 7 human sovereigns of the human race died on the battlefield while fighting star beasts and star demons. Li Xingqian couldn't deal a fatal blow to Yang Feng, but once Yang Feng arrived at the Red Star Fortress, as long as the Marshal of the Red Star Fortress issued a few suicide missions, Yang Feng would have no choice but to throw away his life. Otherwise, a charge of disobeying a military order would be enough to behead Yang Feng. Yang Feng went directly to the Star Snake Battalion. Wang Tiannan, the deputy commander of the Star Snake Battalion, greets General Zheng Nan. As soon as he stepped into the Star Snake Battalion, a valiant-looking young general dressed in silver armor came forward and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at Wang Tiannan and saw through him. A Pinnacle Star Spirit Realm expert. Not bad. Yang Feng said coldly. Rehearse the formation. Yes. Wang Tiannan quickly assembled the 500 officers and soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion and began to rehearse the formation. The 500 soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion were all-star warriors who had awakened their natal stars. After they formed a huge formation, with Wang Tiannan as the core, countless starlight energies resonated. A huge star snake that was 100 meters long and emitted the terrifying aura of a peak star grandmaster floated in the void. In the star world, after the elite soldiers formed a large formation, they could besiege and kill top powerhouses. 100,000 of the most elite soldiers formed a star formation, and they could even besiege and kill a Star Sage rank powerhouse. The capital of the state of Zhao was composed of 300,000 of the most elite royal guards. Among the 300,000 elite royal guards, the most ordinary soldiers were Great Star Master rank powerhouses. 100,000 royal guards could besiege and kill a Star Sage rank powerhouse. It was for this reason that Star Sage rank powerhouses rarely acted as assassins and went to the capitals of other states to assassinate the monarchs of other states. At the borders of the three states, there was also the underlying strength that could resist Star Sage rank powerhouses. If a Star Sage rank powerhouse went to assassinate a monarch alone, there was a great chance that he would be killed. After watching the Star Snake Battalion's martial arts practice, Yang Feng ordered, "Set out." Yes. Wang Tiannan responded respectfully and set out with the 500 officers and soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion. Chapter 1472. A 300-meter-long starboat engraved with countless mysterious runes and radiating starlight flew in the sky. Stop! Attack this place! Yang Feng, who was sitting on the deck of the starboat, looked down, pointed at a mountain with a cold gaze, and ordered coldly. Wang Tiannan frowned and asked, General Jinan, why are you attacking that mountain? Yang Feng glanced at Wang Tiannan with a cold gaze, exuded a dangerous aura, and said, Carry out an order, or do you want to disobey a military order? Yes, sir. Wang Tiannan felt a chill in his heart and responded decisively. The 300-meter-long starboat was wreathed in streaks of starlight as 10 star cannons appeared on its deck, and 10 pillars of light shot down from the heavens towards the mountain range. Countless beams of starlight appeared on the mountain and hastily formed a defensive barrier. When the 10 beams of light slammed into the barrier shattered, and the fearsome beams of starlight slammed into the top of the mountain, nearly obliterating it. Waves of terrifying aura rose from the mountain range. Dozens of powerhouses dressed in silver star armor walked in the air, a look of anger on their faces, and stared at them. Seventh Prince, as expected of a natural-born human emperor, to be able to discover our tracks, that's amazing. Unfortunately, even if you are a natural-born human emperor, before you grow up, only death awaits you. An old man with long blonde hair, a blind eye, and countless skulls on his head, a bone scepter in his hand, exuding dense demonic chi walked over. Wang Tiannan looked at the Cyclops ogre with a look of shock on his face and exclaimed, The Cyclops ogre! This is the Cyclops ogre who has awakened the earthly evil star and is a murderer. He's a star venerable rank old monster. Why is he here? In the three states, star venerable rank powerhouses are top powerhouses. They can create their own sects and call themselves ancestors. An elite army like the Star Snake Battalion can be quelled by a star venerable rank powerhouse. TSK, a natural-born human emperor. This was the first time in 10,000 years the star fate holder had appeared. If I refine your corpse into a star corpse, it will become the foundation for me to become a saint in the future. Amidst a ferocious and unruly laughter, a ferocious-looking, fat and big-eared man with star patterns on his face walked over step by step, surrounded by star power and corpse aura. Wang Tiannan sucked in a breath of cold air again. Star Corpse monster! He had once massacred a large sect and refined everyone in that sect into star corpses. He's here too. Yang Feng uttered indifferently. Fight. The 500 warriors of the Heavenly Snake Battalion flew out of the starboat and formed a battle formation in midair. Countless rays of starlight surrounded them, and the astral powers of the warriors resonated with each other. A huge star snake appeared, emitting the terrifying aura of a peak star grandmaster, and confronted the assassins. 2-star venerables, 13 star grandmasters, and 42 star spirits. How generous! However, if you want to kill me, you still can't do it. Martial Song Star. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger, and starlight from the martial song star fell from the starry sky and shone on the huge star snake. After absorbing the martial song star's starlight, the huge star snake suddenly grew in size and erupted with frightening star venerable rank fluctuations of power. The North Purple Star governed the 36 celestial dipper and 72 earthly fiend stars. The martial song star, on the other hand, had the ability to strengthen battle formations, enhance morale, courage, and other military aspects. In the star world, a powerhouse who awakened the martial song star was a top general talent. They were invincible when it came to sieges. In ancient times, the most powerful martial song star had even slain star emperor rank powerhouses. The Star Corpse monster smiled ferociously and barked. TSK Tisk, 3 stars dazzling the world, a natural-born human emperor. How extraordinary! Unfortunately, you're doomed to die here. Wang Tiannan, what are you waiting for? 7th Prince, the evidence of a conspiracy to commit treason is conclusive. Kill him. A fierce glint flashed past Wang Tiannan's eyes. He bellowed and urged the fearsome star snake to baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Yang Feng. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Cyclops ogre venerable. Starlight shone all over him, and he waved his hand, and the bone staff in his hand flew out, absorbed a copious amount of star force, and turned into a 1,000-meter-long star dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and shot towards Yang Feng. The Star Corpse monster smiled ferociously and pointed with a finger. Starlight shone, and 3 coffins flew out from behind him. The lids of the 3 coffins flew up, and a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe, an old man with the air of an immortal, and a golden-haired ape-star corpse flew out. Riding starlight and baleful chi, the 3 star corpses exuding star venerable rank fluctuations of power shot towards Yang Feng. The rest of the powerhouses unleashed secret methods and barreled towards Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of ridicule. What a meticulous trap. It's flawless. Unfortunately, the person you're dealing with is me. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the martial song starlight shrouding the star snake flashed, and the ferocious star snake twisted and exploded in an instant. The horrifying power of the starlight explosion enveloped the Star Snake Battalion and Wang Tiannan. No, don't. 7th Prince. Wang Tiannan's eyes flashed with despair, and he issued a miserable scream. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the terrifying starlight and torn apart. The 500 Star Snake Battalion soldiers were also swallowed by the starlight in an instant, and turned into blood-colored morning light that barreled towards the Cyclops Demon Venerable, the Star Corpse monster, and the other powerhouses. The complexion of the powerhouses who came to besiege Yang Feng changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and opened defensive barriers to resist the bombardment of the starlight. A bunch of ants. Let me show you what it means to have 3 dazzling stars and inborn human emperors. Literati Star Emergence. Crepe Myrtle Star Emergence. Yang Feng smiled coldly, looked up, and pointed with a finger, and a starlight entered the sky. The white literati star and the purple North Star emerged, and two starlight beams fell from the sky and shone directly on Yang Feng. In an instant, Yang Feng broke through the bottleneck and advanced to a star grandmaster rank powerhouse. Yang Feng took a step, and star lotus flowers condensed from starlight appeared under his feet. He broke through again and advanced to a star venerable rank powerhouse. One step, one realm. How is this possible? How is this possible? Stunned, a look of shock on his face, the Cyclops demon venerable cried out. He came to besiege Yang Feng this time because he knew that Yang Feng was only a star spirit rank powerhouse. But he was 2 realms stronger than Yang Feng, which was why he dared to besiege Yang Feng. In just the blink of an eye, Yang Feng has advanced to a star venerable rank powerhouse from a star spirit rank powerhouse, the same realm as the Cyclops demon venerable. This is simply shocking. Impossible. Impossible. Dumbfounded, the Star Corp's monster's worldview collapsed. Which one of these old monsters didn't slowly climb from Star Scholar to Star Master and go through countless hardships to reach this step? Yang Feng performed an awakening ceremony and then advanced to the star venerable rank in 2 steps. This kind of advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. The martial song star. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a starlight entered the sky. The martial song star appeared. A starlight fell from the sky, landed in his hand, and formed a star spear. Riding endless starlight, Yang Feng treaded on air and appeared in the middle of the 3 star corpses, almost as if he teleported. Yang Feng flicked the star spear, and a starlight shot out and slashed the middle-aged star corpse in brocade robe. He was like an invincible martial god. He flicked his star spear, and beams of starlight shot towards the remaining 2 star corpses, easily shredding them into pieces. My treasures! Li Jun, I won't rest until you're dead. Eyes shot with blood, the star corpse monster issued a miserable scream. Then a pair of star wings grew on his body, and he fled frantically. Starlock, with the star spear in hand, Yang Feng pointed at the star corpse monster, and star force flew out of the star spear and formed star locks that strangely appeared on the star corpse monster and entangled him. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the star corpse monster, stabbed with his spear, and star force surged and killed the star corpse monster. When the Cyclops demon venerable saw that the star corpse monster, who is stronger than him, was casually stabbed to death by Yang Feng, his heart turned cold, and he pleaded loudly. The 7th prince is an inborn human emperor. I am willing to submit to your highness. Please spare my life, your highness. I am willing to submit to your highness. Please spare my life, your highness. Some of the assassins who came to besiege Yang Feng were also scared witless, lost their will to fight, and begged bitterly. Some of the assassins cast their secret techniques and turned into streaks of starlight, fleeing in all directions. You want to escape? Die, all of you! Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed the star spear in his hand into the sky, and starlight flew into the sky, stabbed into the assassins, easily ran through them, and killed their fleshly body and soul. Corpses fell from the sky and landed on the ground. So strong. This is an inborn human emperor. We can't escape. When the remaining 9 assassins saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts, and they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Humph! After Yang Feng killed the assassins, he suddenly snorted coldly towards the void in the distance, and the North Star in the sky released purple light that entered the void. The state of Zhao, in a beautiful and luxurious palace, Huangpu Qinghe suddenly trembled and closed his eyes, and tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. A helpless expression on his face, Huangpu Qinghe sighed faintly. Human emperors cannot be spied on. That's true. If I looked at him for too long, I would suffer a backlash. My heaven, I was almost destroyed. Chapter 1473. One realm at a time. In such a short time, he advanced from the star spirit realm to the star venerable realm. That's a natural human emperor for you. If I let him grow, I won't be able to control him in the future. Now is the only chance to deal with him. Huang Puqing's complexion alternated between blue and white, and killing intent filled his heart. This assassination attempt on Yang Feng had a lot of inside information and involved countless big shots of the state of Zhao. Once Yang Feng reached the pinnacle and came back to settle the score, the state of Zhao would suffer countless casualties. As the prime minister of the state of Zhao, Huang Puqing naturally had killing intent towards Yang Feng. Huang Puqing's thoughts stirred, and he made a decision. Forget it. The seventh prince is a natural human emperor. Even if I hunt him down now, my chances of success are only 50-50. Once he escapes, not only me, but the Huangpu family will be wiped out by him in the future. Anyway, he is a citizen of the state of Zhao. If he returns in the future, I'll just join him. Huang Puqing was a star holy. In the star world, as long as he didn't squander his life force, he would have a lifespan of about 3,000 years. Naturally, he didn't want to offend a natural human emperor for no reason. It should be noted that in ancient times, natural human emperors were merciless to their enemies. Countless human aristocratic families were exterminated by them. On the other side, Yang Feng pointed at the one-eyed ghost Venerable and the other 8 assassins, and starlight fell, entered the one-eyed ghost Venerable and the other 8 assassins, and formed 9 restrictions. When the 9 restrictions were formed, the life and death of the one-eyed ghost Venerable and the other 8 assassins was in Yang Feng's hands. The one-eyed ghost Venerable stepped forward and asked cautiously, "My lord, do you still want to go to the Red Star Fortress?" In the Red Star Fortress, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. Even if a star wholly behaved atrociously in the Red Star Fortress, they would be suppressed. It was a tiger's den. Yang Feng replied with a cold smile, "Of course not. In the Red Star Fortress, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds." If Yang Feng used his eternal trump cards, he could naturally kill all the powerhouses in the Red Star Fortress. But in that case, there's a great possibility that this world's eternal sovereign will be alarmed, and all of Yang Feng's investments will go down the drain. The next time he wants to seize the Star World, it will be more difficult. The Black Tiger Stockade was located in the Fengyuan County of the state of Zhao. It was one of the strongest stockades in the Fengyuan County. The stockade master, the Black Tiger Stockade, was a Star Zone level expert. He ruled over an area, and no one dared to provoke him. Within the Black Tiger Stockade's Hall of Brotherhood, the 4 leaders of the Black Tiger Stockade were eating meat and drinking wine with big bowls. Beside them were scantily clad beauties serving them. A tall and sturdy man with a ferocious face pulled a beautiful woman into his arms and groped her up and down. He grinned sinisterly and said, "Boss, I've taken a fancy to a woman from Liujia village. After I destroy the Liu family village, will that woman reward me?" This bald man was the Black Tiger Stronghold's 4th boss, He Xian Bao, a middle-aged scholar dressed as the Black Tiger Stockade's 3rd master. Black-hearted who chuckled and said, "4th brother, you are too boorish. Last time, the beauty that boss bestowed upon that person was killed by you in less than 3 days. What a waste. That Liu Meishing from Liujia village, I've also taken a fancy to her. She is mine." A tall and sturdy man with a scar on his face, the 2nd boss of the Black Tiger Stockade, Black-hearted who said indifferently, "You two don't need to argue. Liu Meishing is a national beauty. Only boss deserves to enjoy her. You guys should pick the other beauties from the Liu family." The leader was a handsome young man with a slender figure, He Xian Bao. He had a smile on his face and was playing with a wine cup in his hand. He Xian Bao was very decisive. He grinned and said, "Only boss has the right to enjoy Liu Meishing. We only need the beauties from Liujia village." He Xian, who also took the initiative to say, "That's right. Only boss has the right to enjoy Liu Meishing." He Xian Bao was able to become the leader of the Black Tiger Stockade not only because he was strong, but also because he was ruthless enough. Originally, the Black Tiger Stockade had 10 leaders. He Xian Bao was ranked 7th. Now, the Black Tiger Stockade only had 4 leaders. All the power was in his hands. From this, one could see how terrifying his methods were. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of loud noises sounded from outside the black tiger stockade. Following that, sounds of fighting could be heard from outside. Enemy attack. Hey Xin Bao's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Countless specks of starlight surrounded him, and star force surrounded him. At this moment, Yang Feng stepped into the Hall of Allegiance, followed by a person who looked like a servant. It was the one-eyed star Venerable. Yang Feng glanced at He Xian Bao and said flatly, "Hey, Xian Bao, I don't like the people of this stockade who have done all kinds of evil. Kill them all." "Yes, my lord." The one-eyed star Venerable suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he took a step forward, waved the human bone scepter, and guided countless specks of starlight towards He Xian Bao. "Who are you? How did I offend you?" He Xian Bao's complexion changed greatly. Countless specks of starlight enveloped him and formed a star tiger, which extended its claw and grabbed at the one-eyed star Venerable. The one-eyed star Venerable's scepter slammed into the star tiger and blasted it into pieces, and then smashed the He Xian Bao's head into pieces. "Boss! Boss!" When the three leaders saw this scene, they roared, unleashed secret methods, and fled in different directions. The one-eyed star Venerable smiled ferociously and pointed with the scepter in his hand, and three specks of starlight flew out and hit the three leaders. The three leaders trembled slightly, and then turned into three skeletons that fell to the ground. After the four leaders of the Black Tiger Stronghold were killed by Yang Feng, the entire Black Tiger Stronghold was easily breached by Yang Feng, and all the wealth fell into his hands. In a square, the various resources collected from the Black Tiger stockade were piled up. Hundreds of soldiers exuding valiant auras and dressed in star armor stood in the square, exuding the smell of iron and blood. This is the three stars illuminate the world, a natural-born human emperor. How incredible! In less than a month, he captured a dozen-plus stockades and trained a motley crew into elite troops. The martial song star is one of the three heavenly stars for a reason. The seventh prince is a natural-born human emperor for a reason. Standing behind Yang Feng, the one-eyed star Venerable looked at the hundreds of soldiers dressed in star armor with complicated feelings in his heart. The hundreds of soldiers were bandits that Yang Feng collected after capturing one stockade after another. With the blessing of the martial song star force, after a dozen-plus bloody battles, they grew rapidly and were tempered into elite troops. As for the situation of the stockades, Yang Feng used the eternal nano-robots to investigate. Yang Feng grasped the location of the stockades and all the details. Naturally, they couldn't resist Yang Feng's attack. Literary star, appear. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a speck of starlight entered the sky. The literary star shone brightly and emerged. Specks of starlight fell from the literary star and swept towards the various cultivation resources on the square. The various cultivation resources turned into specks of starlight and entered the soldiers on the square. When the soldiers on the square absorbed the specks of starlight, their auras soared, and they broke through one after another. Most of them advanced from Astral Knight to Astral Master, and their strength soared at once. When the one-eyed star Venerable saw this scene, he was stunned. They broke through just like that. That's incredible. That's a natural-born human emperor. That's incredible. Among the three heavenly stars, the purple star can command the 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiend stars. The martial song star can improve the power of war. The literary star can accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators. It is because of this that the three heavenly stars are so terrifying and natural-born human emperors become leaders of the human race in ancient times. Of course, even the literary star needs a lot of resources to accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators. However, Yang Feng captured a dozen-plus stockades and seized a lot of cultivation resources, which enabled him to perform a sacrificial ceremony and trigger the literary star to strengthen the strength of his subordinates. Yang Feng said flatly, "One-eyed star Venerable, you go too?" "Yes." My lord, the one-eyed star Venerable's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the square. Purple star, appear. Alien star, change fate. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a purple star appeared in the void. After the purple star, the 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiend stars appeared. One-eyed star Venerable, I will bestow upon you the heavenly sin star of the 36 heavenly stars, the fate. Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when a heavenly sin star shone in the void, and a beam of heavenly sin star shone on the one-eyed star Venerable. The one-eyed star Venerable's original life star was a first-rate star, and the limit of his potential was the star Venerable step powerhouse. When the heavenly sin star's starlight shone on the one-eyed star Venerable, it dissolved and assimilated the star force of the star inside him. The powerful heavenly sin star starlight spread through the one-eyed star Venerate's limbs and bones, breaking through the bottlenecks and making the one-eyed star Venerate advance to a star king rank powerhouse. Thank you for changing my fate, my lord. This old servant will do my best to serve you, my lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in the one-eyed star Venerable's eyes, and he knelt on the ground with fanaticism in his eyes. In this world, once a life star is awakened, it is almost impossible to change it. For Yang Feng to be able to easily change the one-eyed star Venerable's fate, this is simply heaven-defying. From now on, the one-eyed star Venerable's potential has become so great that it is not impossible for him to promote to a star emperor. Yang Feng nodded slightly and continued to bestow 2 heavenly stars and 6 earthly fiend stars to his subordinates, letting them break through and advance to a great secret realm. When the soldiers saw Yang Feng's ability, they became even more fanatical. They looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a true god walking in the secular world. Chapter 1474. The land of chaos was an ungoverned area between the state of Zhao, the state of Wei, and the state of star demons. Countless wanted criminals, bandits, sinners, and fugitive slaves who couldn't make a living in the 2 states would go to the land of chaos and struggle on while at death's door. Big brother, there's a big fat sheep ahead. A mounted bandit took the initiative to report to another mounted bandit leader. Big fat sheep, good. Slaughter a fat sheep to celebrate the new year. The eyes of the bandit leader with the cultivation base of a star master lit up, and he took dozens of bandits to rush towards the main road. Fat sheep, fat my ass. This is a fierce dragon crossing the river. The bandit leader had just rushed to the main road with dozens of bandits. When he took a look, his hands and feet turned cold at once. He saw that there was indeed a huge caravan on the main road. The caravan stretched for several kilometers and was guarded by hundreds of fully armed soldiers. The dozens of bandits could be regarded as elites. It wouldn't be a problem for them to scatter a caravan of several hundred guards. However, when the leader of the bandits saw those guards, he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Star 1, go and capture them all. Kill anyone who resists. Yang Feng's calm voice came from a luxurious carriage. Yes, my lord. The eyes of a burly armored soldier flickered coldly, and he suddenly erupted with star venerable rank fluctuations of power, turned into a streak of starlight, and rushed towards the dozens of bandits. Star 1 was one of the star venerable rank assassins who tried to assassinate Yang Feng. After submitting to Yang Feng, he was bestowed the heavenly violent star, and was now a star venerable rank powerhouse. I surrender. I surrender. The bandit leader was dumbstruck. He dismounted his horse and knelt on the ground. His entire body shivered as he implored loudly. A star venerable rank powerhouse could establish a sect and wipe out an elite army like the Star Snake Battalion by himself. If the bandits stubbornly resisted, only death would await them. Xingyi waved his hand, and specks of starlight condensed in the void, turning into astral chains that swept towards the dozens of bandits. The bandits were lifted off their horses, and they were dragged to the ground. Once the bandits stubbornly resisted, the star chains twisted and shredded them. After easily wiping out this group of bandits, the remaining bandits were dragged to the rear to receive training. Xingyi commanded a team of 100 and swept through the bandits and strongholds that stood in the way of the caravan. The well-equipped bandits were incorporated into the army to receive training, and their supplies were plundered by Yangfeng. When Yangfeng entered the land of chaos, he was like a ferocious dragon crossing a river, sweeping away all darkness. The forces under his command grew like a rolling snowball. Chaos City was located in the center of the fringe. It was also the only place where there was order in the land of chaos that was filled with murder, conspiracy, and betrayal. Once anyone entered Chaos City, they had to abide by the laws of Chaos City. Otherwise, they would be killed and hung in the sinful corpse forest outside Chaos City. As the border of the three major forces, Chaos City also had the specialty products of the three major forces. There were many shops in the city, and it was very prosperous. The city of chaos, the city of master residence. Master of chaos, of chaos, masters of sect of chaos, of chaos of hall of. He wants to annex Chaos City. Yangfeng led the army under his command to sweep through all obstacles, recruit rebels, and expand his forces. The number of warriors under his command has already exceeded 2,000. To support such a large army, Yangfeng could only take over the City of Discord. A 4-meter-tall star demon with an elephant head and a human body engraved with countless star patterns smiled coldly and said, "Although Zhao State's 7th Prince Li Jun is a natural human sovereign, he has only just awakened. City Lord Mo, as a Star King, if you personally take action, you will naturally be able to suppress this kid." Mo Tianfeng said, "Li Jun is a natural-born human emperor, with 3 dazzling stars and inconceivable power. Stellar Manifestation Monarch, please lend me a hand to kill this kid." The Stellar Aspect Monarch sneered and said, "What do I get out of killing this kid?" Mo Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, "This child is an innate human sovereign. Once he grows up, he will be invincible in the world. He could unify the 3 countries. At that time, when he ascends to the position of Star Sovereign, he will launch an attack on your Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan. Can your 2 clans withstand the attack of a natural-born human emperor?" In ancient times, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan had as many powerhouses as clouds. Star Saints emerged one after another, and Star Emperor rank powerhouses never ceased to exist. After the birth of the human race's 7th human sovereign, he fought against the Star Demon race and the Star Beast race, killing countless experts. In the end, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan were driven to the wilderness. If it wasn't for the birth of the 7th human sovereign, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan would have already defeated and wiped out the humans. Now that the 8th human sovereign was born, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan's powerhouses were naturally filled with killing intent. The Stellar Aspect Monarch was silent for a while, and then said indifferently, "I can help you kill this kid. However, I want 30% of the City of Discord's profits." The City of Discord's taxes are a huge fortune, but they are all in the hands of Mo Tianfeng. For the Stellar Aspect Monarch, 30% of the City of Discord's taxes is a huge fortune. Mo Tianfeng's complexion changed several times. After pondering for a while, he said decisively, "Deal." One of the guards ran in a sorry state and shouted, "City Lord, sir." "Not good. They're here. The state of Zhao's 7th prince is here." "Where's the demon fiend army?" Mo Tianfeng's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted sternly, "The demon fiend army is an elite army of Discord City, commanded by 3 Star Venerable powerhouses. Once the demon fiend army gets into formation, they can even kill a Star King powerhouse." The guard shouted with a pale face, "The demon fiend army has been breached. The 3 commanders are all dead. Innate human sovereign. Damn innate human sovereign. I'll kill you. Stellar Aspect Monarch, please help me." When Mo Tianfeng heard this news, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted sternly. The Stellar Aspect Monarch's eyes also flashed with cold, killing intent. "Good. This kid can't be left alive. As soon as Mo Tianfeng and the stellar aspect monarch left the city lord's mansion, they saw a 100-meter-long star snake sweeping through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. Below the star snake, there are 2,000 warriors exuding an iron-blooded aura. Among the crowd, there's a 30-meter-long star tortoise. On the back of the star tortoise, there's a pearl litter. There's a person sitting in the litter. It is Yangfeng. The star venerable Cyclops stands behind Yangfeng like a loyal old servant. Li Jun, this is my city of discord. You came to my city of discord and killed my people for no reason. You deserve to die. Mo Tianfeng's eyes flashed fiercely. Starlight shone all over him, and he roared and transformed into a 100-meter-long star flood dragon monarch, exuding endless star force. Innate human sovereign, you must die. In this world, there is no need for innate human sovereigns. Being the human sovereign is your original sin. The stellar aspect monarch's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. Countless specks of starlight revolved around him and turned into a 100-meter-long star elephant surrounded by endless starlight. The star flood dragon monarch and the stellar aspect monarch rode endless starlight and rushed towards Yangfeng. Riding countless specks of starlight, the star flood dragon monarch fought the star snake. Treading on air, the stellar aspect monarch tore through the starry sky, appeared above Yangfeng, and stomped down with his foot. Countless specks of starlight revolved and formed a star cage that locked Yangfeng inside, leaving him nowhere to escape. You're courting death. Martial Song Star. Yangfeng smiled coldly. Starlight shone, and the martial song star starlight fell from the sky and formed a star sword in his hand. Yangfeng waved the star sword in his hand, and a fearsome sword ray tore through the sky and slashed the stellar aspect monarch. As the boundless starlight descended, the star-formed king was sliced into two by the sword light and fell from the sky. Dumbfounded, Mo Tianfeng couldn't believe his eyes. Dead. The stellar aspect monarch died, just like that. How can an innate human sovereign be so scary? Yangfeng is just a pinnacle star venerable, yet he killed the stellar aspect monarch with a sword strike. This made Mo Tianfeng feel a chill run down his spine, as if he fell into an ice cave. With a wave of Yangfeng's hand, the star sword in his hand flew into the star snake. The star snake absorbed the martial song star force and condensed it into a star sword, causing its strength to skyrocket. It opened its mouth and swallowed Mo Tianfeng whole. A fearsome starlight vortex emerged inside the star snake and swept towards Mo Tianfeng's incarnation of the star flood dragon monarch, and the latter was shredded to pieces. The city master died. The stellar aspect monarch died. That's an innate human sovereign. That's an innate human sovereign. Surrender. After seeing Mo Tianfeng and the stellar aspect monarch die, the powerhouses in the city of chaos lost their fighting spirit and surrendered. Yangfeng's army entered the city of chaos and took control of the city. The treasures of the city of chaos are really good. They can help me advance again. In a square, there are piles of precious resources collected from Mo Tianfeng's treasury. Yangfeng looked at the resources and showed a satisfied smile. Scholarly star, purple star. Yangfeng pointed with a finger, and two starlights entered the sky. The literary star and purple star appeared, and starlight enveloped the precious resources, turned them into countless specks of starlight, and entered Yangfeng's body. After absorbing the specks of starlight, Yangfeng's aura rose steadily, and he broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advanced to a star monarch rank powerhouse. The city of chaos is located at the junction of the state of Zhao, the state of Wei, and the star goblin. It is a famous city in the star world with abundant resources. After the news that the city of chaos was captured by Yangfeng spread, the entire star world was stirred. Chapter 1475. Unfilial Son. How dare you disobey my imperial edict? You deserve to die. The state of Zhao's royal palace. When Emperor Li Xingqian received the news of the fall of the City of Chaos, he roared wildly, and fearsome star force reverberated in the palace. Inside the palace, there was an incomparably powerful soundproofing boundary. No matter how Li Xingqian roared, his voice did not travel outside. Li Xingqian roared wildly, and his eyes surged with dense, killing intent. Innate human emperor. Innate human emperor. Where do you put us living emperors? In this era, there is no need for innate human emperors. The royal family has no familial ties. Li Xingqian was already the emperor of the state of Zhao. With great power, he could decide the fate of a family with a word. Naturally, Li Xingqian couldn't give up such power. Yang Feng's embodiment of Li Zhen turned out to be an innate human emperor, that is, an enemy of Li Xingqian. That's why he set up a death trap for Yang Feng. However, Li Xingqian still underestimated the terror of an innate human emperor. The assassins he sent were wiped out, and instead became resources for Yang Feng's rise. If it weren't for the wealth left behind by the assassins and the equipment of the Star Snake Battalion, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. Li Xingqian's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he smiled coldly. However, of all places, you went to the land of chaos. That's courting death. No one can save you. The state of Zhao's royal palace. Ding! A jade cup was thrown onto the ground by the empress of the state of Zhao. It broke into pieces and made a crisp sound. Damn you! The complexion of the palace maids changed dramatically. Their delicate bodies trembled, and they knelt on the ground. Get out! The empress said coldly. The palace maids all retreated. The empress was both shocked and angry, and her heart filled with fear. That little bastard actually captured the City of Chaos. The city master of the City of Chaos, Mo Tianfeng, is a star monarch realm powerhouse, which means that the little bastard has the strength to contend against a star monarch realm expert. How can this be? He left the capital less than 6 months ago. How can he progress so quickly? At the time, Yang Feng hadn't awakened his innate potential. He was just a level 9-star apostle, which was equivalent to a level 3 warlock. In less than 6 months after his awakening, he was already able to slay warlock monarchs. This advancement speed is simply heaven to find. When the empress of the state of Zhao thought that she had greatly offended Yang Feng, she couldn't eat or sleep in peace. The empress of the state of Zhao thought for a moment and comforted herself, but it doesn't matter. He actually dared to attack Chaos City. He was dead for sure. How could the Star Demon clan let go of a natural-born human emperor like him? Apart from a Star Demon clan, no one else will let him off. Wei Kingdom Imperial Palace. Wei Sovereign Feng sighed softly. The innate human sovereign is truly worthy of being the sovereign of the human race in the ancient era. It hasn't even been 6 months since he awakened his natal star, and he can already kill a Star King realm powerhouse. Unbelievable! News of the 7th Prince of Zhao Kingdom's 3 stars dazzling the world and the natural human emperor had spread to Wei Kingdom not long ago. Before the state of Wei could decide how to deal with him, Yang Feng had already seized the City of Chaos. When this news came out, it almost caused Wei Huang Ying Feng's worldview to crumble. Wei Emperor Ying Feng replied, "Ying Jiao, your subject is here." There was a distortion in the void, and a man shrouded in layers of distorted fog emerged and knelt on one knee in front of Ying Feng. Ying Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent, and he said frigidly, "Have the Dark Eagle Battalion kill the state of Zhao's 7th Prince Li Zhen at all costs." At all costs. The Dark Eagle Battalion was a sharp sword hidden in the darkness of Wei Huang. Now this sharp sword was about to be unsheathed and slay the human emperor. Your subject understands. With a flash of black light, Ying Jiao disappeared. The state of Chu's royal palace. Dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor. What a nuisance. This era doesn't need the human emperor. This is my era. The eyes of the Chu state's emperor Yelu Meng flickered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, Black Wolf, your slave is here." A man shrouded in black starlight knelt in front of Yelu Meng and said respectfully. Yelu Meng's eyes shimmered with a cruel glint, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Take the Sky Wolf Battalion and bring me the severed head of the human emperor. I want to use the severed head to make the most perfect wine cup." "Yes, your majesty." He Lang responded respectfully, turned into a speck of black light, and disappeared. The state of Zhao, on a spiritual mountain. The eyes of a handsome young man dressed in white radiated with a bright light. Less than 6 months after awakening, yet he can already slay the city master of Chaos City. That's a natural-born human emperor for you. It's worth it for me to go out and meet him. On a mountain peak of a large sect, a tall, ambitious man in black looked down the mountain, and his eyes flickered with the flames of ambition. This is an era of great competition, the birth of the human emperor. If I can slay the human emperor, wouldn't I be able to establish an even greater achievement than the human emperor? The human emperor. If I go and join him now, once he makes a name for himself in the future, our family can take advantage of this opportunity to take off. The Battle of the City of Chaos made the name of the human emperor Yang Feng shake the world, and he became an influential figure in the entire star continent. At the same time, he became a must-kill target for many powerful existences. At the same time, many people with different purposes moved towards the City of Chaos. The City of Chaos. A starboat descended from the sky and stopped outside the City of Chaos. A eunuch and a dozen state of Zhao officials and guards alighted from the starboat. The sound of horse hooves echoed out from afar as a captain and 100 fully armored warriors surrounded the starboat. An incomparably terrifying, murderous aura emanated from the bodies of the 100 warriors. What majestic warriors! They're all Great Star Master Realm warriors. The City of Chaos actually has such elite warriors. Among the officials of the state of Zhao, a handsome young man who was about 18 or 19 years old glanced at the 100 warriors without batting an eyelid. His eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. In the state of Zhao, Star Warrior rank experts who awakened their star fate could become elite warriors. In the state of Zhao's provinces and prefectures, most of the soldiers weren't even star apostles, but ordinary people. The 100 warriors turned out to be Great Star Master rank experts. Only the personal guards of the generals could possess such fearsome skills. The leader looked down at the eunuch and asked coldly, "Who are you people?" The eunuch wasn't afraid in the slightest in the face of the warriors and said sternly, "I'm the state of Zhao's Imperial Edict eunuch. I've come to read the Imperial Edict on His Majesty's order. Where's the 7th prince? Kneel and receive the Imperial Edict." The commander said coldly, "The state of Zhao's Imperial Edict eunuch? Come with me. Don't move, or else I'll cut you down." The 100 warriors drew their blades and fiercely glared at the state of Zhao officials and his entourage. A fearsome killing intent erupted, and the complexions of the state of Zhao officials changed greatly. The young official revealed a bitter smile. The warriors are so unruly. It seems that the 7th prince doesn't care about the Imperial Edict. I'm afraid that he doesn't care about the state of Zhao anymore. The complexion of the Imperial Edict eunuch changed, and he gritted his teeth and endured the commander's unruly words. Led by the commander, the Imperial Edict eunuch and his entourage arrived at the city master's mansion of the City of Chaos and met Yang Feng. The Imperial Edict has arrived. The 7th prince kneel and receive the Imperial Edict. When the Imperial Edict eunuch saw Yang Feng, he said arrogantly, "Read it, don't talk nonsense." Yang Feng swept the Imperial Edict eunuch with a glance and said coldly. At this time, Yang Feng was fully fledged, and the experts under his command were as common as clouds. He was no longer a trifling star apostle who could be assassinated by the star sect at will. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the 7th prince Lu Jun violated a military order and did not arrive at the Red Star Fortress on time. The 7th prince Lu Jun is hereby stripped of his title of General of the South and demoted to a commoner. Summon the 7th prince back to the capital to stand trial and defend himself. The eyes of the imperial edict eunuch flashed coldly, and he opened the imperial edict and read it aloud. Yang Feng said lightly, "Got it. Leave the imperial edict and get lost." The eyes of the imperial edict eunuch flashed with anger, and he said unhurriedly, "Seventh Prince, His Majesty summons you back to the capital. If you don't obey the imperial edict, then you'll be guilty of deceiving the sovereign and committing treason. Even though you're a prince, you won't be able to escape death. Why don't you follow this old slave back? This old slave will definitely put in a good word for you to His Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the imperial edict eunuch with an enigmatic smile and said coldly, "You're still not getting lost? Do you want to die? Or did Li Xingqian send you here to let me kill you?" Clang! 100-star spirit realm armored soldiers walked out from all directions. Under the command of the Cyclops demon Venerable, they looked coldly at the imperial edict eunuch and company. As long as Yang Feng gave the order, they would be chopped to pieces. The armored warriors under Yang Feng's command were the bandits and bandits that he had subdued and had already surrendered from the City of Discord. Having seen Yang Feng use the terrifying power of the 3 heavenly stars, these armored soldiers worshipped him extremely and regarded him as a god. Even if the state of Zhao's emperor was in front of them, Yang Feng would still execute the order. "No, no, we'll get lost. We'll get lost." The face of the imperial edict eunuch turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes filled with fear. The 7th Prince doesn't recognize the state of Zhao. The state of Zhao is in danger this time. His Majesty the Emperor has forced the 7th Prince to rebel. When the officials saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Yang Feng's attitude was very clear. He no longer cared about the state of Zhao's imperial court, which was equivalent to rebelling against the state of Zhao. When they thought that the heaven-born human emperor turned out to be their enemy, the hearts of the state of Zhao's officials filled with fear. Someone is courting death. Pass down my order. The Star Snake Corps is to follow me to suppress the enemy." Suddenly, Yang Feng's face flickered, and he smiled coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he quickly passed down orders. The Star Snake Corps, which has expanded to 4,000 troops, was assembled at once. Chapter 1476. Surrounded by starlight, the 4,000 great star masters resonated with each other, and a tremendous amount of star force formed a huge star snake exuding pinnacle star monarch rank fluctuations of power. "Martial Songstar, appear!" Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a projection of the martial Songstar appeared in the sky, and a martial Songstarlight descended and landed on the huge star snake. When the huge star snake absorbed the martial Songstarlight, it immediately cheered and twisted. It transformed from a snake to a dragon, becoming a starlight dragon exuding terrifying dragon might. The starlight dragon extended its claw and grabbed toward the caravan outside the city gate. Why are you attacking us? It's over." The complexion of everyone in the caravan changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. In the caravan, the eyes of an ordinary-looking man suddenly shimmered coldly, and starlight force revolved around him, intertwined with star runes, and he turned into a 3-meter-long golden-furred star ape with a silver rod in his hand. "Break!" The eyes of the golden-haired star ape shimmered with an unruly and ferocious gleam. With a roar, he slammed the silver rod into the starlight dragon in the sky. Boom! The starlight dragon extended its claw and grabbed the silver rod. 2 powerful forces erupted, and a fearsome shock wave spread in all directions. Dozens of people in the caravan were turned into powder by the fearsome shock wave. When the shock wave slammed into the city wall, starlight emerged on the city wall and absorbed the power of the Star Holy. Different universes have different universe laws. In the world of warlocks, a Holy Spirit warlock can destroy an inferior plane with a strike. In the world of warlocks, although Star Holy are comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks, but their destructive power is far inferior to that of Holy Spirit warlocks. Golden-haired Star Holy. You dare to sneak into my territory. You're courting death. Let me send you on your way. Riding endless starlight, Yang Feng slashed at the golden-haired star ape with his sword. Li Jun, how did you find me? There was a flash of doubt in the eyes of the gold-fur star ape, and he slammed his club towards Yang Feng. The golden-haired star ape had already used the secret technique of the Star Demon clan to conceal its presence. Even the Star Sage would find it hard to sense its presence. He didn't use any power, yet he was discovered by Yang Feng as soon as he approached the City of Chaos. This was simply incredible. Someone betrayed you. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Layers upon layers of sword rays formed a resplendent whirlpool of stars, stacking on top of each other, seemingly without end. The club, which could destroy an army with a single blow, smashed into the incomparably resplendent starlight vortexes, shattering them one after another. When there was only one star vortex left, the power of the stick was exhausted. The starlight dragon seized the opportunity and slammed its claw into the golden-haired ape sage, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. I don't care who betrayed me. You will all die today. Li Jun. In this world, there is no need for the human emperor. The eyes of the golden-haired ape sage flickered fiercely. He issued a heaven-shaking roar, shone with gold starlight, fell into a berserk state, and brandished the club and sent fearsome star force barreling towards Yang Feng. In this world, the human race had already occupied the fertile land of this world, driving the two powerful races, star demons and star beasts, into the wilderness. At this time, the star beasts and star demons are no longer as prosperous as they were in ancient times. Once a human emperor descends to this world, the star beasts and star demons may face extinction. 3 stars, sacred lock. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger, and a fearsome stream of star force entered the sky. The Polaris star, the scholarly star, and the martial star emerged, and the 3 boundless starlight formed a beam that shone on the body of the golden fur ape sage. The golden-haired ape sage trembled slightly. As if an insect frozen in amber, he couldn't move under the suppression of the star force. Star dragon, sacred slaughter. Yang Feng pointed at the star dragon, and the starlight dragon suddenly erupted, gathered all its power on the star dragon's claw, tore through the void, smashed the golden-haired ape sage's barrier, stabbed into the golden-haired ape sage's chest, and blasted it to pieces. Heaven, why are you so generous to the human race? The golden-haired ape sage looked at the huge wound on his chest with a desolate expression on his face, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar. The human race was originally just the slaves, food, and toys of the star beasts and star demons. But the 7 human emperors appeared in the star world and turned everything upside down, making the human race the masters of the world. Now the star beasts and star demons have been driven to the wilderness, struggling at death's door. But now the human race has given birth to another human emperor. This is simply despairing. That's simple, because the heaven of this world is the human race. Yang Feng smiled coldly and slashed out with his sword, and a sword ray slashed down and cut the golden-haired ape sage in 2. Since the human race is the mainstream of this world, then there is only one possibility. That is, the Eternals of this universe are humans, or humanoid extraordinary life forms of the human race. Just like in the world of warlocks, in the Age of Eternals in ancient times, the Eternals were variant forms, and the Zhangji Plain was dominated by variant forms of the wilderness. After the emergence of the human 8 warlock emperors, the mainstream of the universe has become the humans dominate everything. All kinds of extraordinary life forms view the human form as beautiful. Suddenly, an afterimage flickered, and a black shadow jumped out of the shadows and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart with a claw containing star holy step fluctuations of power. Star Shadow, Leopard Sage. I saw you a long time ago. You're really stupid. If you and the golden-haired ape sage had attacked me together, you could have caused me a lot of trouble. To want to assassinate me, you're really stupid. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved the star sword in his hand. Sword rays shot out, and starlight vortexes appeared and blocked in front of him. When the star shadow leopard sage's claw stabbed into the starlight vortexes, one after another, the starlight vortexes collapsed and were torn apart by his claw. A star sword pierced through the claws of the star shadow leopard sage. A fearsome force erupted, and Yang Feng was sent flying by thousands of meters away. The star shadow leopard sage was about to chase after Yang Feng when the starlight dragon flew out and extended its claw towards the star shadow leopard sage. Curses! With a flash of unwillingness in his eyes, the star shadow leopard sage twisted, turned into an afterimage, and fled into the distance. In a head-on battle, the golden-haired ape sage is far stronger than the star shadow leopard sage. Since the golden-haired ape sage has already been slain by Yang Feng, if the star shadow leopard sage continues to stay, only death will await him. Long live the city lord! Long live the city lord! In the city of chaos, heaven-shaking cheers erupted. The golden-haired ape sage is a star holy step powerhouse, a top powerhouse in the star world. In the past, he would have been able to kill everyone in Chaos City all by himself. But now the golden-haired ape sage died at Yang Feng's hands, which is simply inconceivable. When the eunuch saw this scene, his face turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes filled with fear. The golden-haired ape sage died. One of the two holy ones of the star goblin race was killed by him, just like that. What do we do? Who can restrain him now? The state of Zhao only has 2-star holy step powerhouses. They are existences similar to nuclear weapons and won't be dispatched easily. The entire star goblin race only has 2-star holy step powerhouses. Now that one of them died, half of the sky collapsed. Isn't this human emperor too strong? He awakened less than 6 months ago, yet he even killed a star holy. When the young official and the eunuch's party saw this scene, his eyes flashed with shock and incredulity. In fact, even the 7 innate human emperors of ancient times didn't grow as fast as Yang Feng. That's because Yang Feng himself is a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, which is equivalent to having a golden thigh. After other human emperors awakened, they had to carefully explore the method to use the 3 heavenly stars, lay a solid foundation, and evolve step by step. Yang Feng, however, has already analyzed the mysteries of the 3 heavenly stars and can mobilize the power of the 3 heavenly stars without any scruples. As long as he has enough resources, Yang Feng can advance to a Star Emperor rank powerhouse within a month. Yang Feng looked down and said in a loud voice, "The Star Goblin race dares to assassinate me. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and conquer the Star Goblin race. Are you willing to follow me to conquer the Star Goblin race? We are willing to die for your majesty, the human emperor." The 4,000 elite star snake troops knelt on the ground, and their voices echoed in unison. The young official frowned slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of puzzlement. Conquer the Star Goblin race? What is the 7th prince thinking? He only has 4,000 star snake troops. How can he be the opponent of the Star Goblin race? The Star Goblin race is huge and has as many powerhouses as clouds in the sky. No matter how you look at it, the 4,000 star snake troops can't wipe out the Star Goblin race. At Yang Feng's order, the entire city of chaos began to move. All the supplies were plundered and formed a huge convoy that set off for the territory of the Star Goblin race. In addition to the 4,000 star snake troops, there are also 6,000 servant troops and 30,000 teachers, for a total of 40,000 people, heading for the Star Goblin race in a grandiose manner. Chapter 1477. The Desolate Land, the Desolate Mist Plain. The Star Goblin Heavenly Wolf Tribe has taken root in the Desolate Mist Plain. In the Desolate Mist Plain, there's a continuous stretch of luxurious tents. The tents belong to the Heavenly Wolf Tribe's Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Inside the Golden Canopy Imperial Court, there sits a burly man with a rough appearance, a pair of wolf ears on his head, and a wolf tail wrapped around his waist. He is the Heavenly Wolf Tribe's Heavenly Wolf Monarch. drinking wine, a gloomy expression on his face. The heavenly wolf monarch sighed slowly. The golden ape wholly has died. Damn it! How can an innate human emperor be so strong? Even the two holy beasts joining forces couldn't kill him. He awakened less than 6 months ago. The reaction of the star goblins was very fast. As soon as the two star saints obtained the news that the innate human emperor occupied the city of chaos, they communicated with each other, put aside their enmity, and rushed over with lightning speed. 4 two-star saints to shamelessly sneak attack a star monarch. It should have been a surefire plan. But in the end, one died and the other fled. The implication of this made the heavenly wolf monarch frightened. Monarch! Shit! He's here! The human emperor! The human emperor is here! A guard exclaimed with a look of horror on his face. The heavenly wolf monarch's face fell, and he grabbed the guard and shouted, "What? Speak clearly. How can a human emperor be here? Does he not want his base in the land of chaos? Damn it! This power is the terrifying power of a star sage." The heavenly wolf monarch's face flickered, and he blurred in emotion and flew out of the golden canopy. 3 miles away from the golden tent, 4,000 star snake army soldiers were waiting in formation. Countless starlight surrounded them, and a starlight dragon that was 1,000 meters long and emitted the terrifying power of a star sage was floating in the void. Among the 4,000 star snake troops, there is a person sitting. It is Yangfeng. Yangfeng glanced at the heavenly wolf monarch and said coldly, "Heavenly wolf monarch, submit to me. Otherwise, your heavenly wolf tribe will become history from today onwards." The heavenly wolf monarch said coldly, "The heavenly wolf tribe bears the pride of the wolves and will never submit to anyone. Li Jun, you have been abandoned by the world, and the world is your enemy. You actually dare to attack our Star Demon clan? You're simply courting death. There's still time for you to retreat to Chaos City. Otherwise, once your human race army arrives, even you will be killed." Yangfeng ordered coldly, "Since you're stubborn, then go to hell. Kill them all." Under Yangfeng's control, the starlight dragon descended from the sky and slammed its claw towards the heavenly wolf monarch. The heavenly wolf monarch roared, shone with starlight, and turned into a 100-meter tall heavenly wolf and extended its claws at the starlight dragon. Rumble! With a loud bang, the welkin wolf monarch was smashed into meat paste by the starlight dragon. Your Majesty, kill these damned humans." After the heavenly wolf monarch died in battle, the heavenly wolf tribe fell into a frenzy and attacked the star snake army commanded by Yangfeng. With a thought, Yangfeng manipulated the starlight dragon in the sky to attack and kill the heavenly wolf tribe's powerhouses, crushing their resistance. Then, he gave an order, and the 6,000 servant legion broke into the heavenly wolf tribe and slaughtered them to the last. Soon, Yangfeng captured the heavenly wolf tribe and seized a large amount of cultivation resources from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Yangfeng summoned the literati star and refined the cultivation resources to enhance the strength of the warriors under his command. Nourished by the literati star force, the 6,000 subordinates transformed and evolved, increasing the number of Yangfeng's star snake army by another 1,000 people. After capturing the heavenly wolf tribe, Yangfeng only rested for a day, and then continued to advance into the depths of the wilderness. The wilderness, the earth-splitting demonic ape tribe. Countless flames flickered, and screams rang out everywhere. Amid the flames, a starlight dragon spat starlight unscrupulously. In the wake of the starlight, swaths of demonic apes were blasted to pieces. Li Jun, go to hell. Exuding an unyielding belief, a pinnacle star monarch earth-splitting demonic ape monarch roared and rushed towards Yangfeng with dozens of star goblin elites. Yangfeng smiled coldly. "Idiot!" The more powerful starlight dragon in the sky slapped the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch with its claw and turned the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch and the dozens of elites around him into minced meat. When the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch died, The resistance of the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch collapsed, and the armored warriors under Yang Feng slaughtered them. Demonic Pig Tribe. Your Majesty, the human emperor, the demonic pig tribe is willing to submit to you. The demonic pig monarch knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully. Behind the demonic pig monarch, there were 3,000 demonic pig warriors kneeling. Demonic Rabbit Tribe. Your Majesty, the human emperor, the demonic rabbit tribe is willing to submit to you. The beautiful and adorable demonic rabbit tribe's patriarch with a pair of snow-white rabbit ears knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully. Behind the demonic rabbit tribe's patriarch, there were 30-plus beautiful and exquisite young girls prostrating on the ground. After the heavenly wolf tribe and the earth-splitting demonic ape tribe were slain by Yang Feng, the star goblin army began to disintegrate. Wherever Yang Feng's army passed, some enslaved and weak star goblins decisively chose to side with Yang Feng. The powerful star goblins in the ruling position, however, fled and gathered in the direction of the Star Goblin Imperial Court, the headquarters of the Star Goblin race. Yang Feng's main force advanced towards the Star Goblin Imperial Court. The Eternal Nano Reconnaissance robots Yang Feng set up scattered around the Star Snake army easily broke the Star Goblin's assassination, delaying, and other means. Thousands of elite Star Goblin scouts were easily killed by the army mobilized by Yang Feng, forcing the Star Goblins to retreat step by step. The number of Star Snake troops under Yang Feng's command continued to increase. When they arrived at the Star Goblin Imperial Court, the number of Star Snake troops had already reached 8,000. The number of the Servant Army, on the other hand, was reduced to 4,000. Some Chaos City cultivators who served as teachers also made breakthroughs in the process and joined Yang Feng's servant army. Outside the Star Goblin Imperial Court, the 8,000 Star Goblin troops got into formation. Star Force resonated, and a fearsome starlight dragon circled above the Star Goblin troops, exuding Holy Star rank fluctuations of power. After several bloody battles, Yang Feng used the various resources he collected to upgrade his subordinates. At this time, the 8,000 Star Goblin troops have grown into a fearsome Iron Army. Yang Feng doesn't even need to use the power of the Martial Song Star to form a starlight dragon comparable to a Holy Star rank powerhouse. Among the 8,000 Star Goblin troops, there's a person sitting. It is Yang Feng. That's the human emperor. He actually fought his way to the Star Goblin Imperial Court. Damn it. The heavens are blind. How could such a monster be born? Damn it. Atop the Star Goblin Imperial Court's city wall, the Star Goblin powerhouses looked at Yang Feng's army with fear in their eyes. In the Star Goblin Imperial Court, there are 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops. The 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops can even kill Holy Star rank powerhouses in a large formation. However, when the Star Goblin powerhouses looked at the 8,000 Star Goblin troops, they shuddered with fear. They don't dare to go out of the city to fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, "Star Shadow Leopard Holy, come out and see me." With a flash of an afterimage, the figure of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy appeared on top of the city wall. Behind the Star Shadow Leopard Holy stand the Heavenly Lion Monarch, the Heavenly Leopard Monarch, the Heavenly Fox Monarch, the Heavenly Ape Monarch, the Heavenly Scorpion Monarch, the Heavenly Tiger Monarch, and the Heavenly Bear Monarch. The One Holy and the 7 Monarchs are existences that determine the fate of the Star Goblins. The Star Shadow Leopard Holy looked at Yang Feng's excessively young figure, sighed faintly, and said humbly, "Your Majesty, human emperor, please forgive us for being disrespectful to you before. As long as you are willing to withdraw your troops, we are willing to compensate you for all your losses." The eyes of the other 7 monarchs shimmered with humiliation, and they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads in silence. In the Star Goblin Imperial Court, there are still 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops. After forming a large formation, they can even kill a Holy Star rank powerhouse. However, the 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops weren't unified before, making it extremely difficult for them to form a large formation. Yang Feng's 8,000 Star Demon Army, on the other hand, is an iron army that obeys orders as if they were an extension of his arm. In a head-on battle, the 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops may not be the opponent of Yang Feng's 8,000 Star Goblin troops. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "The Star Shadow, Leopard Holy. This time, I have come to attack your Star Demon Clan. Your Star Demon Clan only has two choices: die or submit. If you dare to stubbornly resist heavenly might, then when the city is breached, you aristocrats don't need to exist." The eyes of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy shimmered coldly, and he said sternly, "Your Majesty, Human Emperor, the Star Goblin Imperial Court still has 400,000 troops. If you attack the Star Goblin Imperial Court, both sides will suffer. Please reconsider." Yang Feng smiled coldly and clapped his hands. The one-eyed Star Venerable, who looks like an old servant, walked out from behind Yang Feng. Surrounded by starlight, he exuded holy star step breath and swept in all directions. When the Star Shadow Leopard Holy saw this scene, his eyes flashed with incredulity. "The one-eyed Star Venerable, you actually advanced to a holy star? How is that possible? The natal star he awakened is only a first-rate star. His lifetime potential is at most a Star Venerable. How can he advance to a holy star? Before he assassinated Li Jun, he was just a Star Venerable, yet now he has advanced to a holy star?" When the 7 monarchs atop the city walls saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts. In less than half a year, the one-eyed Star Venerable advanced to a holy star from a Star Venerable. Yang Feng's means are simply unfathomable. Chapter 1478. Yang Feng used various methods to forcibly promote the Star Venerable Cyclops to the Star Sage realm, overdrawing his potential. He will remain in the Star Sage realm for the rest of his life, unable to progress any further and unable to advance to the Star Emperor realm. But for the Star Venerable Cyclops, this is already very satisfying. After all, he never had extravagant hopes of advancing to the Star Sage realm before this. Moreover, he has a Celestial Dipper star-grade life star, which makes him slightly stronger than other Earth Fiend stars. Star Shadow, Leopard Holy, if I want to destroy the Star Goblin Imperial Court, I will at most lose 1,000 Star Snake troops. But as a price, all the Star Goblins of the Star Goblin Imperial Court will become my slaves. All Star Goblin aristocrats will be executed by me. As for you, I will wipe out your entire clan. Are you sure you want to resist to the end?" Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the martial song star appeared. An array of martial song starlight fell on the Starlight Dragon. Blessed by the martial song star force, the aura of the Starlight Dragon soared wildly, and quasi-Empyrean rank might spread out and suppress the surroundings. The countenances of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy and the Star Goblin 7 Heavenly Lords changed dramatically. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "If you surrender and serve me as your master, I will naturally treat the Star Goblins equally in the future. As long as you obey my orders, I won't let you be bullied by others." As the human emperor, Yang Feng should put the interests of the human race first. However, the Zhao state, the Chu state, and the Wei state regard the natural-born human emperor as their mortal enemy. Therefore, he can only subdue the weaker Star Goblins first and make them his arms. The eyes of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy shimmered with enigmatic light, and he asked, "Is that true?" Yang Feng replied, "Of course. The promise of the human emperor is worth more than 1,000 taels of gold." The eyes of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy flickered, and he sighed heavily. "Good. Then the Star Goblins will serve you as our master." The eyes of the Heavenly Lion Monarch flickered several times, and he roared, "No. The Star Goblins are mortal enemies of the human race. How can we submit to the human emperor and serve him? Star Shadow Leopard Holy, are you crazy?" A hint of fierceness flashed across Heavenly Tiger King's eyes too, and he shouted fiercely, "My Astral Demon Clan would rather die in battle than to surrender to humans, let alone talk about submitting to humans. Star Shadow Leopard Saint, from now on, You are no longer a saint of our star demon clan. I'm doing this for my people, for the legacy of our star demon clan. The human emperor was invincible. For the sake of our star demon clan, all of you can die. The star shadow leopard saint's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly soared up, bringing along a series of afterimages. He smashed out toward the heavenly Lion King. In an instant, his claws pierced into the heavenly Lion King's heart, digging out his heart with a single attack. The heavenly Leopard King also sighed and instantly exploded. He slammed his claw on the heavenly Tiger King's body and sent him flying. The Sky Tiger King's face was filled with shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sky Leopard King, for the Star Demon Clan die. The Star Shadow Leopard Sage sighed faintly and slammed his claw on the Sky Tiger King's head. The violent star power twisted and exploded the Sky Tiger King's head. Who else objects to joining His Majesty the Human Emperor? After he killed the Heavenly Lion King and the Heavenly Tiger King, the Star Shadow Leopard Sage looked at the other 5 monarchs with killing intent in his eyes and asked coldly. The Heavenly Fox Monarch spoke decisively. I agree to join His Majesty the Human Emperor. Yang Feng, the innate human emperor, is already terrifyingly strong. The 8,000 Star Snake Legion is virtually invincible. Originally, if the Star Shadow Leopard Sage is united, they might be able to fight Yang Feng. But since the Star Shadow Leopard Sage has decided to join Yang Feng, the Heavenly Leopard Tribe is bound to become his supporter. With the support of the Star Shadow Leopard Sage, it is no longer possible for the Star Shadow Leopard Sage to resist Yang Feng's army. The Heavenly Fox Monarch is a smart person. She made a choice immediately. The Sky's Scorpio Monarch was silent for a while, and then said, I agree. The Heavenly Bear Monarch said coldly, I agree. A fierce expression on his face. The Heavenly Ape Monarch stared at the Star Shadow Leopard Sage, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said nothing. The Star Shadow Leopard Sage sighed faintly and took a deep look at the Heavenly Ape Monarch. Heavenly Ape Monarch, the Gold Fur Ape Sage, and I do have grievances in the past. However, I can swear that I have no selfish motives in assassinating the Human Emperor. I also have no selfish motives in joining the Human Emperor. The Gold Fur Ape Sage is a holy one born in the Heavenly Ape Tribe. After the death of the Gold Fur Ape Sage, the Heavenly Ape Tribe was a star monster tribe that advocated revenge against Yang Feng. The Heavenly Ape Monarch gritted his teeth, a conflicted look on his face, clenched his fists, and finally sighed helplessly. I also agree to join the Human Emperor, albeit his beck and call. After the Star Monster Tribe reached a consensus, they began to join forces to clear the Heavenly Lion Tribe, the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, and some Star Monster tribes that were unwilling to surrender. After a day of fierce fighting, the Star Monster Imperial Court opened its gate, and the Star Shadow Leopard Sage, the Heavenly Tiger Monarch, and the other remaining monarchs came out to welcome them. The army commanded by Yang Feng entered the Star Monster Imperial Court and took over everything. Countless precious cultivation resources of the Star Monster Tribe fell into Yang Feng's hands. The Heavenly Lion Tribe and the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, the 2 tribes that rebelled against Yang Feng, were purged, and the survivors were incorporated into the criminal camps as cannon fodder. The Heavenly Leopard Tribe and the other tribes that took the initiative to join Yang Feng received a lot of land and resources from the Heavenly Lion Tribe, the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, and other tribes that rebelled against Yang Feng. The news of the fall of the Star Monster Imperial Court set off a huge wave in the Star world like a bomb. The state of Zhao. The Star Monster Imperial Court has fallen. The Star Shadow Leopard Sage has surrendered. How is that possible? He awakened less than half a year ago. How could he have captured the Star Monster Imperial Court? When Emperor Li Xingchen heard the news, his face twisted and filled with fear. He threw a jade cup beside him on the ground and roared in horror. The Star Demon Clan had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Moreover, it is very difficult to attack them in the wilderness. In terms of national strength, the Star Monster Tribe is far from being the opponent of the state of Zhao. However, if the state of Zhao wants to go on an expedition against the Star Monster Tribe, it is absolutely suicidal. Just the harsh environment and roads in the wilderness can kill half of the state of Zhao's elites. Yang Feng, the natural-born human emperor, has a golden thigh. He used the eternal nano-robots to map the wilderness, and then prepared all kinds of drugs to deal with poisonous insects and beasts. This is how he was able to sweep through and conquer the Star Monster Tribe. For the 8,000 Star Snake troops to conquer the Star Monster Tribe, which has a population of more than 10 million people, this is a miracle among miracles. With a sinister expression on his face, Emperor Li Xingqian roared wildly, "Pass down my order! The 7th Prince has committed treason. Mobilize the 6 Heavenly Might Legions to suppress the rebel." An imperial edict was immediately issued from the imperial palace and distributed to the 6 Heavenly Might Legions. The 6 Heavenly Might Legions are the glorious title of the state of Zhao that can suppress Star Holy Step powerhouses. The 6 Heavenly Might Legions in the state of Zhao are the Scarlet Heaven Legion, Dragon Fang Legion, Wind God Legion, Raging Fire Legion, Storm Legion, and Thick Earth Legion. Following Li Xingqian's order, the state pillar General Zhou Tianshi assumed command of the 6 Heavenly Might Legions and marched towards the City of Chaos. The state of Wei's monarching Feng was very decisive. He dispatched the 7 Heavenly Might Legions, Red Light Legion, Blue Light Legion, Orange Light Legion, Green Light Legion, Blue Light Legion, Purple Light Legion, and Black Light Legion to the City of Chaos. Diplomatic envoys moved between the two states and quickly reached a consensus. The state of Zhao and the state of Wei were originally mortal enemies. But since the monarchs of the two states wanted to kill Yang Feng, the natural-born human emperor, the armies of the two states reluctantly united under the imperial edict of the monarchs. Each Heavenly Might Legion has up to 100,000 soldiers. The 3 million elite troops plus their servants and various auxiliary troops swelled their numbers to more than 5 million. Countless resources of the two states were devoured by the huge armies. The two states of Zhao and Wei clenched their teeth and endured the terrifying consumption. Along the way, no one could stop this terrifying army that could easily slaughter holy rank powerhouses. In fact, before Yang Feng appeared, no force could resist the joint attack of the 13 Heavenly Might Legions. The only way to defeat the joint attack of the 13 Heavenly Might Legions was the formidable logistics. The 3 million elite troops, plus the countless servants and logisticians were too much for any of the three states to support. Along the way, the elite armies of the two states quickly arrived in front of the City of Chaos. In front of the City of Chaos, the 10,000 Star Snake troops were already lined up in formation. Surrounding the Star Snake troops were 50,000 elites of the Heaven Ape Tribe, the Heaven Fox Tribe, the Heaven Scorpion Tribe, the Heaven Leopard Tribe, and the Heaven Bear Tribe. In addition, there was also a miscellaneous army composed of 200,000 small tribes of the Star Goblin race. Sitting quietly in the middle of the 10,000 Star Snake troops, Yang Feng watched the two states' allied forces assemble. When Zhou Tianshi saw the extraordinary Yang Feng sitting in the center of the 10,000 Star Snake troops, he smiled bitterly and sighed faintly. "I didn't expect that I would be enemies with an innate human emperor, and this human emperor is the human emperor of my state of Zhao." The state of Wei's Marshal Meng Hao smiled bitterly. Human emperor, how terrifying! Less than half a year after his awakening, he has already conquered the Star Goblins. Now, we humans want to deal with the human emperor, and the Star Goblins have become his subordinates. How ridiculous! The human emperor was supposed to be the emperor of the human race, leading the humans to suppress other races. But now, the human emperor was forced to become the Star Goblin Lord. When they thought of this, Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao felt somewhat helpless. Zhou Tianshi's eyes flickered, and he said loudly, "Seventh Prince, His Majesty has summoned you back to the capital. As long as you give up resistance and follow me back to the capital, I'm willing to guarantee your safety with my head. As long as you follow me back to the capital, then, after His Majesty passes away, I will do my best to support you to become the Emperor of the state of Zhao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything to stop him. In any case, if Yang Feng really gave up resistance and returned to the state of Zhao, Meng Hao would definitely take the opportunity to launch an attack and kill Yang Feng at all costs. Chapter 1479. I am a human emperor. I am destined to rule the world. Zhou Tianshi, if you submit to me, then die. As for you, if you don't submit, then die. Sitting in the middle of the Star Snake Legion, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a starlight soared into the sky. In the sky, a martial song star appeared. An array of martial song starlight descended, landing on the starlight dragon formed by the Star Snake camp. The starlight dragon shone brightly and exuded quasi-empyrean rank, might that swept in all directions. Long live the human emperor! Long live the human emperor! Among the countless star demons, earth-shaking roars came from the countless star demons. The eyes of many star monsters filled with fanaticism. The law of the jungle prevailed among star monsters, where the weak are prey to the strong. Since Yang Feng conquered the star monsters with his invincible power, they regarded Yang Feng as their guardian and pride. Under Yang Feng's will, the martial song starlight sprinkled down and landed on the star goblin powerhouses, and the star goblin powerhouses immediately became more powerful and fearsome. The martial song star. According to legend, the human emperor can mobilize the force of the martial song star to bless his army, making him invincible in battle. It seems that this is true. Human emperor, our opponent, is actually the human emperor. The Heavenly Might Battalion soldiers looked at the martial song star in the sky with a complicated look in their eyes. Since ancient times, after the first human emperor, the martial song star, the civil song star, and the North Purple Star are almost equivalent to the guardian stars of the human race. Now that they saw the martial song star bless the star monsters, the minds of the Heavenly Might Battalion soldiers were shaken at once. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Might Battalion is the most elite army of the two states with strict discipline, it would have collapsed by now. I can't disobey a holy decree. Scarlet Heaven Corps, Dragon Fawn Corps, Wind Corps, Raging Fire Corps, Storm Corps, Thick Earth Corps, heed my order. Activate the formation and annihilate the enemy. Zhou Tianshi sighed faintly. His eyes flashed with determination, and he barked. A light flashed in the middle of the Scarlet Heaven army, and a starlight giant made of scarlet starlight suddenly appeared, holding a scarlet spear in its hand. Starlight flashed above the Dragon Teeth army, and a green dragon with a length of 100 meters appeared, emitting a terrifying dragon's might. Light flickered above the Wind God army, forming a 100-meter-tall Wind God surrounded by tornadoes. With a flash of fire above the Raging Flame army, a Flame Lord appeared directly. Starlight shone above the Storm Troop, and a Storm Dragon appeared. Starlight flashed above the Heavy Earth army, and a 100-meter-tall giant appeared. A cold glint flashed in Meng Hao's eyes as he shouted, "Red Light Army, Blue Light Army, Orange Light Army, Green Light Army, Cyan Light Army, Purple Light Army, Black Light Army. Activate the formation and kill the enemy." Above the state of Wei's 7 Heavenly Might Legions, there was a flash of light, and 7 giants holding great swords appeared, exuding terrifying pressure. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill them all! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Star Snake troops issued heaven-shaking roars and rode a Starlight Dragon into the enemy ranks. The Starlight Dragon clawed and crushed the Starlight Giant formed by the Scarlet Heaven Legion. When the Starlight Giant collapsed, the Scarlet Heaven Legion spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The Sky Ape, Sky Fox, Sky Scorpion, Sky Leopard, Sky Bear, and other Star Goblin powerhouses took this opportunity to rush forward and kill the fallen Scarlet Heaven Legion soldiers. The remaining 12 monsters that were comparable to Star Sages rushed forward and gathered together to fight the Starlight Dragon. The Starlight Dragon was extremely ferocious, and it fought head-on against the 12 monsters that were comparable to Star Sages. It did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all, and, at the same time, it was constantly inflicting heavy damage on the 12 monsters. Down below, the 10,000 Star Snake troops and Star Goblin soldiers slaughtered the heavenly might legions of the two states. As soon as the two sides clashed, the soldiers of the two states showed signs of collapsing. The human emperor deserves his reputation. It seems that I can only take the last step. Zhou Tianshi sighed faintly, then took a step forward and walked towards Yangfeng. Meng Hao's figure fluttered, and he crossed the battlefield and walked towards Yangfeng. Star Sage rank fluctuations of power spread from them. You want to assassinate me? The two of you don't have the qualifications. Yangfeng smiled coldly and clapped his hands. The one-eyed Star Venerable and the Star Shadow Leopard wholly flew out and blocked Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao. On the battlefield, after being strengthened countless times, Yangfeng Star Snake troops are matchless. It is only a matter of time before they defeat the heavenly might legions of the two states. Once the heavenly might legions of the two states are defeated, the two-star Holy Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao will find it hard to escape the siege. Suddenly, starlight shone, and 13 starlight swords emerged from the void. 13 assassins dressed in black, exuding pinnacle star monarch rank fluctuations of power appeared and stabbed at Yangfeng with the 13 starlight swords. Heaven Sword Camp, the state of Zhao's top assassins. Are you ants the only ones here? Where's your swordmaster? Yangfeng glanced at the 13-star monarch rank powerhouses, smiled coldly, and slashed out with his sword. A fearsome sword ray minced the 13-star monarch rank assassins, and they were sent flying. Seventh Prince, you are indeed a human emperor. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era. With a faint sigh, an extremely handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes walked out of the void step by step with a star sword in his hand. His entire body radiated with the power of a star sage. Yangfeng uttered with a faint smile, Heaven Sword Camp's swordmaster, you are indeed a star sage. However, for you to assassinate me alone, you're courting death. On the surface, there are only 2 star sages in the state of Zhao. But in fact, the royal family has cultivated a star sage, the Heaven Sword Camp's swordmaster. The Heaven Sword Camp's swordmaster uttered indifferently. That's right. If it was just me, I wouldn't be your opponent. Unfortunately, Seventh Prince, I'm not your only enemy. There's also me. The void split open, and a man in white with hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, long green hair, and a pair of eagle-like star wings on the back walked out and stared coldly at Yangfeng with a pair of star hooks in hand. Yangfeng uttered with a smile, Eagle Master of the Dark Eagle Battalion. With you, the 2 of you are indeed qualified to fight me. What if I'm included? Accompanied by a cruel and ruthless voice, a muscular man with a head full of small braids walked over step by step. He gave off a ferocious aura and wore a necklace made of human heads around his neck. He held a large axe in his hand. Sky Wolf Battalion's camp master. If you're included, the current me is indeed not a match for the 3 of you. However, that's only the current me. Literati Star, Polaris Star, appear. Yangfeng smiled faintly, and starlight flew out of him and entered the sky. The 2 stars, Literati Star and Polaris Star, appeared and sprinkled starlight on Yangfeng. After absorbing a copious amount of starlight, Yangfeng's aura rose steadily, broke through the bottleneck, and advanced to a sacred star rank powerhouse. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at the 3 sacred star rank powerhouses in the sky and uttered indifferently, Now, the 3 of you plus the 2 sacred star assassins hiding nearby are not my opponents. The human emperor deserves his reputation. Ripples flickered, and a man and a woman flew out of the void and looked at Yangfeng with vigilance. I'll sacrifice the Chu State's people to my sword first. Yangfeng took a step forward, enveloped in starlight, as if an immortal riding starlight. He appeared in front of the Sky Wolf Battalion's campmaster, and slashed out with his sword, and a sword ray easily cut the Sky Wolf Battalion's campmaster in two and extinguished his life force. The Sky Wolf Battalion's campmaster is dead. How is this possible? The 4-star saints shuddered at the sight of this, and their bodies trembled. Next, it's your turn. Yang Feng waved his sword, and a stream of starlight condensed into a huge sword that slashed at the unknown male assassin. The male assassin raised his sword to block, and the star sword in his hand was smashed in an instant. He was also cut in two by the fearsome sword ray, and his life force was extinguished. The beautiful and sexy sacred star, exuding an enchanting aura, knelt on the ground and said decisively, "Myriad Flowers Pavilion's Pavilion Master Green Jade is willing to serve your majesty, the human emperor. I'm willing to risk my life to serve you. For the sake of your good looks, I'll spare your life." Yang Feng smiled and slashed out with his sword, and an invisible sword ray slashed the Dark Eagle Battalion's campmaster and easily killed him. After killing the Dark Shadow Battalion's campmaster, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the Heavenly Sword Battalion's swordmaster, and he said flatly, "Heavenly Sword Battalion's swordmaster, do you want to live or die?" "I'm willing to die for the human emperor." When the Heavenly Sword Battalion's swordmaster saw this scene, he smiled bitterly, knelt on the ground, and uttered respectfully, "Zhou Tianshi is also willing to die for your majesty, the human emperor. Please take me in, your majesty, the human emperor." When Zhou Tianshi saw this scene, he spoke decisively. Yang Feng responded indifferently, "All right, pass down my order. The Scarlet Heaven Corps, Dragon Fawn Corps, Wind Corps, Raging Fire Corps, Storm Corps, and Thick Earth Corps are to stop resisting and surrender to His Majesty the Human Emperor. His Majesty the Human Emperor is the state of Zhao's 7th prince, destined to rule the world in the future. What are you waiting for? Kneel down and surrender. Do you want your 9 kinsmen to be wiped out?" When Zhou Tianshi obtained Yang Feng's approval, his thunderous voice reverberated on the battlefield. "I surrender! I surrender! I surrender!" When they heard Zhou Tianshi's order, the 6 Heavenly Might Corps could no longer hold on, collapsed, and surrendered. Chapter 1480. When Meng Hao saw this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, the Human Emperor, if the Wei State's Heavenly Might Corps surrenders, will you let us live?" Yang Feng replied, "Of course." Meng Hao ordered, "I order the Red Light Corps, Blue Light Corps, Orange Light Corps, Green Light Corps, Blue Light Corps, Purple Light Corps, and Black Light Corps to surrender immediately and stop resisting. Those who disobey will be executed." "No, you're messing with my orders. Meng Hao, you betrayed the state of Wei. The Wei Emperor will exterminate your kin." Among the 7 Heavenly Might Corps, the Green Light Corps and the Blue Light Corps accepted Meng Hao's order and chose to surrender. The other 5 Heavenly Might Corps rebuked Meng Hao loudly and resisted desperately. "Since you're so stubborn, then go to hell." With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng rode endless starlight, appeared in front of the remaining 5 starlight giants, and brandished his sword. Following flashes of sword rays, the 5 starlight giants were chopped to pieces by Yang Feng. Suffering a backlash, the 5 Heavenly Might Corps spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The Star Snake Corps and the Star Goblin Corps rushed forward and slaughtered the 500,000 troops of the state of Wei. After the 13 Heavenly Might Corps were defeated, the cannon fodder servants and logisticians either surrendered or dispersed. Yang Feng's main corps also seized a large amount of supplies. After reorganizing his troops, Yang Feng sent his army to counterattack the state of Zhao. Yang Feng was originally the 7th prince of the state of Zhao. He possessed royal blood and was a natural-born human emperor. Furthermore, he obtained the allegiance of the Zhou Tianshi. Wherever he went, people surrendered at the mere sight of him. Even if there was some resistance in some places, Yang Feng's army annihilated them and exterminated the resistance along the way. After a few times, no one dared to resist Yang Feng's offensive anymore. The state of Zhao's royal palace. Unfilial son! Unfilial son! Damn unfilial son! A furious roar came from a palace, and 2 corpses were carried out of the palace. The eunuchs and palace maids outside the palace revealed looks of fear in their eyes. Inside the palace, Li Xingqian's eyes were bloodshot like a wounded beast. The ground was stained with large pools of blood and broken porcelain. Li Xingqian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Pass down my order! Summon Huang Pu Qinghe. Subject Pu Qinghe greets your majesty." Soon, Huang Pu Qinghe arrived in front of Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian looked at Huang Pu Qinghe and said expectantly, "My dear minister, that unfilial son of mine has openly rebelled and invaded our Zhao state. Right now, there are many traitors. Do you have any good plan to defeat the enemy?" After the battle at Chaos City, all the elites of the entire Zhao kingdom were wiped out. The only star sages left were Huang Pu Qinghe and the 3 border armies. Huang Pu Qinghe was a star saint and the prime minister of the Zhao kingdom. He was powerful and resourceful. He was Li Xingqian's last hope. Huang Pu Qinghe said faintly, "Your Majesty, the best solution now is for your Majesty to hand over the throne to the 7th prince." Li Xingqian's eyes flashed with anger as he roared, "Huang Pu Qinghe, even you dare to betray us?" Huang Pu Qinghe sighed, "Your Majesty, I don't want to betray you." However, this was the general trend. Those who complied would prosper, and those who defied would perish. I don't want to go against the general trend. In the city of chaos, the 7th prince subdued the 6 heavenly might core in one fell swoop. Marshal Zhou Tianshi has also surrendered. The elites of the state of Zhao were wiped out. The cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Even I can't think of a way to resist the 7th prince. Li Xingqian's complexion changed several times. Finally, he sat on the throne dejectedly and muttered, "Is there really no way?" Huang Pu Qinghe responded, "Your Majesty, Consort Mei is still alive. You and the 7th prince still have some kinship. If you hand over the throne, the 7th prince may not kill you." Li Xingqian's complexion paled slightly. He contemplated for a while, and then nodded slowly. Originally, Li Xingqian planned to find an excuse to banish concubine Mei to the Cold Palace. But now that Yang Feng's troops were already at the gates, the always unremarkable concubine Mei unexpectedly became his life-saving straw, making him feel that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. 10 days later, Yang Feng's army arrived at the capital of the state of Zhao. The emperor of the state of Zhao, Li Xingqian, led the civil and military officials to welcome them. 7 days later, Li Xingqian abdicated the throne to Yang Feng and was conferred the title of retired emperor by Yang Feng. 3 days later, the retired empress of the state of Zhao fell into a lotus pond and drowned. A month later, the situation in the state of Zhao stabilized. Yang Feng commanded his army to attack the state of Wei. The state of Wei's 7-color heavenly might core was annihilated by Yang Feng. The state of Wei only had weak state troops left, which couldn't resist Yang Feng's army. Yang Feng's 3 armies advanced side by side and reached the Wei state's capital in 3 months. The Wei state's monarch Ing Feng fought to the death and refused to surrender. The Wei state's capital only persisted for less than a day before it was breached. Yang Feng also ordered the purge of the state of Wei's royal family, resulting in heavy casualties. After Wei was destroyed, the state of Chu was frightened. The king of Chu sent an emissary in the hope of concluding a peace treaty with the state of Zhao and paying countless treasures as tribute every year to show his submission. Yang Feng refused and commanded the Star Snake Army, which had expanded to 100,000 troops, to attack the state of Chu. Invincible along the way, Yang Feng defeated the state of Chu's army one after another and attacked the capital of the state of Chu in 1 month. Emperor Yelu Meng refused to surrender and tried to resist stubbornly. As a result, he was beheaded by his subordinates, who opened the city gate and offered it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng entered the capital of the state of Chu and slaughtered the members of the royal family. After capturing the capital of the state of Chu, Yang Feng dispatched the two generals Zhou Tianshi and Meng how to lead the army to suppress rebellions. At the same time, he appointed Huangpu Qinghe as the prime minister and began to rectify the internal affairs. With the state of Zhao as their base camp, even though there were still rebellions in the state of Wei and the state of Chu, they still couldn't withstand the momentum. One by one, the rebellious armies were annihilated, and all the rebellious armies were killed. Once there were aristocratic families involved, the aristocratic families were also annihilated, and blood flowed like rivers. Under the fearsome suppression, the state of Wei and the state of Chu saw Yang Feng's methods and became well-behaved. After capturing the state of Wei and the state of Chu, Yang Feng began to recuperate and rectify the internal affairs. The state of Zhao's strength began to recover, and even became stronger and stronger. Due to Yang Feng's great contribution during his rise, the Star Goblins obtained great benefits. Not only did they get a province in the hinterland of the human race, but they also obtained Yang Feng's legislative protection. The Star Goblins obtained the same rights as humans, fulfilling Yang Feng's promise to treat the Star Goblins equally. Time passed, and 40 years passed in a flash. Within the capital of the state of Zhao, in a huge square, there were all kinds of cultivation resources piled up into mountains. There was no lack of cultivation resources that could tempt even Star Emperor rank powerhouses. After Yang Feng unified the human state, he plundered cultivation resources everywhere. With the terrifying power of a state, he collected all the precious cultivation resources. If Yang Feng acted alone, he would never be able to collect so many resources in 40 years. Yang Feng slowly walked out and looked at the starry sky. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he pointed with a finger, and a starlight shot into the sky. The Literati star, the North Purple star, and the Martial star appeared, and 3 beams of starlight fell on Yang Feng. Illuminated by the 3 beams of starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, and he broke through and advanced to the Star Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Countless precious cultivation resources flew into Yang Feng's body and enhanced his strength. At the same time as Yang Feng advanced to the Star Emperor realm, stars in the star world lit up, and countless beams of starlight descended from the sky, formed a star force vortex, and poured into Yang Feng, making him stronger. Myriad stars appear. He advanced to the Star Emperor realm. His Majesty, the Human Emperor, finally advanced to the Star Emperor realm. He really advanced to the Star Emperor realm. In the star world, the gazes of powerhouses filled with shock focused in the direction of the state of Zhao. Jenner advanced to the Star Emperor realm. That's my good son. That's the inborn human emperor for you. The state of Zhao's royal palace. Li Xingchen looked at the countless stars that appeared in the sky with a complicated look in his eyes, and he said proudly. When Li Xingchen was forced to abdicate, he was full of resentment. 40 years later, all the resentment has been erased. Huangpu Qinghe looked at the myriad stars in the sky with jealousy in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. Star Emperor, for him, this is just a piece of cake. How enviable. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with a complicated look. It's really a Star Emperor, the legendary realm. That's the human emperor for you. Ever since ancient times, Star Emperors have been extinct in the Star world. The strongest powerhouses are only Star Sage rank powerhouses. Now that they saw Yang Feng break through and advance to the Star Emperor realm, the Star Sages in the Star world had complicated feelings. The Star Force Vortex lasted for 7 days and 7 nights before disappearing. In the square, Yang Feng is surrounded by Star Force and exudes Star Emperor rank fluctuations of power. Looking like a perfect god, he exudes a powerful and perfect aura. Suddenly, a fearsome Star Force descended from the sky and appeared in the void of the state of Zhao. Amid the starlight, a star palace shrouded in endless starlight emerged, and a vast and mighty voice came from the star palace. Human Emperor Li Zhan advanced to the Star Emperor realm. When you enter the Star Palace to practice cultivation, You can no longer wield authority in the secular world. Enter the Star Palace at once, and don't make a mistake. A cold and vast voice came from the Star Palace, and light of teleportation fell on Yang Feng. So that's how it is. I was wondering why there are no Star Emperors in this world. It turns out that they were received into the Star Palace. Star Emperors have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. It seems that the heaven of this world doesn't like to see a Star Emperor wield authority in the secular world for tens of thousands of years. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and countless starlight swept out and shattered the light of teleportation. Chapter 1481. Li Jun, how dare you defy the Star Palace's recruitment? You deserve to die. An enraged voice reverberated in the air. A powerhouse clad in ominous star armor and shrouded in layers of ominous star light walked out of the celestial Star Palace. In the void, 3 stars shrouded in endless killing intent appeared and radiated crimson ominous light that shone on the powerhouse wearing ominous star armor. Zhou Tianshi operated the star's sacred eyes. When he saw the 3 ominous stars, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he cried out, 7 murders, ravenous wolf, and army destroyer. This is the convergence of the 3 ominous stars. They are the masters of the 3 ominous stars, the fiends of chaos who brought the world to a chaotic era. With that, Zhou Tianshi turned into a stream of light and flew towards the state of Zhao's royal palace. Fiends of chaos. This is the mortal enemy of the human emperor. When Huangpu Qinghe saw the powerhouse wearing ominous star armor, his face changed dramatically, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the royal palace. Fiends of chaos. Mortal enemy of the human emperor. Unfortunately, he came into being too late. The star shadow leopard wholly looked into the void and sighed faintly. Then, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the royal palace. Greetings, human emperor. As soon as the dozen-plus star sacred powerhouses appeared beside Yang Feng, they saluted him and said respectfully, the dozen-plus star sacred powerhouses are the powerhouses that Yang Feng cultivated and subdued during this period of time. They're the foundation of the state of Zhao. Yang Feng waved his hand and said flatly, step back. Holy powerhouses cannot interfere in a war between Star Emperor rank powerhouses. Once they join the battle, they can only serve as cannon fodder and be killed by the other party. Yes, knowing that they cannot interfere in a war of this level, the dozen-plus star sacred powerhouses respectfully retreated to the side. The fiends of chaos smiled coldly and said frigidly, even though tens of thousands of years have passed, but the human emperor is still so hypocritical. How disgusting. Yang Feng asked flatly, who are you? The fiends of chaos answered proudly, this emperor is the overlord demon emperor Zhu Yu who killed the 5th human emperor. Demon Emperor Zhu Yu. It's him. He was the one who killed the 5th human emperor and caused the human race's efforts to fall short of success. We were almost attacked by the star goblins. It's this fiend's. Devil Emperor Zhu Yu. He was a ferocious demon who slaughtered billions of lives in the human race. Even the 5th human emperor was killed by him. This monster is actually still alive. When the Star Saints heard this, their expressions changed drastically. A hint of fear flashed across their eyes. In the world of stars, in history, there were also 3 great ominous stars that favored a single peerless demon. Once the peerless demon that was blessed by the 3 ominous stars was born, it would definitely be the mortal enemy of a human sovereign. In that long history, those peerless demons were either killed by the human sovereign or perished together with the human sovereign. Only the demon emperor Zhu Yu had killed the 5th human emperor and slaughtered more than 1 billion humans. If not for Zhu Yu's sudden disappearance, the entire human race would have fallen into his hands and fallen into a dark age. Li Jun, since you're not willing to submit to the Star Palace, then you can go and die. Demon Emperor Zhu Yu's eyes flashed with an incomparably cold, killing intent. With a roar, The three ominous stars shone brightly, blooming with dazzling starlight that sprinkled on his body. This is the Emperor Slayer halberd that I refined from the fifth human emperor's bones after I killed him. It specializes in slaying human emperors. Wherever the Emperor Slayer halberd passes, Star Force will be severed, and everything will be annihilated. Then, I'll use your bones as nourishment for my advancement. A halberd surrounded by starlight, resentment, death chi, killing intent, and Empyrean chi appeared in the hand of the demon Emperor Zhuyu. With the halberd in hand, he tore through the sky and slashed at Yangfeng. In an instant, the three ominous stars released fearsome star force that intertwined with the Literati star, the North Star, and the martial star in the sky, cutting off their assistance to Yangfeng. Without the three stars, Yangfeng can only rely on his own strength to fight. I've blocked the Literati star, the martial star, and the North Star. You're just a newly promoted star emperor. What makes you think you can fight me? Surging with black star force, the demon emperor Zhu Yu's voice rumbled like thunder, and like a demon monarch, his countenance changed dramatically. Huangpu Qinghe's face fell. The three heavenly stars have been suppressed. The human emperor might really die. Meng Hao sighed faintly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. How ruthless. He chose this time to attack the human emperor. How ruthless and vicious. He's grasped the human emperor's weakness. After all, the time for the human emperor to mature is too short. When the state of Wei was destroyed, Meng Hao did harbor resentment towards Yangfeng. But after Yangfeng unified the three states, the state of Zhao flourished, the people became stable, and a flourishing age began. He didn't want Yangfeng to die. Zhou Tianshur's eyes shimmered with despair and indignation. Curses, we're too weak. We don't even have the qualifications to fight. If I were just a human emperor who had just advanced, I would not be a match for you. Unfortunately, I'm not just the human emperor. Yangfeng looked at the invincible demon Emperor Zhu Yu. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he slapped with his hand. A giant star force hand containing eternal force flew out and mercilessly slapped the demon Emperor Zhu Yu. The demon Emperor Zhu Yu's resistance was crushed in an instant, and he fell from the sky. With a look of incredulity on his face, he roared wildly. Impossible! How is this possible? I have been a star emperor for 30,000 years, and I have been comprehending countless secret methods in the heavenly star palace. How could I be defeated by you? How could I be defeated by you? Because you found the wrong opponent. I'm an eternal, Yangfeng added in his heart. Countless mysterious devour runes emerged from the giant star force hands and enveloped the demon Emperor Zhu Yu. Shrouded by the devour mark, the demon Emperor Zhu Yu trembled slightly, and black rays of light left his body and entered Yangfeng. In a breath of time, the demon Emperor Zhu Yu was sucked dry, turned into dust, and scattered with the wind. In the sky, the three ominous stars, 7 kills, ravenous wolf, an army destroyer radiated resplendent light that shone on Yangfeng, causing his aura to rise steadily. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in the star world, radiated dazzling light, interwove with each other, merged with the sole origin of Yangfeng's body, formed an eternal mark, and flew towards the depths of the universe. If you want to advance to an eternal, then go to hell. In this universe, there can only be one eternal sovereign. In the world of stars, the incomparably terrifying Eternal One awoke. Drawing upon the mighty power of the universe, he clawed out viciously at the eternal mark. For any eternal, once a second eternal appears in the universe, it is equivalent to competing with them for resources and may pose a threat to them. If an eternal appeared in this world of stars, then the owner of the world of stars would not show any mercy and would kill them. With a flash of light, the star concubine appeared, holding the Dominator star shield and controlling the power of the endless stars, forming a huge barrier in front of the claw. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the star concubine was blasted away by the giant claw, and the huge barrier collapsed. After the star concubine blocked the attack, the eternal mark of Yang Feng's clone entered the universe. The starlight of countless stars in the universe formed a sea of star force, which turned into a beam of light that entered Yang Feng and frantically strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Outsider, how did you sneak into my star world? A furious voice came from the depths of the star world. With a flash of starlight, a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a star robe, holding a star halberd, and surrounded by starlight stepped out and looked at the star concubine with a furious expression. Your star world? From now on, this star world belongs to me. The first human emperor. A cold voice sounded, light flashed, and Yang Feng appeared in the void and looked at the first human emperor with a sneer on his face. You, a trash who just advanced to the eternal sovereign rank, want to snatch my star world from me? You're overestimating yourself. The first human emperor snorted coldly and willed, and a fearsome, repulsive force emerged from the universe and frantically rejected the star concubine's existence. It's no use. You are an eternal, and I am also an eternal. We have the same level of authority. Now, it's a competition of strength. With a thought from Yang Feng, the vast repulsive force of the universe disappeared at once. You could go to hell now. Leave the star world to me. Yang Feng's clone smiled coldly, and a figure flew out from behind him. Is Yang Feng's true body. The eyes of Yang Feng's true body flashed fiercely. Countless devour runes appeared, and he extended a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the first human emperor. 6 stars unite. The first human emperor's eyes flashed fiercely, and starlight from the 3 heavenly stars and 3 ominous stars shone on him, formed a star force halberd, and slashed towards the devour black hole. The devour black hole erupted with fearsome devour force and swept the star force halberd together with the first human emperor. Fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the first human emperor's eternal origin. An eternal mark appeared. Yang Feng crushed the first human emperor's eternal mark, refined the first human emperor's true spirit force, and poured it into the star concubine. After obtaining the first human emperor's true spirit source, the star concubine spat out countless star threads, turned into a cocoon, and began to evolve. Chapter 1482. The star world has finally fallen into my hands. 0. Let's start harvesting. After Yang Feng killed the first human emperor, a cold ray flashed in his eyes. 0 appeared behind Yang Feng, opened her beautiful eyes, and countless mysterious runes appeared on her body. A rune formed by a white jade disk appeared between 0's eyebrows, and strange ripples spread throughout the entire star realm. The entire stellar realm trembled as an immense amount of the universe's origin power was continuously extracted and absorbed into 0's body. 0 pointed with his finger. An extremely pure energy beam fell from the sky and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng operated the Devour Heaven method, and countless Devour runes appeared on him and frantically devoured the beam of pure energy. His strength rose steadily. After absorbing the powerful beam of energy, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily and broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and a 6th firmament eternal realm aura slowly diffused from him. Feeling the power gushing out of him, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a carefree shade, as expected of a secret treasure of the Eternal King. It's so powerful. It can harvest universe origin force directly. After Yang Feng advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm, he originally had to spend countless resources and time to advance to the next firmament. But after subduing the star world and harvesting a wave of universe origin force, Yang Feng advanced to the 6th firmament eternal realm. This advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. You can have the rest of the universe origin force. Star concubine. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a beam of light fell from the sky and entered Xingji. After star concubine absorbed the universe origin force of the star world, she erupted with light, and the star cocoon split open and evolved again. She obtained sixth firmament eternal realm rank power. There was a flash of joy in star concubine's beautiful eyes, and she uttered, "Thank you for giving me this power, my lord." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "The universe origin force of the star world is most compatible with you. This power should naturally be given to you." Different universes have different universe origin forces and different universe laws. Only the eternal world is all-encompassing and can accommodate countless forces. As a world with star force as its core, the star world's universe origin is most compatible with star concubine, who controls star force. Yang Feng said, "Zero. Have you finished deducing the seventh level of the heavenly devouring art?" Ling said, "Heaven devouring art's seventh level deduction complete." A message entered Yang Feng's mind. After reading the information, Yang Feng frowned slightly. The seventh level of the Devour Heaven method is really tricky. The fourth heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm, the seventh heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm, and the ninth heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm were the three realms in which an eternal expert strength could transform the most. It was very difficult for any Eternal to reach the seventh layer of the Eternal Realm. From the Turo Monarch's treasure trove, Yang Feng not only obtained the Turo Monarch's complete Eternal Heaven method, but also obtained countless magnate-grade secret methods. Coupled with Zero's fearsome deduction ability, he finally deduced the Devour Heaven method's seventh firmament eternal cultivation method. If Yang Feng wants to cultivate the Devour Heaven method to the seventh level, the fastest way is to devour an eternal bigwig who is also proficient in the essence of devour and has a cultivation base of the ninth firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng glanced at this method and then gave up, as there was no possibility of success. An eternal giant can blow Yang Feng up. Unless he escapes into the world of warlocks and hollows up, only death awaits him. However, once Yang Feng escapes into the world of warlocks, it means that he must hide in the world of warlocks for the rest of his life. There's almost no possibility of him advancing to the Eternal Monarch realm. Apart from this, it is to let the world of warlocks devour and integrate other universes to enhance the universe energy level of the world of warlocks. If the world of warlocks can devour 100 universes of the star world, the tremendous power generated can enable Yang Feng to advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng can also use Ling to harvest the universe origin of the transcendent world and the star world. After about 10 billion years, he can break through and advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. Apart from this, there are two other ways. One is to obtain eternal treasures unique to the eternal world and advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm with the help of those eternal treasures. The other is to use Ling's power to go to a universe where a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse is located and harvest the universe's eternal origin. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly. Eternal treasures are in the hands of the Eternal Monarch and other eternal bigwigs. Apart from them, there are only some in the danger zones. With my current strength, I'll be courting death if I go there. Eternal treasures are only born in the 10 holy heavens, and their birthplaces are in the hands of the eternal monarchs and other eternal bigwigs. It is for this reason that many rogue eternal sovereigns will seek refuge with eternal monarchs and other major forces in order to obtain eternal treasures. I have the Duro Monarch's treasure trove. Seeking refuge with any major force will only lead to death. In that case, there is only one way left, and that is to go to a universe where a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse is located and harvest the universe's eternal origin. At present, I only have one universe with the coordinates of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and that is the Divine Light universe. The Divine Light universe is at war with the Duro Cloud universe. This is a good opportunity for me to fish in troubled waters. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Normally, even if Yang Feng has 0, If he wants to break into the life universe of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, he will be courting death. But in the Universe Devour War, Yang Feng has the possibility to take advantage of the situation. A universe-devouring war is the most dangerous, and anything can happen. At the time, it was thanks to the favor of the universe where the world of warlocks is located that Yang Feng grew heaven-defying, advanced to the eternal realm, and killed the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns in one fell swoop. Before I leave, let's arrange everything. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he descended into the star world and began to deal with various matters. The outerverse in front of a universe crystal wall. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the universe crystal wall. Looking at the universe crystal wall, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. That's the secret treasure produced by the eternal world, the universe hook. On the crystal wall of the universe, there was a terrifying, pitch-black hook that was tightly hooked onto the crystal wall of the universe. It was connected to the crystal wall of another universe and was pulling that universe inch by inch in the direction of the other universe. The universe hook is a peerless secret treasure refined by an eternal lord using a universe origin that is in a state of nirvana. Once you are hooked by the universe hook, the resentment generated by the extinction of countless intelligent life forms will pull the hooked universe step by step towards the other universe and the abyss of destruction. A universe hook can only be used once. Once used, it will disappear after the 2 universes start the final war of devouring. Eternal lords don't have many of such treasures. Yang Feng looked at the fearsome universe hook and felt a chill in his heart. In this universe, the most terrifying thing is to expose the universe coordinates to the eternal world's eternal sovereigns. The universe coordinates of the world of warlocks must not be exposed. Fortunately, after the world of warlocks advanced to the next realm, it has disappeared from the original coordinates. Even the eternal monarch will find it difficult to find the coordinates of the world of warlocks. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds and rain. The elites and overlords of countless universes are gathered here, and they have all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. Among the secret treasures that can launch a universe war of devouring, the universe hook is just one of them. 0. Yang Feng ordered, and 0 walked out from behind him. A white jade disk appeared on her forehead, and a ray of white light entered the universe crystal wall. A transparent passage emerged, and Yang Feng, shrouded in white light, entered the universe crystal wall. After passing through the universe crystal wall, Yang Feng saw a vast universe. The universe energy level of this universe is really high, even though the world of warlocks annexed the Gamana universe, but it is still slightly inferior to the cloud universe. It's better to use data to display it. According to my experience, it can be divided into 9 levels. Let's start the data conversion at once. With a thought from Yang Feng, 0 started the data conversion. According to Yang Feng's understanding, the universe energy level of the universe that can give birth to the first eternal heaven is divided into 1. By analogy, the universe energy level of the universe that can give birth to the 9th eternal heaven is divided into 9. The universe energy level of the world of warlocks was originally 1. After annexing the Gamana universe, the universe energy level only advanced to 2. This means that if an eternal sovereign of the world of warlocks has the eternal heaven method, they can practice cultivation until the 2nd eternal heaven. The reason why Yang Feng was able to advance to the 6th firmament eternal realm is because he obtained countless resources from other universes. If Yang Feng stayed in the world of warlocks, he would be a pinnacle 1st eternal heaven powerhouse at most at this time. The Star World is a universe with a universe energy level of 3, which is slightly better than the current world of warlocks. However, after Yang Feng harvested a large amount of the Star World's universe origin, it has weakened a lot and is only slightly better than the world of warlocks. As for the transcendent world, it is a universe with a universe energy level of 0 because it is difficult for the transcendent world to give birth to an eternal sovereign. Of course, the universe energy level isn't static. Under Yang Feng's transformation, the transcendent world is evolving toward one. After Yang Feng promoted it many times, the world of warlocks also began to evolve toward 3. The higher the universe energy level, the easier it is for a cultivator to practice cultivation. The lower the universe energy level, the more difficult it is for a cultivator to practice cultivation. Chapter 1483. Current universe energy level is 4. Zero's eyes flickered. Collecting all kinds of resources, she answered quickly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered, "Level for universe, if not including the eternal world, this is the strongest universe I have ever experienced." "Very good. Activate Fate Scan and look for Fate Children." "Yes." Beginning scan. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Zero's eyes. Mysterious ripples emerged from Zero's eyes, and a white jade disk appeared between her eyebrows, emitting a mysterious light that rippled across the entire universe. Zero uttered, 3,675 Fate Children have been identified. The Cloud Universe and the Divine Light Universe are engaged in a universe-devouring war. Although the Cloud Universe has 8 eternal sovereigns, but one of them is at a disadvantage. The Divine Light Universe's 7th firmament, Eternal God alone, is enough to suppress the Cloud Universe's 8 eternal sovereigns. Under such circumstances, the Cloud Universe's universe will begin to give birth to powerhouses, causing countless geniuses to appear in the universe. After the countless geniuses fight each other, the one who survives can advance to the eternal world. Although Yang Feng is proficient in the essence of fate, but in the Cloud Universe, he can't spy on Fate Children through the essence of fate. However, after Zero devoured the Duro Monarch's secret treasure, she has become terrifying. Even in the Cloud Universe, she can use Fate Force. Eternal sovereigns are invincible existences in their universe. Eternal monarchs, on the other hand, are invincible existences who run amok in countless universes. I'll choose this one with the strongest fate force. Yang Feng glanced at it and pointed with a finger, and a portal appeared. Yang Feng stepped into the portal and disappeared in an instant. Duda Star. Inside a cave, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. A glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered and muttered, "By see, you bitch! To send a killer to kill me. How vicious! When I succeed in my cultivation, I won't let you off." Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void, glanced at the blonde young man, and said flatly, "Fate child, you're out of luck. I chose you. Don't worry, if you have any last wishes, I will fulfill them for you. Are you an assassin sent by Biss? You are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, you still can't kill me." The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes smiled coldly. A gold crystal appeared on his forehead, and Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power emerged and turned into countless mysterious runes, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation enveloped the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. As expected of this universe's child of destiny, with a trifling level, 3 Warlock rank cultivation base, he actually has a Warlock Monarch rank life-saving secret treasure. It's a pity that you're unlucky to have met me. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger. In an instant, the terrifying spatial fluctuations calmed down, and the power of the golden crystal flowed backward, directly sealed. How is this possible? This is a space teleportation crystal refined by King Cohen. Even a saint would find it hard to destroy it. How could you break it? The golden-haired, blue-eyed young man roared in disbelief. When I was in the Warlock Monarch realm, I was able to crack this level of spatial teleportation. Not to mention that I'm already an Eternal Realm expert. In the face of absolute strength, even if you are a child of destiny, only death awaits you. Yang Feng smiled faintly and touched the young man's forehead with a finger. With a flash of black light, the young man disappeared in an instant. Countless rays of light flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and he easily read the young man's memories. After reading the young man's memories, Yang Feng was speechless. So that's how it is. The guy called Arthur ran into a broken engagement. What's worse is that he has already played with his fiancée. In order to cover up this fact and charm his new fiancée, his fiancée wants to kill him. The people of the Cloud universe are divided into 4 major classes: slaves, commoners, aristocrats, and royalty. Arthur's identity is that of a declining aristocrat. He had a very good relationship with his fiancée, and they even went to bed together. However, his fiancée was unwilling to be left out. When she met the heir of a major aristocratic family, she decisively gave up on Arthur and seduced him. In order to cover up her past, the woman called Biz used her resources and sent groups of assassins to assassinate Arthur. Arthur is worthy of being a child of destiny. While being chased by powerhouses, he has had many fortuitous encounters and even obtained King Cohen's inheritance, advancing from a level 1 warlock to a level 3 warlock. He is only 1 step away from advancing to a great warlock and taking revenge. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng split off an avatar that turned into Arthur. Even the soul fluctuations are identical to Arthur's. Zero pointed with a finger, and a white ray of light emerged from the void and entered Yang Feng's avatar. The white ray of light is Arthur's luck. Originally, his luck was colorless and invisible, and even eternal sovereigns could hardly extract it. However, Zero can easily extract his luck because he refined the Eternal King's treasure trove. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, this universe is different from the Star World. I can't even use cheats here. In the Star World, as soon as Yang Feng awakened his star fate, he used the 3 heavenly stars to advance to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse in 1 fell swoop. Then, using his eternal sovereign essence, he advanced crazily. However, Yang Feng's advancement is within the reasonable range in the Star World. Once Yang Feng's avatar Arthur in the Cloud universe also advances to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse in 1 fell swoop, it will definitely arouse suspicion. If this alarms the universe's eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng will have no choice but to flee this universe in a sorry state. Arthur has reached the verge of advancing to a great warlock. He should have no problem advancing to a great warlock. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and countless spirit runes interwove in his avatar, frantically absorbed the surrounding source energy, and broke through to a great warlock in 1 fell swoop. Yang Feng looked around, and regret flashed in his eyes. There are no fortuitous encounters in the vicinity. With Zero's fearsome ability, she only needs to scan the area slightly to know if there are any treasures, fortuitous encounters, and the like. If there are any fortuitous encounters in this area, Yang Feng can have a few more artificial fortuitous encounters and advance crazily. It's time to go back. At the same time, I'll clean up the mess left behind by that fellow Arthur. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. The Tuta Stars Angela Lehman's College is one of the Tuta Stars' 10 major colleges. Only children of greater aristocrats, declining aristocrats, and geniuses among civilians can enter the Angela Lehman's College. Arthur is a genius among declining aristocrats. With his own efforts, he was admitted to the Angela Lehman's College. At the same time, he carries the hope of the revival of his family. Arthur, why did you come back? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Anya Lehman's College, a blonde, blue-eyed, sexy woman with a fiery figure and exquisite makeup walked over to him. Yang Feng imitated Arthur's actions, fiercely glared at the beautiful woman, clenched his fists, and gnashed his teeth, saying, "Beezy, you slut, you still dare to come see me?" Arthur's memories have been completely absorbed by Yang Feng, and he can imitate Arthur in a lifelike manner. A tall, handsome man with short blonde hair stepped forward and said with an indifferent look in his eyes, "Arthur, shut your stinky mouth. Beezy is a Carthaginian woman. If you don't behave yourself, I'll teach you a lesson and teach you how to behave." Yang Feng asked, "Who are you?" Beezy said with a smile. This is Count Azalea's heir and one of our college's top 10 experts on the dragon list, Senior Andre. Andre also revealed a proud smile. There were many geniuses in the Angela Lehman's college. For Andre to be able to become one of the top 10 experts was naturally something to be proud of. In that case, let's have a life and death duel. Yang Feng threw a pair of gloves at Andre's face. In the cloud universe, throwing a glove at the other party's face was a provocation as well as an invitation to a duel. Andre grabbed the glove, stared at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes, and said while stressing each syllable, "A life and death duel. Very well, Arthur, since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish." When Beezy saw this, a trace of unease suddenly welled up inside her. Andre was the heir of Count Azalea, as well as a greater aristocrat. If he died at Yang Feng's hands, it would definitely cause an uproar, and even Beezy might be implicated. Beezy hurriedly comforted herself. Andre is a 9-star spirit apostle, and is only a step away from advancing to a 1-star extraordinary. He is one of the top 10 experts of the Angela Lehman's college. Arthur is just a trifling 1-star spirit apostle. How could he be his opponent? Did you hear? Andre wants to have a life-and-death duel with Arthur. A life-and-death duel? What kind of deep hatred is there between them? It's for Beezy. Isn't she a Carthaginian woman? I don't know either. A love triangle? A love triangle. Haha, that woman Beezy is really bewitching. Interesting. A life-and-death duel. How interesting. All the elites of the Archie Lehman's High Academy were alarmed and rushed towards the dueling ring in the academy. Chapter 1484. The Cloud Universe and the Divine Light Universe have officially started a war. The elites of the two universes are fighting at the Universe Bridge, formed by the Universe Hook, vying for the territory of the Universe Bridge inch by inch. It was because of this that the Cloud Metropolis Cosmos encouraged competition. Although private fights are not allowed in the Angel Lehman's College, but official duels are allowed, and even life and death duels are not prohibited. This is due to the college's philosophy of cultivating the strong to be respected. At this moment, the arena was already filled with a sea of people. Andre is a 9-star martial apostle. He's only a step away from advancing to a rank 1 extraordinary. Arthur is going to lose this time. After entering the college, Arthur advanced to a 1-star martial apostle. Although he's a genius compared to the commoners, but compared to Andre, he's still far too weak. His impulsiveness is courting death. Outside the arena, the students discussed spiritedly and looked at Yang Feng with pity in their eyes. In the world of warlocks, a 9-star martial apostle was equivalent to a pinnacle level, 3 warlock. A 1-star martial apostle was equivalent to a junior level, 1 warlock. For a level, 1 warlock to challenge a level, 3 warlock, there was no chance of victory. On a dais in the arena, there are 3 students, 2 men, and 1 woman. The eyes of a handsome man with short blue hair and brown eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered, "Arthur dares to challenge Andre. What a fool." The eyes of another blond boy flashed with a shrewd glint, and he said with a faint smile, "Mike, Arthur's fiancée was seduced by Carthage. It's normal for him to start going crazy. To be able to come back alive from the Sunset Mountains, he should have some tricks up his sleeve." The blonde girl with a sexy figure and a gorgeous face exuding a heroic temperament snorted coldly, and her eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. "No, Ryan, it's not Carthage who seduced Biss. It's that bitch Biss who seduced Carthage. I really don't know what's so good about that bitch to make you men go crazy for her." Mike said with a light smile. "Paulina, she can't compare to you in any way. The only advantage I have over you is that I'm more feminine." Bona's eyes flashed with anger as she waved her fist and threatened, "Mike, do you want to spar with me in the arena?" Mike chuckled. "That's the only bad thing about you. You always start a fight. How could Carthage like you? If you change this, I guarantee that Beezy won't be able to compete with you. After all, you're one of the 10 heroes, and the only female among them. Mike, Ryan, and Bona were 3 of the top 10 heroes of Archleman's High Academy, while Carthage was the number 1 of the top 10 heroes of Archleman's High Academy. He was the strongest genius in the entire Archleman's High Academy. It was precisely because Carthage was so dazzling that Beezy was deeply attracted to him the moment she saw him. She directly abandoned Arthur and used countless methods to become Carthage's woman. Paulina proudly said, "I was born this way. If Carthage does not like me, that is his loss." Ren suddenly said, "It has begun." Everyone's gazes were focused on the arena. Under the witness of 2 college teachers, Yang Feng and Andre signed a life and death contract, completed the process of a life and death duel, and then officially entered the arena. "Arthur, you're really stupid. Originally, after you returned to the Archleman's High Academy, I couldn't do anything to you as long as you hold up. But now you take the initiative to have a life and death duel with me. You're courting death." Andre's eyes flashed coldly, and he took out a gold crystal token. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the golden crystal token. Golden spirit runes emerged from the crystal token and interweaved on Andre's body, covering him in a golden dragon-shaped armor, making him look like a golden dragonoid walking on his own. That's the gold dragon armor. It's a top 10 armor among the Tier 1 extraordinary armors. As expected of Andre, he possesses a suit of golden dragon armor. Arthur is dead for sure. With the enhancement of the gold dragon armor, even a Tier 1 extraordinary expert may not be his opponent. So this is the strength of the 10 heroes. It's really unfathomable. When the students around the arena saw this scene, they inhaled a mouthful of cold air. In the Archleman's High Academy, as long as one could practice cultivation until the Tier 1 extraordinary, Great Warlock, one could graduate and then enter the higher-ranked Imperial College. Andre, equipped with the gold dragon armor, was virtually invincible in the Archleman's High Academy. Even the other experts of the 10 heroes would have to use secret treasures of the same grade to defeat him. Crystal armor was the strongest crystallization of the Duyun universe's extraordinary forces. As long as they were equipped with a powerful enough crystal armor, extraordinary experts could even cross a greater secret realm and defeat or even kill powerful enemies. Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a bronze crystal token appeared. Cyan radiances gushed out of the crystal token, intertwined on Yang Feng's body, and formed a bronze armor with a pair of wings on its back and an ancient bronze sword inserted in it. What kind of armor is that? What kind of crystal is that armor made of? It seems to have the style of an ancient crystal armor. When the students in the arena saw the strange armor, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Sure enough, you had a fortuitous encounter. However, this antique from the ancient era is completely outdated. Arthur, you'd better go to hell. Andre's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly moved. As if a golden dragon man hunting its prey, a claw shrouded in golden light stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. Andre's speed was extremely fast. Even a dragon's heart would be torn apart and strangled by him. Die! Yang Feng took a simple step. As if he had gone through thousands of tempering, he brandished his sword and slashed. A green sword ray suddenly burst out, tore through the sky, and slashed towards Andre at an incredible speed. In the wake of the green sword ray, golden light dimmed. Andre trembled, a look of incredulity on his face, and uttered, "You dare to kill me." In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying force exploded and directly shattered Andre into pieces, turning him into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. The arena was silent, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. "Arthur, you dare to kill Andre. You're finished." Dumbstruck, trembling all over, and full of fear, a referee pointed at Yang Feng, gnashed his teeth, and barked. Andre was a direct descendant of a greater aristocrat. Even if he was killed in a fair duel, it would still cause a great uproar. The referee was originally a contingency plan arranged by Andre. Once Andre was in danger, even if the referee violated the rules of the duel, he would still step in to save Andre. However, no one expected that Andre, one of the 10 heroes, would be killed by Yang Feng with a sword strike. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Andre and I had a fair duel. He only has himself to blame for dying under my sword, seeking his own death. Or, do you want to break the rules and interfere with this fair duel?" The referee's gaze turned cold, and he remained silent. If he had stepped in to save Andre just now, he would have gained tremendous benefits. Those benefits would have made up for his punishment for violating the rules. But now, if the referee violated the rules and attacked Yang Feng, he would also suffer a terrible punishment. Yang Feng turned around, looked at Bis, and said with a contemptuous smile, "Bis, go back and tell Carthage that if he has the guts, then follow me to the arena and have a duel to the death. If he doesn't dare, then let him shrink into a shell like a waste and not provoke me." Bis's complexion turned extremely pale, and her beautiful eyes filled with fear and anger. After he finished speaking, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he left the arena and strode outside. Mike looked at Yang Feng's back and inhaled a breath of cold air. What a ruthless move. He actually killed Andre. Ren's eyes flashed with apprehension. He actually killed Andre. He's dead. The Azalea family won't let him off. The 10 heroes were from greater aristocratic families and had strong backgrounds. They viewed commoners and declining aristocrats as ants. But now, the heir of a greater aristocratic family was actually killed by Yang Feng. This naturally shocked them greatly. Pona looked at Yang Feng's back with a look of interest in her beautiful eyes. "I killed Andre. The Azalea family won't let me off. The Angia Reman's College won't be able to protect me, but the Imperial College can." On the Duda Star, the Angia Reman's College fostered 1-star to 9-star apprentice experts. Once a student broke through the 9-star apprentice expert rank and advanced to a 1-star extraordinary expert, they could participate in the Imperial College's examination and join the Imperial College for further study. The Imperial College was a place to cultivate the Duda Star's geniuses. There were as many experts as clouds in the sky, and there were even holy rank experts keeping watch. It was the sacred domain in the hearts of the Duda Star's cultivators. On the Duda Star, there were 3 Imperial Colleges: God of War Imperial College, Duda Imperial College, and Purple Light Eye Imperial College. In the Duda Imperial College, most of the people are greater aristocratic geniuses. Killing Andre is equivalent to offending the greater aristocratic group. After I enter, there will be a lot of trouble. I need to fight continuously in order to have an excuse to quickly improve my strength. Defeating the Imperial College suits me the best. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng flipped his hand, and a crystal card belonging to Arthur appeared. He tapped it lightly and chose the God of War Imperial College's trial by fire entrance examination. Chapter 1485. A crystal suspension car stopped in front of a towering, luxurious building, and Yang Feng alighted from the crystal suspension car. Different from other universes, the Cloud universe was a universe that used crystals as its energy source. The whole society also showed a kind of flourishing scene that was unique to advanced developed civilizations. The surrounding walls of the towering, luxurious building were inlaid with countless golden crystals, and a formidable barrier shrouded the building. Even if all the nuclear warheads on Earth were to explode inside this building, they still wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. This majestic and luxurious building was Ares Imperial College. "Hello, how can I help you?" When Yang Feng stepped into Ares Imperial College, an extremely beautiful front desk lady dressed in professional attire said, with a sweet smile on her face. Yang Feng said, "I'm here to participate in Ares Imperial College's entrance examination." The front desk lady took out a crystal board, tapped on it a few times, and revealed a sweet smile. "You're student Arthur. Please come with me." Under the lead of the front desk lady, Yang Feng arrived at a huge square inside Ares Imperial College. In the huge square, more than 100 young men and women gathered. They were all geniuses from various regions of the Tuta Star and came to participate in the entrance examination in order to enter Ares Imperial College. Originally, Ares Imperial College had a strict procedure of recruiting new students once every 3 years. But now that the universe war of devouring had broken out, a large number of experts were dying at every moment. Under such circumstances, Ares Imperial College had no choice but to change the rules. Anyone who met the requirements could take the entrance examination, and once they passed the examination, they could become a student of Ares Imperial College. That person is Arthur. In the square, a young and beautiful girl, Bona, saw Yang Feng at a glance and was slightly startled. She hesitated for a moment, then separated the crowd and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Bona said with a smile, "Hello, Arthur. I'm Bona from Angela Reman's Advanced College, your senior apprentice sister. It turns out that you've already advanced to a Tier 1 extraordinary. No wonder you could kill Andre with a single sword strike." Yang Feng said with a smile, "So, it's senior apprentice Bona. You've also advanced to a Tier 1 extraordinary. Your talent seems to be greater than Carthage's." Paulina was one of the top 10 heroes of Archleman's High School. She was also the prettiest girl and the most beautiful girl in the school. In terms of appearance and temperament, Paulina was slightly better than Bisque. But in terms of femininity, she was far inferior to Beezy. Bona's beautiful eyes flashed with unwillingness. Carthage is a true genius. He had already advanced into a rank 1 extraordinary being a year ago and had already obtained a special quota to enter Duda Imperial College. It was only for certain reasons that he decided to stay at the Arkheron Advanced Academy. Compared to others, I'm still too far behind. Silence. A blue-robed old man walked in from the side. He looked around and said indifferently, "Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power diffused from the old man and swept in all directions. A 7th grade superhuman." Bona's beautiful eyes blossomed with a mysterious splendor, and she fell silent. On the square, the more than 100 geniuses from various regions quieted down. The blue-robed old man said flatly, "Let the test begin." A mysterious blue light fell from the square and enveloped the more than 100 geniuses from various regions. That's a detection ray. What an amazing detection ray. Before I got the Phantom God Emperor mask, even in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, I couldn't escape the detection of this detection ray. Yang Feng quietly sensed the detection radiance and allowed it to probe his body. With Yang Feng's 6th Firmament Eternal Realm strength, coupled with Zero's ability, even an 8th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse would find it difficult to see through his disguise. Even some 9th Firmament Eternal Realm bigwigs would find it difficult to see through Yang Feng's disguise if they didn't master powerful detection spells. At this moment, among the more than 100 geniuses, the face of a young man flickered, his body distorted, and he turned into an angel exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. "For my lord!" The eyes of the blazing angel shimmered with frigid killing intent. He roared, and countless feathers of light shot out from his wings, barreling towards the surrounding geniuses. The bright world warlock rank blazing angel is not the opponent of the warlock monarch rank blue-robed old man. The only thing he can do is to kill all the geniuses present. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he curled up into a ball. A blue crystal flew out, released countless mysterious rays of light, and turned into a blue crystal shield blocking in front of him. "This is the God of War Imperial College. You damn angels, go to hell." The eyes of the blue-robed old man turned cold, and 2 blue crystal spears appeared on him. 2 mysterious blue spirit runes flashed from the crystal spears, and 2 blue beams slammed into the blazing angel. When the blue beams slammed into the bright world warlock rank blazing angel, he vaporized and collapsed. Blue light emerged in the square and enveloped the geniuses. When the feathers of light released by the blazing angel slammed into the blue shield, they set off ripples and then disappeared. Only 6 unfortunate geniuses were killed by the feathers of light released by the blazing angel and turned into corpses. The Cloud Universe's civilizations are strong in offense, but weak in defense. The blue crystal spear in the hands of the Tier 7 extraordinary being can even seriously injure a great holy step powerhouse. But in terms of fighting strength, they may not be able to defeat a human warlock monarch. No wonder, even though the universe energy level of this universe is 4, but the strongest powerhouse is only at the 3rd firmament eternal realm. That's because they pursue external objects and destructive power too much and neglect their own development. Yang Feng glanced at the 6 fallen geniuses and criticized in his heart. If it was a warlock monarch, they could easily kill the blazing angel with a spell and protect everyone present. Of course, no matter what spells warlock monarchs cast, they can hardly harm a great holy. In this respect, the Cloud Universe is far more powerful than the world of warlocks. The blue-robed old man said lightly, "Continue with the test." Teleportation light swept by, and the corpses of the 6 fallen geniuses disappeared. The mysterious detection light descended from the sky and shone on everyone's bodies. After a quarter of an hour, the detection light disappeared. Now the test of strength. The blue-robed old man's words have just fallen when a crystal wall appeared. According to the rules of the test, you are not allowed to use any secret treasures, and you must attack the crystal wall with your own strength. There are many mystical secret treasures in the Cloud Universe. Some powerful secret treasures can even turn people into superhumans. But that's meaningless. No matter who it is, if you want to advance to the eternal realm, you must develop your body and soul and evolve it to the extreme. Shizu powerhouses pursued all kinds of terrifying battle robots too much and didn't choose to develop their body and soul, which led to their demise. Let me. A young man's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the square. Spirit runes appeared on his body, and he roared and punched the crystal wall. The crystal wall flickered and emitted white light. Strength fail. The young man's eyes dimmed, and he went to another speed test venue. Speed fail. Actual combat fail. Comprehensive assessment fail. Next. Amidst the cold voices, the youth was directly eliminated. War Imperial College is worthy of only accepting true geniuses. Although the young man has advanced to extraordinary Tier 1, but his strength is still too poor, and he was rejected decisively. The more than 100 people in the square went up to take the test, but they were rejected one after another. Bona's beautiful eyes shimmered with dignity, and she said unhurriedly, "War Imperial College only accepts true geniuses. Their abilities were too weak, and it was impossible for them to be accepted by Ares Imperial College. Only powerhouses on the level of the 10 heroes in our Anya Lehman's College have hope of joining War Imperial College. I want to join War Imperial College, and I have to be valued. Only in this way can I get more cultivation resources and evolve quickly. It won't raise any suspicions." Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he took a step and arrived on the square. The blue-robed old man said indifferently, "Let's begin." Yang Feng took a step forward. Spirit runes containing mysterious power emerged, and he sent a fist intertwined with blue lightning slamming into the crystal wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the testing crystal wall directly collapsed and shattered. Tier 2 extraordinary rank power. How terrifying. He's just a Tier 1 extraordinary, yet he has the power of a Tier 2 extraordinary. What a genius. The eyes of the examinees flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The eyes of the blue-robed old man lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. Strength, 10 stars. Yang Feng stepped into the speed test area. Spirit inscriptions revolved around his legs. He took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he appeared at the finish line in an instant. Speed, 10 stars. As soon as Yang Feng entered the combat area, a pinnacle great warlock rank expert rushed at him. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the pinnacle great warlock rank powerhouse in a flash and slammed a fist into the other party, sending the other party flying. Combat, 10 stars. The eyes of the blue-robed old man flashed with excitement. In all 3 tests, 10 stars. This is a genius that only appears once every 10 years. Chapter 1486. Paulina took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated glint. 10-star genius. No wonder he dared to kill Andre. 10-star geniuses were rarely seen geniuses of the Metropolis Star. Once Yang Feng entered the War God Imperial College, he would receive the attention of the college. Even greater aristocrats would find it difficult to face Yang Feng in the college. Arthur, henceforth, you are a student of the War God Imperial College. My name is Bed, one of the teachers of the War God Imperial College. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, come to me as soon as possible. The old man in blue gave Yang Feng a satisfied look, took the crystal card from Yang Feng's hand, and tapped on it. On the crystal card, a pistol and armor coat of arms appeared. The coat of arms represented the coat of arms of the War God Imperial College. Yang Feng replied, "Yes, Teacher Bed." After chatting for a while, Yang Feng left the War God Imperial College and headed for the Archeryman's College. It's him. Shortly after Yang Feng returned to the Archeryman's College, a female voice came from the side. He saw a woman with heavy makeup pointing at Yang Feng and issuing shrill screams. "It's him, he raped me. Mr. Police. It's him, quickly arrest him." More than 20 policemen at once surrounded Yang Feng from all directions. A burly, hawk-eyed, hook-nosed, a level, 3 police supervisor with a gloomy expression walked over from the side, took a look at Yang Feng, and said coldly, "Student, you're suspected of a rape case. Now, please come with us." Rape. Arthur is actually suspected of rape. How shameless. What a lowly thing. He's a disgrace to us aristocrats. Disdainful gazes came from all directions. A steady stream of Archeryman's College students rushed over from all directions and surrounded the place. "Arthur, you dare to kill my brother? Even if I don't kill you, I'll still ruin your reputation. I'll let you know that our Azalea family isn't something a fallen noble like you can provoke." Among the students of the Anya Lehman's College, there's a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, a height of 1.76 meters, big breasts, slender legs, and skin as smooth as milk. Staring at Yang Feng, the corners of her mouth rose into a sneer. This sexy and charming beauty was Andre's sister, Vega, one of the 10 heroes of Anya Lehman's High Academy. She was also one of the 5 great beauties of Anya Lehman's High Academy, ranked second only to Bona and even higher than Bisque. Yang Feng said lightly, "You're saying that I raped her? What evidence do you have?" The woman with heavy makeup cried out, "I have evidence. This is your underwear. There's your semen on it. I thought he was innocent, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. How disappointing." A strange light flashed in the eyes of the spectating students as they discussed spiritedly. The grade 3 police supervisor said coldly, "Student Arthur, please come back with us to assist in the investigation. Otherwise, we'll take coercive measures against you." The more than 20 policemen took out a black crystal and pressed it. Black light flickered, and their bodies were covered with a layer of black armor. The black armor was called the Cheetah Police Crystal Armor, and it was the standard police equipment. The might of the blacklight guns in their hands was even more terrifying. They could penetrate the barriers of Infinity Warlock rank extraordinaries. The most frightening thing was that these policemen represented the power of the Tudastar's government. Even Infinity Warlock rank extraordinaries wouldn't dare to attack them lightly. "Trash like you want to frame me? You're asking to be humiliated." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a bronze crystal appeared. Bronze chains flew out of the crystal and stabbed into the grade 3 police supervisor and the 20-plus policemen like poisonous dragons. The grade 3 supervisor and the other policemen were caught off guard and were pierced by the bronze chains. They were immediately suppressed and sealed, unable to move. Mysterious spirit runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he took a step forward, appeared in front of the woman with heavy makeup, and grabbed her with his hand. Since you've come to frame me, then let's have a look at your ugly memories. This is a memory reader. You'll be happy to use it. Yang Feng took out a bronze headband and pressed it on the woman's head. Metal needles pierced into the woman's head and began to quickly read her memories. Bronze light shot out of the bronze headband, entered the void, and formed a bronze holographic projection in the void. Take this and come with us. We're going to testify against someone who raped you. In the holographic projection, the Grade 3 police supervisor handed a pair of underwear to the woman. The woman hesitated and then said, "Sir Fernand, you want me to frame someone. I won't do such a thing." The Grade 3 police supervisor said with a frigid smile, 100,000 spirit coins. Gisna, I have 10,000 ways to make you disappear. Either take out 100,000 spirit coins and help me, or turn into a corpse in a trench. Make your choice. The woman's eyes flashed with fear, and she said, "All right, sir. I'm willing to listen to you. Who do you want to frame?" The Grade 3 police supervisor said coldly, "Angela Lehman's high school's student Arthur." Frame. So who is this Grade 3 police supervisor who framed Arthur? It looks like we've wronged Arthur. When the Angela Lehman's high school students saw the holographic projection in the void, their eyes flashed with anger. Fernand, it's your turn. I'd like to see who's instigating you from behind the scenes. Yang Feng smiled coldly and strode towards Fernand. Fernand's complexion changed greatly, and he roared like a wounded beast. "No, you don't have the right to do that. I'm an imperial policeman, and only an imperial court has the right to judge me. You don't have the right to do that to me." Fuck. Among the group of Angela Lehman's high school students, Vega's pretty face changed. With a flick of her wrist, a pistol capable of piercing through a level 6 extraordinary expert appeared. A black beam shot out from the crowd and shot towards Fernand. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Then he extended his hand and pulled Fei Nan up from the ground. The black beam avoided Fei Nan's vital points, slammed into his right hand, and blasted it to pieces. Silencing me. What a ruthless method. Let everyone see just who it is that wants to silence the witness. Yang Feng laughed loudly and pressed a bronze headband on Fernand's head. Countless bronze rays flew out of the bronze headband, entered the void, and formed a holographic projection. Vega's voice appeared in the holographic projection. "Fernand, I want to deal with someone." Fernand took out a communicator and asked, "Miss Vega, who do you want to deal with?" Vega said coldly, "Anya Lehman's high school's Arthur. He killed my brother. I want him to be utterly discredited." Fernand hesitated for a moment before saying, "Is it your idea or the Azalea family's idea to deal with him? After all, Arthur is an aristocrat. I can't deal with him alone." Vega said coldly, "Of course it's the Azalea family's idea. Fernand, don't forget, it's all thanks to the Azalea family that you're able to achieve what you have today. Our Azalea family can send you to heaven, but we can also send you to hell." Fernand grinned and said, "Yes. Miss Vega, how about I ruin Arthur's reputation and turn him into a rapist?" Vega's carefree laughter came from the other side of the communicator. "What a great idea. It's over." Vega looked at the green holographic projection that appeared in the void, her face deathly pale, and her beautiful eyes flashed with despair. This matter had been exposed to the students of the Anya Lehman's high school, and it had already been transmitted to the network. The Azalea family would have to pay a huge price to suppress this matter. "Stop!" A furious voice came from the void, and a level 1 police supervisor dressed in a black gold armor and exuding frightening, extraordinary rank fluctuations of power rushed over from afar along with more than 30 policemen. The level 1 police supervisor stared at Yang Feng and barked, "Arthur, stop, or I'll arrest you for assaulting a police officer and obstructing official business." The more than 30 policemen pointed their black crystal guns at Yang Feng, and their eyes flickered with frigid killing intent. "Who do you want to arrest?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand. The identity crystal appeared, shone brightly, and a pistol and armor insignia appeared and floated in the void. God of War Imperial College. You're actually a student of God of War Imperial College. Damn it, that damn fool Fernand. The level 1 police supervisor was originally aggressive, but when he saw the insignia, his complexion changed dramatically and became extremely unsightly, and he cursed. God of War Imperial College was one of the most powerful forces of the Metropolis Star, and experts were as common as clouds in the sky. If a student committed a crime, it would be reported to God of War Imperial College and dealt with by the people of Imperial College. Now that the police dared to frame a student of God of War Imperial College, and the student even obtained evidence of the framing, the entire Metropolis Star's police system would be extremely passive. Fernand's face was ashen, and he screamed, "No! God of War Imperial College! Vega, you lied to me! You lied to me!" Chapter 1487. The Class 1 police supervisor's complexion changed several times. He looked around, smiled bitterly, and stepped forward, saying, "Student Arthur, let's talk in private." Behind the Class 1 police supervisor, 30 policemen stepped forward and blocked the students of the Archeryman's College aside. Yang Feng gave an indifferent smile, followed behind the level 1 police supervisor, and arrived next to a large tree. The Class 1 police supervisor said somewhat fawningly, "Student Arthur, I am Class 1 police supervisor Maka. We are very sorry about this. It was all done by that scum Ferdinand. We will expel Ferdinand from the police system, and the police system will owe you a favor. What do you think? I have 2 conditions. First, I never want to see Ferdinand, no matter where he is. Second, although I entered Ares Imperial College, but I lack cultivation resources. As long as the police system gives me these cultivation resources, then I can cooperate with you to restore the reputation of the police system." Yang Feng smiled and pointed with his hand, and a list of cultivation resources appeared in Maka's communications crystal. Maka's eyebrows jumped up, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "These resources are enough to practice cultivation until the level 3 extraordinary rank. You're really demanding an exorbitant price," Yang Feng said with a smile, "but compared to the reputation of the police system, these resources are nothing. Besides, you can also pass on the losses to Earl Azalea. Presumably, he will be happy to pay these resources to restore his relationship with the police system." Maka said with a cold expression, "You're really a cunning guy. But this way, the system won't owe you anything." Yang Feng said with a confident smile, "I know. As long as Yang Feng's strength continued to improve, the Metropolis's police system would only become more and more respectful towards him, and wouldn't become a problem for him." Maka's countenance changed, and he revealed a slightly flattering smile, saying, "Of course, I personally hope to be your friend." Yang Feng was a student of Ares Imperial College. So long as there were no mishaps, he was bound to become a level 3 extraordinary in the future. In the Metropolis Star, the status of level 3 extraordinary experts was comparable to that of greater aristocrats. They were the upper echelons of the Metropolis Star. Maka's potential had been exhausted. If there were no mishaps, he would remain a level 2 extraordinary expert for the rest of his life. He was naturally willing to make friends with a genius with a promising future like Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "I'm very happy to be your friend." Maka was a level 1 police supervisor. Although he wasn't a big shot in the Metropolis capital, but he still had a reputation and status in the middle class. He had a wide network and was well informed. With such a friend, Yang Feng could let him handle any chores in the future. "Everyone quiet down. I just looked for Arthur classmate to understand the situation and finally found out the truth. The Real Fernand died honorably in the line of duty. This Fernand is a ruthless murderer and swindler. Through plastic surgery, he became Fernand. This matter is completely a result of this swindler colluding with Countess Azalea in an attempt to frame Arthur. Here, I want to thank student Arthur for uncovering such a vicious swindler for our police system. In the face of the passionate Angela Remand's High Academy students, Mech lied through his teeth, inverting black and white. I don't. Fernand had a look of panic and despair on his face. He wanted to say something, but was knocked out by Mech's subordinates. Yang Feng said modestly, "No, it's not my credit alone." Police supervisor Mech had long suspected that there was something wrong with Fernand. I just cooperated with him and caught the swindler hidden in the police system. So that's how it is. Are you stupid? Arthur has already made a deal with the police system. Many of the Angela Remand's High Academy students were of aristocratic origin. They were very smart. At a glance, they knew that Yang Feng and Mech had reached an agreement to suppress this matter and restore the reputation of the police system. The students were also very smart, so they naturally wouldn't go against the police system. They cooperated and deleted the posts on the network one by one. The Metropolis Police quickly issued an official statement, concluding the matter according to Mech's account. "Arthur, you damn thing. I won't let you off. Our Azalea family won't let you off either." A crystal suspension car stopped in front of the Azalea Countess family. Vegas stepped out of the crystal suspension car and walked towards the interior of the family, a frigid glint in her eyes. Although the framing incident had been suppressed by Yang Feng and the police system, but the entire Angela Remand's High Academy already knew of Vega's disgraceful role in this matter. She could only return to the family and lie low until the limelight blows over. "Cousin, you're back. Come with me. The patriarch wants to see you." A beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a curvaceous figure, came to Vega's side, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. Vegas said, "Okay." As soon as Weijia entered a huge room, he saw many elders of the Azalea family sitting in the room. On the main seat, there was a middle-aged man who looked very familiar, but also very strange at the same time. Vega's pretty face sank slightly, and she questioned, "Uncle Bernac, that seat is the seat of the patriarch, as well as my father's seat. Why are you sitting there?" Bernac said with a faint smile, "Vega, Big Brother Recon, gave birth to a pair of good children, so he is no longer the patriarch of the Azalea family." Vega was very intelligent. Her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Arthur, is it because I dealt with Arthur that you're going to abolish my father's position as the patriarch?" "Why, a trifling student of Ares Imperial College wants the Azalea family to abolish a patriarch," Bernac said with a smile. "An ordinary student of Ares Imperial College naturally wouldn't want the Azalea family to abolish a patriarch. However, he is a 10-star genius that is rarely seen in Imperial College. He has the value to make our Azalea family depose our family head. We don't want to make a terrible mortal enemy because of you and your sister." The beautiful girl standing quietly next to Vega smiled sweetly, pointed a blue gun at Vega, and pulled the trigger. "Therefore, Cousin Vega, for the sake of the family, you can only be sacrificed." A blue light struck Vega's body, causing her to faint. In a room of Ares Imperial College, there was a transparent, pyramid-like crystal pagoda. Inside the crystal pagoda, there was a person sitting. It was Yang Feng. Countless mysterious spirit runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he swallowed the energy diffusing from the crystal pagoda, causing his aura to rise frantically. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Feng's cultivation base broke through, and he advanced to the rank 2 extraordinary realm. At that moment, the crystals in the crystal pagoda emitted cracking sounds, shattered, and turned into powder that scattered with the wind. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a peculiar glint flashed past them, as expected of the cloud universe. The cultivation speed of this universe's cultivation system is much faster than that of the world of warlocks. However, in terms of fighting, they rely heavily on secret treasures, even more so than human warlocks. As long as the secret treasures are powerful enough, it's not unusual to defeat enemies of a higher rank. However, Without secret treasures, one's strength will be several times weaker than that of warlocks of the same rank. The energy level of the cloud universe was much higher than that of the universe of warlocks. Its cultivation system was perfect and developed, and the cultivation speed of geniuses far surpassed that of the world of warlocks. After obtaining a large amount of resources, it was very common for geniuses like Yang Feng to make rapid breakthroughs in the cloud universe. Master, someone wants to see you. A crystal cat with wings flew directly to Yang Feng and reported. This crystal cat was the intelligent system that controlled Yang Feng's room. With a word from Yang Feng, it could manipulate the entire room intelligently. It was an intelligent existence similar to the tower geniuses of warlock towers. Yang Feng said, "Let him in." The door flashed slightly and opened. Vika, a young and lively girl with a hot figure, walked in with a smile on her face. "Hello, Arthur. I am Wayna, the current heir of the Azalea family. The Azalea family is very sorry for what happened not long ago. This is a gift from the Azalea family to you." Wayna smiled slightly and clapped her hands. A 2-meter-tall crystal warrior, whose entire body was made of black crystals, pushed a cage into the room. Inside the cage, there was a blonde girl dressed in black leather clothes, with a pair of dog ears and a slave collar. She was Vega, had blonde hair and blue eyes, and had a sexy and fiery figure. Vega looked at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with alarm and despair. She never expected that not long ago, she, the lofty heir of the Azalea family, would now be reduced to a lowly female slave. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a speck of light entered Wayna's hand. "Compared to this, I want the cultivation resources above more. If you can give me the cultivation resources above, then this matter will be written off." Wayna scanned the information recorded in the speck of light, and then was stunned, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Tier 2 Extraordinary Cultivation Resources. You have advanced to a Tier 2 Extraordinary. That's right. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and Starry Sky Warlock rank might slowly spread from him and swept in all directions. As expected of a 10-star genius. No, Arthur, your cultivation talent even surpasses that of a 10-star genius. You can rest assured that the Azalea family will meet your requirements. Besides, the Azalea family is willing to become good friends with you. I myself hope to be your good friend." Weena's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she exuded an astonishing charm, and she smiled at Yang Feng flirtatiously. Chapter 1488. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's my honor to be friends with such a beautiful lady like you. For the Azalea family to be able to become a greater aristocrat of the Tuda star and not decline for millennia, they naturally had their own way of survival. After seeing that Yang Feng's rise couldn't be stopped, they decisively gave up on Vega's bloodline and chose to resolve their enmity with Yang Feng. What? Arthur was actually admitted to War God Imperial College. That's one of the 3 imperial colleges of the Empire that only true geniuses can enter. How could he have been admitted?" Beezy stayed in front of the door of her room, looking at the information circulating on the network. Her face twisted and a tremendous sense of regret welled up inside her. War God Imperial College. That was one of the 3 imperial colleges of the Empire only true geniuses could enter. If Beezy knew that Arthur was admitted to War God Imperial College, she would never have followed Carthage. He's finally finished practicing cultivation. A crystal lamp in the room suddenly lit up, and the defensive barrier shrouding the room immediately disappeared. Beezy's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, and she pushed the door open and entered. She saw a young man with purple hair sitting on a luxurious carpet in the center of the room, comparable to a presidential suite. He was peerlessly handsome and exuded an extraordinary temperament. This was a peerlessly handsome man. So long as he appeared, he would cause the screams of countless young girls in love. He was Carthage, the head of the 10 heroes of Archleyman's Advanced College. When Beezy saw Carthage, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of infatuation. At that time, Apart from Carthage's extraordinary talent and solid background, she betrayed Arthur because he was peerlessly handsome and charming. As soon as Beezy entered the room, tears streamed down her cheeks. She threw herself into Carthage's embrace and sobbed pitifully. "Carthage, I'm sorry. I screwed things up. Arthur is now a student of War God Imperial College." Carthage smiled faintly and said, "I know everything now. Arthur is not only a student of War God Imperial College, but also a 10-star genius who is greatly appreciated by Teacher Bede." Beezy's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of horror. 10-star genius. War God Imperial College recruited students all year round, but they would only recruit true geniuses. 10-star geniuses are geniuses among geniuses. If there are no accidents, they will be able to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank in less than 100 years, and they may even be able to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank and the legendary Holy Step. When Beezy thought about how he had missed out on a legendary saint, his heart surged with endless regret. Carthage asked indifferently, "Do you regret following me?" Beezy looked at Carthage affectionately, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration, without a trace of falsehood. "No, Carthage, Arthur and I are just ordinary childhood friends. You're the only person I've ever loved in my life." Carthage smiled and said, "Although Arthur is a 10-star genius, it takes time for a genius to grow. I also have quite a few good friends in War God Imperial College. Arthur will not be a threat to us." A touch of adoration flashed in Beezy's eyes as she said coquettishly, "I knew you were the best." After some intimacy, Beezy left Carthage's room. The face of Carthage, who had a gentle expression on his face, sank, and his pretty face became gloomy. "Carthage, is it worth it to make an enemy of a 10-star genius of War God Imperial College for that lowly woman? With your identity, you can have as many of such women as you want." A strange existence shrouded in a black shadow, making it impossible to see his true face, appeared in the room and uttered a strange voice. Carthage said coldly, "Of course it's not worth it. I'm just playing with such a woman." "I didn't expect that Arthur is actually a 10-star genius. I have a hunch that Arthur is my destined enemy. He must die. Only when he's dead can I rest easy. There are many children of destiny on Duda Star. One is Arthur, and the other is Carthage. The children of destiny have an inexorable connection with each other. Only by killing the other can they reap great benefits and advance further. Carthage had a fortuitous encounter not long ago in Archean Lehman's College. He sensed that Arthur was his destined enemy, which was why he didn't resolve the enmity with Yang Feng. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to resolve the enmity. A distorted voice said, "Then we have to hurry. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if he matures." Carthage's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, "I know." 3 months later, War God Imperial College, Duda Imperial College, and Purple Light Eye Imperial College would be holding a joint trial for the new students of the 3 great academies. At that time, I'll kill him fair and square. War God Imperial College, inside Yangfeng's room. "Master, Teacher Bed is looking for you." The crystal cat butler flew to Yangfeng's side and said. Yangfeng got up from beside Vega, who was dressed in a revealing maid's attire. With a point of his hand, a very spirited-looking blue uniform appeared on him. Yangfeng said, "Teacher Bed, why are you looking for me?" Bed said, "In 3 months, there will be a joint trial for new students jointly organized by War God Imperial College, Duda Imperial College, and Purple Light Eye Imperial College. There are many dangers in this trial, and there might even be deaths. We have to improve the strength of you new students. I'll give you 20 minutes to come to the Light Spear Pavilion." "Yes, teacher." Yangfeng took a refreshing bath in the bathroom, changed his clothes, went to a teleportation room in the room, and pressed a button. A blue radiance shrouded Yangfeng, and in the next moment, he appeared in a huge palace. Within the huge palace stood over 100 young men and women. Every single one of them had an extraordinary aura, and they were all geniuses below the age of 30 from all over the Metropolis Star. However, they were all geniuses who were already at the First Order. Rank 1 Extraordinary were comparable to legend rank experts. In the many planets of the world of Warlock's universe, they would already be considered Overlord rank geniuses. But in War God Imperial College, they were merely rookies who barely qualified to enroll. That's Arthur, a legendary 10-star genius. That's him, a 10-star genius, the number 1 freshman in War God Imperial College. Gazes full of curiosity and strong fighting spirit fell on Yang Feng from all directions. The young men and women in the palace were geniuses from all over Dudastar, and all of them were geniuses similar to the Angia Lehman's Academy's 10 heroes. Many of them were even more powerful than the Angia Lehman's Academy's 10 heroes. They were proud and arrogant, and naturally refused to accept Yang Feng. Arthur, Bona's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a touch of fragrance, she gracefully walked up to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said, "Senior Sister Bona, how have you been recently?" Bona's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated glint, and she said with a light smile, "Not bad. Only after entering War God Imperial College did I realize the vastness of the world. The Angia Lehman's Academy's 10 heroes are just ordinary people in War God Imperial College." Silence. As soon as Beta entered the palace and opened his mouth, an incomparably terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing everyone to quieten down. "I'll take you to War God Imperial College's holy land of cultivation, the Crystal Sky Boundary. During these 3 months, you can practice cultivation in the Crystal Sky Boundary." With a flick of his wrist, a blue scepter appeared, and Bede pointed at Yang Feng and company. A blue beam of light descended from the palace and enveloped Yang Feng and company. A formidable spatial force emerged, and Yang Feng and the others blurred and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, under the effect of distorted spatial force, Yang Feng appeared in another world. This is an artificial world similar to a small world. No, this is a small world refined from the essence of a great world. What amazing technique! Yang Feng took a look at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a vast world with no end in sight. In the void of that world, there were huge and magnificent pyramids floating in the air. The pyramids were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple in color. Among them, the red pyramids were the most numerous and the purple pyramids the least. A tremendous amount of source energy gushed out of the crystal pyramids and filled the world, nourishing it. In this world, precious elixirs could be seen everywhere. This is War God Imperial College's holy land of cultivation, the Crystal Sky Boundary. Sure enough, it's extraordinary. It's really a holy land of cultivation. The speed of cultivation here is 100 times that of the outside world. Cultivating under those crystal pagodas will allow you to increase your strength even faster. Generally, ordinary level 1 and level 2 extraordinary experts will practice cultivation under the red crystal pyramids. However, since I'm a 10-star genius of War God Imperial College, I can go to the purple pyramid to practice cultivation. Yang Feng swept the area with his gaze and locked on a purple pyramid. His figure shook slightly, and he rushed towards the purple pyramid. When Yang Feng arrived about 2 kilometers below the purple pyramid, he immediately sat down cross-legged and operated a secret method, and mysterious spirit runes appeared one after another. A small whirlpool appeared above Yang Feng's head and began to draw the source energy of the purple pyramid to strengthen the fleshly body and soul of Yang Feng's clone. Originally, it was difficult for Yang Feng's clone to absorb the purple source energy. But after Yang Feng's true body improved his cultivation method, the purple source energy could be absorbed by his clone. Chapter 1489. 10 days later, the purple whirlpool grew larger and larger, and a purple beam entered Yang Feng's body. Countless spirit runes shone, and Yang Feng broke through in one fell swoop and evolved into a Tier 3 extraordinary moonlight. After the advancement, Yang Feng took out countless cultivation resources extorted from the police system and the Azalea family and consumed them all. Countless spirit runes interwove, and purple light entered Yang Feng's body and frantically strengthened his fleshly body. Tier 3 Extraordinary. Is this the new student of our war god Imperial College? His talent is pretty good. Inside the purple crystal pyramid sat a blonde beauty with wavy long hair, snow-white skin, and a sexy figure. She was a peerless beauty who could cause the downfall of a city or state. Countless mysterious spirit runes revolved around the stunning woman, frantically devouring the power exuding from the purple crystal pyramid. The amount of purple light she devoured at every moment was 100,000 times that of Yang Feng's. The enigmatic beauty took a look at Yang Feng and then closed her eyes. She has seen who knows how many geniuses over the years. A trifling Tier 3 Extraordinary was simply an ant-like character. 1 month later, the spirit runes on Yang Feng's body shone, and his aura broke through again. He evolved into a Tier 4 Extraordinary, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Tier 4 Extraordinary, what a rare genius. The stunningly beautiful woman opened her eyes again, looked at Yang Feng with surprise in her eyes, and then closed her eyes again. 2 months later, the spirit runes on Yang Feng's body shone, and his aura broke through again. He advanced to a Tier 5 Extraordinary in one fell swoop. With him as the core, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Tier 5 Extraordinary. In just 2 months, he actually advanced to a Tier 5 Extraordinary. Such talent is too heaven-defying. What a monster! In 2 months, he actually crossed 2 secret realms and advanced to a Tier 5 Extraordinary. He must have some secrets. The stunning beauty in the purple crystal pyramid opened her eyes once again. A trace of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she disappeared in a flash of purple light. I finally broke through to Tier 5. I'm definitely going to take first place in the freshman competition. Yang Feng opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and exhaled a purple aura that turned into a flood dragon drifting in the wind. His eyes brimmed with confidence and domineeringness. Who is it? Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred. He turned his head and saw the stunning woman inside the purple crystal, and his eyes flickered with vigilance. The stunning woman said faintly, "I am Kuling, a teacher of War God Imperial College." Yang Feng saluted Kuling and said, "I am Arthur, a new student of War God Imperial College." "Greetings, teacher." Kuling's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said slowly, "Feng, what secret method do you cultivate?" "Kuling's? I once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained King Cohen's inheritance. This is the secret technique that King Cohen created in his later years. Kuling Cass and King Ku's spirit Kushi Ku. She and Kuling casually grabbed the ray of light that contained King Cohen's secret technique in her hand and began to read it. Kuling carefully read King Ku's spirit Kuling's secret method. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Amazing!" King Ku's spirit Kuling was very mediocre when he was alive. He was just an ordinary Tier 7 Extraordinary. But the secret method he created 10,000 years ago is so powerful, really amazing. Yang Feng stood quietly aside, smiling without saying a word. King Ku's spirit Kuling was indeed an ordinary Tier 7 Extraordinary. But Yang Feng had modified his cultivation method on a large scale, making it extremely mysterious and terrifying. What Yang Feng gave Kuling was still the ordinary version, while what he cultivated was the super version optimized by an Eternal. It was precisely because of this that he was able to break through 3 tiers in 2 months, advancing into a Tier 5 Transcendent. Kuling said with a smile, "Arthur, are you willing to acknowledge me as your teacher and become my personal disciple?" Yang Feng saluted and said respectfully, I'm willing. It's my honor to be your disciple. With his eternal true body, Yang Feng's clone has long since locked onto the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse Kuling, which is why he chose the purple crystal pyramid. Yang Feng's clone is too weak. He must be sheltered by a powerhouse so that he can grow quickly. Otherwise, if he grew too quickly and offended too many people, he would be in danger of being exposed when those true experts made a move. This King Cohen's secret cultivation method is very useful to me, so I won't take it for free. These are the secret cultivation techniques and experiences I've mastered. I'll give them all to you. Kuling pointed with a finger on Yang Feng's forehead and formed a mysterious purple imprint. Countless abstruse, secret methods and precious knowledge entered Yang Feng's mind at once. Yang Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. If you have any problems with your cultivation, come find me the next time you come in. Kuling smiled indifferently. Rays of purple light revolved around her and directly entered the purple crystal pyramid. Yang Feng smiled slightly, then sat directly below the purple crystal pyramid and operated a secret method. A purple vortex appeared above his head and frantically absorbed the purple force. 3 months passed in a flash. With a flash of light, Yang Feng and others appeared in the light spear pavilion. Yang Feng glanced around, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. As expected of the Yuta Star's geniuses, they progress really fast. 3 months ago, everyone present was merely a Tier 1 transcendent. However, 3 months later, half of them had already become Tier 2 transcendents, and the rest were already on the verge of breaking through. In just 3 months, people can advance from the Great Warlock rank to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. This is the underlying strength of the God of War Imperial College. Countless geniuses of the Yuta Star want to join the 3 Imperial Colleges because there are countless precious resources in the 3 Imperial Colleges. Arthur, did you see that person? When Bede saw Yang Feng, his eyes flickered with astonishment, and he turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Yang Feng. Curious gazes focused on Yang Feng. Bede was a Tier 7 extraordinary, a bigwig with a venerable status on the Yuta Star. In the God of War Imperial College, where powerhouses are as common as clouds, he was a member of the upper echelon. He had always been very calm and rarely lost his composure. Now that he lost his composure, it was clear that the situation was very serious. Yang Feng asked, "Teacher Bede, who are you talking about?" Bede replied excitedly, "Did you meet the Deputy Dean of the God of War Imperial College, Purple Light, which Kuling daren't?" Yang Feng replied, "Yes, Madame Kuling accepted me as her disciple. She's still here. That was great. So she's still in the heavenly crystal realm. That's great." Bede's eyes shone with tears of excitement. He patted Yang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Arthur, I'm also a disciple of Madame Kuling. If it wasn't for Madame Kuling, I wouldn't have what I have today. Since you're a disciple of Madame Kuling, you're also my junior disciple brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to me." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay, senior disciple brother." When the other geniuses saw this scene, their eyes flashed with jealousy. Beta was a Type 7 transcendent and was one of the top powerhouses on Duda Star, with a high status and authority. With Bede as his backer, Yang Feng could practically walk sideways in the God of War Imperial College. Paulina's eyes flashed with jealousy. Amazing. A 10-star genius is indeed a 10-star genius. With the support of Teacher Bede, even 10 Azalea families wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Although the Azalea family was a greater aristocratic family on the Metropolis Star, but the strongest powerhouse in the family was just a grade 4 extraordinary. Their status was far higher than that of commoners and ordinary aristocrats. But in the eyes of a top powerhouse like Bede, they were nothing more than ants that could be erased at will. Bede took a deep look at Yang Feng, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Arthur, henceforth, you're the chief disciple of the God of War Imperial College's freshmen. The competition between the 3 Imperial College's freshmen depends on you." Yang Feng replied, "Okay." Bede said, "You can go back and recuperate for 3 days." 3 days later, come back here. The numerous geniuses present dispersed. Paulina and several geniuses of the God of War Imperial College walked towards Yangfeng. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Kadar star was a star full of all kinds of mutant fierce beasts, as well as a trial star exclusive to the Metropolis star. In the starry sky outside the Kadar star, there was a huge mechanical city suspended in the air. Inside the mechanical city, in a huge palace, there were 3 people sitting in the seats of honor. Among the 3 people, one was Bede, the other was a middle-aged man full of dignity with the arrogance of a superior, and the last was a handsome man dressed in purple with a gentle smile on his face. These 3 people were the leaders of the 3 Imperial College's teams. The middle-aged man was Ninit, a grade 7 extraordinary expert of the Metropolis Imperial College. The handsome man in purple was Dwayne, a grade 7 extraordinary expert of the Purple Light Eyes Imperial College. A team of young geniuses of the Metropolis Imperial College, headed by Carthage, entered the palace. There was a crystal screen hanging in the center of every city on Dudastar. Below the huge crystal screen was a crowd of people from Dudastar. A blonde beauty with a voluptuous figure appeared on the crystal screen with a sweet smile on her face. Hello everyone, I'm Jessica. I'll be commentating on the competition between the 3 Imperial College's new students in a live broadcast. Chapter 1490. The 3 great Imperial Colleges were one of the most powerful forces on the Metropolis star and had countless industries. However, they also needed to consume a lot of resources and a huge amount of money to nurture experts. The live broadcast of the 3 great Imperial Colleges' new students' trial could bring them sky-high fees for live broadcast rights, advertising fees, as well as a terrifying profit from betting. The live broadcast of the 3 great Imperial Colleges' new students' trial was incomparably cruel, but also brilliant beyond compare. It was one of the grand ceremonies of the Metropolis star. Now entering the arena are the new students of Metropolis Imperial College. This year, the new students of Metropolis Imperial College are as numerous as clouds. Rage Thunder Grand Duke's eldest son Acheron, Light Serpent Marquis, second son Varinho, Thunder Elephant Grand Duke's third son Tarika. Among the numerous geniuses, this year's new student chief of Metropolis Imperial College is Steel-Tooth Dragon Duke's third son Carthage. A close-up shot appeared on Carthage's body, projecting his extraordinarily handsome figure on all the crystal screens of Tudastar. Carthage! Carthage! I love you! Carthage! Cheers came from around the crystal screens. Countless young girls in love went crazy for the peerlessly handsome Carthage. A handsome young man with short red hair and a pair of brown eyes stared fixedly at Carthage, his eyes flashing with jealousy and anger. Carthage, in this new student competition, I'll let you know that the number 1 person of our Metropolis Imperial College's new students is me, Acheron, not Carthage. Originally, the first seat of the freshmen in due to Royal Imperial College was Acheron, but after Carthage had appeared out of nowhere, he had easily snatched away Acheron's position, filling his heart with hatred and anger. After the new students of Metropolis Imperial College entered the arena, the new students of Ares Imperial College also entered the arena. Now entering the arena are the new students of Metropolis Imperial College. This year's new students of Metropolis Imperial College are also as numerous as clouds. The genius Binda from the New Zealand province, Bellini from Onluin Castle, Cafrejos from Tharlan province. Among the numerous geniuses, this year's new student chief of Ares Imperial College is the genius Arthur from our Anya Lehman's College. A close-up shot appeared on Yangfeng, allowing everyone on the Utastar to see him. Arthur, he had actually become the new first seat of War God Imperial College. It was simply unbelievable, as expected of a rare 10-star genius. Luckily, our Azalea family did not become enemies with him. Looking at Yang Feng's figure on a huge crystal screen in the Azalea family's headquarters, Wayna inhaled a breath of cold air and rejoiced. The students that could enter the three big imperial colleges were all geniuses with boundless futures. As long as they didn't die, they would basically be able to advance to third tier and above. If the first seats of the new students of the three imperial colleges didn't fall in their growth, almost every one of them would become extraordinary beings of the 6th rank and above, becoming big shots on Dudastar. Thank goodness we didn't become mortal enemies with him. The two idiots, Vega and Andre, almost provoked a great enemy for our family. We must strengthen the education and management of the younger generation of the family. After the entire Azalea family saw Yangfeng become the first seat of God of War Imperial College's new students, they rejoiced. After the new students of War God Imperial College entered, the new students of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College also entered. Entering now are the new students of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College. This year's new students of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College are also filled with experts. Carfalo from the Bo Province, Chaviano from the Ning Province, Chico from the West Jock Province. Among the many geniuses, this year's first seat of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College's new students is duo Lisa from California. A close-up shot of a gorgeous woman with long, fiery red hair and a fiery figure dressed in a suit of red armor appeared. She was gorgeous, but she exuded the temperament of an icy beauty. Duo Lisa, I love you. Duo Lisa, I love you. At the sight of the stunning beauty exuding the temperament of an iceberg, the entire Duda star-boiled and burst into cheers. Below are the odds offered by the three major betting companies. Everyone, you can bet and support the students you like. As soon as Jessica's words fell, the odds offered by the three major betting companies appeared on the crystal screens. Countless people on Duda Star began to invest their spirit coins into the lottery to support the students they fancied. Ninit said indifferently, "Now, I announce that the joint trial of the new students of the three academies has officially begun. You will live on Duda Star for a month. During this month, killing a Type 1 mutated fierce beast will earn you 1 point. Killing a Type 2 mutated fierce beast will earn you 100 points, and so on. After a month, the victor will be decided according to your points. During the trial, you can snatch the points of other new students. Defeating or killing other new students will earn you the points of other new students. The top new student will obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the St. Crystal Realm for a year." As soon as he said this, the eyes of all the new students flashed with a burning glint. The St. Crystal Realm was a holy land for cultivation in Duyun Cosmos, and it was firmly in the hands of the 8 Eternal Ones. Originally, the St. Crystal Realm wouldn't be open to other forces. But since the War of Devouring broke out, the 8 Eternal Ones could only open the St. Crystal Realm to cultivate the geniuses of the Duyun Cosmos. The Heavenly Crystal Realm, controlled by God of War Imperial College, was enough to support the cultivation of a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, while the St. Crystal Realm was enough to support the cultivation of an Empyrean rank powerhouse. The qualification to cultivate in the St. Crystal Realm for a year is something that even a holy emperor is very eager to obtain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a burning glint. The qualification to cultivate in the St. Crystal Realm must be obtained. Only in this way can my rapid advancement be flawless. Here we go. Ninit pointed with a finger, and teleportation light enveloped Yang Feng and the others. Following flashes of light, Yang Feng and company disappeared. This is the Vader Star. It's much worse than the Duda Star. According to the underlying strength of this star, it can only give birth to Infinity Warlock rank, Tier 6 Extraordinary, Mutant Fierce Beasts at most. However, there are really a lot of Mutant Fierce Beasts on this star. Yang Feng looked around, then extended his hand. Blue light emerged in his hand, and a blue crystal light spear appeared in his hand. A blue beam of light shot out from the crystal light spear and entered the ground. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, A 20-meter-long mutant giant centipede with a chrysanthemum petal mouthpart on the ground exploded. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. Yangfeng took a look at the identity crystal card, only to see that there was an additional 100 points on the crystal card. Carthage is in that direction. Should I go and kill him? Forget it. It's imperative that I improve my strength. On the Vader Star, there are many good things growing inside the bodies of many mutant fierce beasts. Let's get those things first. Yangfeng weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and then decisively gave up the idea of looking for trouble with Carthage. After Yangfeng devoured the Cloud Universe's 2 eternal sovereigns, he obtained their memories. His understanding of the Cloud Universe surpasses that of many people, and he knows all kinds of mystical secret methods and knowledge of refining precious elixirs. Although the mutant fierce beasts on the Vader Star are fierce and ruthless, but they also have many good treasures growing inside them. Otherwise, these mutant fierce beasts would have been slaughtered by the Holy Ones on the Vader Star long ago. Yangfeng glanced at a mountain, smiled faintly, and strode towards the dense forest where countless mutant fierce beasts are hidden. As soon as Yangfeng approached the mountain, a dense swarm of mutant fierce beasts pounced at him from all directions. Dressed in a bronze armor and holding a pair of blue light spears, Yangfeng strolled among the mutant fierce beasts, and blue beams shot out from the pair of blue light spears, slammed into the mutant fierce beasts, and blasted them to death. Arthur, it's time to act. Heaven's so strong. That a Gale Wolf, a Tier 2 mutant fierce beast. Arthur killed it with a shot. That's a split sky eagle, a pinnacle Tier 2 mutant fierce beast. It's also dead. Tier 3, a Tier 3 mutant fierce beast, Scarlet Flame flying snake. It was also killed by a shot. Tier 3 extraordinary. Arthur is definitely a Tier 3 extraordinary. In just a few months, he was able to advance to a Tier 3 extraordinary. That's really amazing. Worthy of the God of War Imperial College's first disciple. On the crystal screen, the scenes of Yangfeng fighting the mutant fierce beasts appeared. Seeing the ferocious mutant fierce beasts being slain by Yangfeng, coupled with Jessica's enthusiastic commentary, the entire Tuda Star seethed with excitement. Arthur, I love you. Arthur, I bet that you'll be the #1 freshman this year. You have to win. Excited shouts came from around the large crystal screen in the center of the Vader Star City. On the crystal screen, scenes of other freshmen fighting mutant fierce beasts continuously appeared. However, none of them were as ferocious and crazy as Yangfeng. Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, everyone on the Vader Star could see that there were a few people with extraordinary strength, far surpassing the others in this freshman competition. Carthage, Arthur, and Lisa, the 3 first disciples of the freshmen, all displayed terrifying strength, far surpassing the others. Acheron, Cafrejos, and Chaviano were similarly ferocious, crushing their opponents along the way, never suffering a defeat. Chapter 1491. On planet Vigda, Carthage, dressed in white, walked on a plain with 6 red crystal spears suspended in front of him. Beams of red light shot out from the crystal spear and blasted into the surroundings. One after another, mutant fierce beasts were blasted apart. Like a god strolling in the world of fierce beasts, Carthage suppressed the evil fierce beasts. Carthage, I love you. Carthage, I want to bear your children. Under the big screens on Duda Planet, countless young girls in love cheered as they looked at the handsome Carthage. Come out. I found you long ago. There are 6 of you, people of War Imperial College. 5 level, 2 transcendence, and 1 tier 3 transcendence. You're too weak. Hand over your points and get the hell out of the battlefield, and I'll spare your lives. Carthage suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked towards the forest. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Attack! Along with a loud shout, beams of light shot towards Carthage like raindrops from the forest. In the Duyun universe, powerhouses are strong in offense and weak in defense. With a powerful enough secret treasure, a Tier 1 transcendence can even threaten a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. In Planet Vigda's Imperial College's trial by fire, it is naturally impossible to bring those terrifying destructive weapons. However, the attacks of Tier 2 and Tier 3 Transcendence can even break the armor of Tier 5 Transcendence. Stubborn. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Carthage snorted coldly, then suddenly moved. As if teleporting, afterimages flashed, and his true body disappeared. The beams of light slammed into Carthage's afterimages and directly passed through them. Scarlet light dance. Carthage's voice suddenly came from the sky. In an instant, rays of scarlet red light descended from the sky like divine punishment and blasted into the dense forest below. No! Save me! Amidst the miserable cries, the armor of the 6 War God Imperial College students hidden in the forest shattered, turning into dust and vanishing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Beta's expression was extremely ugly, and he coldly snorted, "Humph." Duyan Universe's secret techniques were strong in offense, but weak in defense, so it was very common for people to die in battle. Judging the strength of the enemy was a compulsory course for everyone. Once one made a wrong judgment, the only result would be death. Jessica's bewitching voice sounded from the crystal screens. As expected of Carthage, Duda was the first seat of Imperial Academy. He was truly too powerful. 1 against 6, and still able to defeat all of them. I think I've fallen in love with him. Carthage. Cheers rang out across the entire Duda star. Duyan Cosmos was originally a society where the strong ruled. Now that the universe-devouring battle had erupted, the atmosphere of respect for the strong became even more intense. Carthage was extremely handsome and powerful. Naturally, he was the idol of countless people. My God, someone was coming. It was Arthur. It was the first seat of Ares Imperial College, Arthur. Carthage and Arthur were both geniuses of Archleman's College. However, Arthur's fiancée, Bess, abandoned him and chose Carthage. Now that the two geniuses have met, a predestined showdown is about to erupt. Eternal above, this is definitely the most exciting showdown in the competition of freshmen. Jessica's excited voice could be heard from the crystal screens. Carthage. Carthage invincible. Arthur, go to hell. Terrifying sound waves spread out from Duda Star. Arthur was a handsome young man, but he wasn't on the same level as the handsome Carthage. In this world where looks were everything, he lost to Carthage. Vita Star. Arthur. Carthage looked at Yang Feng dressed in a bronze armor, walking towards him. His eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said unhurriedly, I really didn't expect that you would actually become God of War Imperial College's chief disciple. Yang Feng smiled coldly and said without any sincerity, Carthage, this is the most suitable place for us to duel. If you admit defeat and get the hell out of Vita Star, I can spare your life. On Vita Star, all students had teleport spirit runes on their crystal tokens. Once they saw that the situation was unfavorable, they could activate the teleport spirit runes and escape. However, in a life and death battle, it would be difficult for the teleport spirit runes to play a role. Arthur, since you're courting death, then I can only send you to hell. Carthage sighed faintly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Rays of scarlet light shone, and red spirit inscriptions appeared on his body, condensing into a set of scarlet battle armor. A terrifying aura of a Tier 4 transcendent erupted from Carthage's body. Rank 4 Glorious Dawn Warlock, extraordinary. Carthage has already advanced to Rank 4. What a genius! As soon as he joined Duda Imperial College, he advanced to Rank 4 Extraordinary. As expected of Duda Imperial College, it sure has a deep foundation. Carthage is indeed a rare genius of Duda Imperial College in a century. Jessica's exclamations came from the crystal screens. In Duyan Universe, those below the Rank 1 Extraordinary rank were at the bottom of society. Rank 1 Extraordinary rank were already society's elites. Rank 4 extraordinary rank were bigwigs who would be recruited no matter where they went. For Carthage to have already advanced to a rank 4 extraordinary rank before the age of 30 was simply heaven-defying. After all, in the previous freshman competitions of the three imperial colleges, the chief disciples of the three imperial colleges were merely pinnacle rank 3 extraordinary rank. A fourth-order transcendent could be said to be an invincible and terrifying existence in this freshman competition. Carthage, get rid of Arthur. Carthage, I love you. Frenzied cheers came from around the crystal screens. The young girls became even more excited, their eyes brimming with adoration as they looked at Carthage. The peerlessly handsome and powerful Carthage was the male god in the hearts of the young girls. Dance of scarlet light. A cold glint flashed past Carthage's eyes, and he suddenly erupted. 6 scarlet crystal spears revolved around him, and scarlet beams shot towards Yangfeng like raindrops, carrying the power of destruction. Bronze shield. Yangfeng smiled coldly, took out a bronze shield, and erupted with level 5 extraordinary rank might. Jessica's pretty face changed, and she exclaimed, Tier 5. Heavens! Arthur is actually a Tier 5 extraordinary rank. How is that possible? Eternal. How can a new student of God of War Imperial College possess the power of a Tier 5 extraordinary rank? Tier 5. How is that possible? How can Arthur be a Tier 5 extraordinary rank? How is that possible? On the Duda celestial star, the countenances of countless people changed dramatically. Their eyes flashed with incredulity, and they exclaimed. Weena's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she muttered, Tier 5. Tier 5 extraordinary rank. This is a 10-star genius. No, this is a monster that surpasses 10-star geniuses. Fortunately, the Azalea family didn't make an enemy of him. Tier 5, he's actually a Tier 5 extraordinary rank. His evolution speed is too heaven-defying. Fortunately, we have resolved our enmity with him. The elders of the Azalea family looked at the big crystal screen, stunned, and their eyes filled with rejoicing and lingering fear. The Azalea family didn't have a single Tier 5 extraordinary rank guard. Once Yangfeng, a Tier 5 extraordinary, acted against the Azalea family, it would be a headache for the family. And the most frightening thing was that Yangfeng has already advanced to a Tier 5 powerhouse at such a young age. His future prospects were limitless. When the elders of the Azalea family thought that they had offended such a terrifying tycoon, they shuddered inside, filled with fear and rejoicing. Ninet's face changed dramatically. He got up, stared at Bede, and barked, Tier 5 extraordinary rank. How is that possible? That's impossible. Bede, did you find someone else who doesn't meet the requirements to participate in the freshman trial by fire? Bede said with a faint smile. All freshmen undergo a strict test, which is recorded in the records. You can check it yourself. Face ashen. Ninette quickly connected to the network. After checking it, his face turned ashen, and he no longer spoke. His gaze fell on the crystal screen. Vader Star. Green spear inscriptions circled around the bronze shield, forming a powerful defensive shield made of countless spirit inscriptions. When the countless scarlet beams of light slammed into the bronze shield, they were directly pulled and twisted to the side by the distorted defensive boundary. Caught you. Facing the bombardment of the countless red beams, Yangfeng appeared in front of Carthage in a split second. His gaze cold, he mercilessly slashed at Carthage with his sword. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Let me kill you and make you a stepping stone on my way to eternity. Carthage's eyes flashed coldly, and scarlet crystals appeared. Streaks of distorted red light flickered, and Carthage was divided into 9. The 9 Carthaginians rode 54 scarlet crystal spears barreling towards Yangfeng. Scarlet beams tore through the sky and barreled towards Yangfeng. What an amazing secret method! With the power of crystals, you can actually create 9 avatars with such terrifying battle prowess. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Yangfeng smiled coldly. The bronze wings behind him flapped, and he strangely teleported, appeared behind the 9 Carthaginians, and slashed at an empty space with his sword. Chapter 1492. 6 red rhombus crystals emerged and formed a 6 rhombus crystal shield that blocked the greatsword. When the greatsword slashed at the 6 rhombus crystal shield, a destructive force erupted in an instant, and the greatsword smashed the 6 rhombus crystal shield. An incomparably terrifying blood-red light gushed out and sprinkled in all directions. Distorted ripples flickered, and Carthage appeared in the void. His handsome face distorted, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "How did you find me? Impossible. Even a Tier 5 Transcendent would not be able to see through my secret technique." Naturally, a Tier 5 Extraordinary can't see through your secret method. However, if an Eternal Sovereign can't see through your secret method, then that would be ridiculous. Yang Feng smiled coldly in his heart. With a slash of his sword, the energy within a radius of several kilometers was swept away, and the energy condensed into an invincible sword blade that slashed at Carthage. "Stop!" Carthage's complexion changed dramatically. He roared, and one defensive barrier after another appeared on his body. The invincible sword blade slashed down, and the defensive barriers around Carthage's body burst like bubbles, unable to withstand the terrifying sword blade at all. "Stop!" At this moment, light shone in front of Carthage's chest and formed a projection of Ninet's power, which slammed into Yang Feng's sword and smashed it into pieces. "Ninet, this is the power of Instructor Ninet of Metropolis Imperial College. This great competition between the 3 Imperial Colleges is really full of twists and turns. Ninet's power crystal is actually sealed on Carthage. This is too shocking, too disappointing." Jessica's surprised and disappointed voice came from the crystal screens. "Cheating. Damn it, this is blatant cheating. Metropolis Imperial College is cheating. This is cheating. Blatant cheating. Metropolis Imperial College, go eat shit." Curses came from below the screens, and the crowd was in a frenzy. The competition between the 3 Imperial College's new students had always been fair, just, and open. Students entering Planet Quita would have their equipment inspected. Apart from their own strength and treasures that matched their grade, no other treasures could be brought into Planet Quita. Now that Carthage actually had Ninet's power projection crystal, it was clear that Ninet had cheated. Bade's gaze turned cold, and an extremely chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said word by word, "Ninet, you cheated. Do you think there's no one in our War God Imperial College?" Dwayne, who had purple eyes, looked coldly at Ninet, his eyes flashing with endless coldness. A hint of exhaustion flashed past Ninet's eyes, and he said slowly, "In this new student competition, we have all admitted defeat at the Imperial Academy. All the rewards will belong to your 2 Imperial Colleges. Other than this, for the next 3 years, we will all admit defeat to Imperial Academy, and the resources for the new student competition will all belong to you. Carthage is the direct disciple of our Imperial College's dean. He definitely can't die." Oof. Hearing this, Beta could only let out a cold snort and remain silent. The dean of Imperial College was a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, infinitely close to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. He was one of the overlords who dominated Planet Quita. Coupled with the fact that Imperial College has already given up a lot of benefits, Beta couldn't be overbearing. The anger of a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wasn't something he could bear. On Planet Quita, "I am Imperial College's teacher, Ninet. You won this fight. However, I'll be taking Carthage with me." Ninet's power projection crushed Yang Feng's blade, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and waved his hand, and blue light of teleportation enveloped Carthage in an instant. "Arthur, I will remember today's humiliation. Within 10 years, I will make you taste this humiliation 100-fold. Staring at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes, Carthage enunciated each syllable. In that case, you'd better die here. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a blue crystal disk flew out. Blue spirit runes interwove, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation flew out from the blue crystal disk and swept towards Carthage. The blue light of teleportation was interrupted. Goodbye, Carthage. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and 6 blue spears suspended in the air, and blue beams shot from the blue crystal spears barreling towards Carthage. Stop! Ninet's energy projection widened its eyes and blocked in front of Carthage. The blue beams of light slammed into Ninet's energy projection, shattering it. The terrifying blue beams of light instantly devoured Carthage and blasted him into pieces. Jessica's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she exclaimed, "Heavens! Carthage is dead. What did I just see? Imperial College's chief freshman actually died at the hands of Arthur. That's amazing. Well done, Arthur. Well done. Damn, Arthur. You killed Carthage. I curse you. Give me back Carthage." When the entire Duda Star saw the live broadcast, it went into an uproar. Some people rejoiced at the fall of Carthage, but there were also many people who were furious at the fall of Carthage. Ninit stood up from his seat, his eyes bloodshot, his killing intent surging, and he roared madly. How dare he kill people? How dare he kill our chief freshman of Imperial College? I'm going to kill him. I'm definitely going to kill him. Bede's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sneered, "Calm down, Ninit. It was just an accident. Isn't it normal for people to die in the trial by fire of new students? I didn't interfere when Carthage killed our Imperial College's students. Do you want to start a war between our 2 Imperial Colleges?" Ninit's eyes flashed with frigid, killing intent, and he enunciated each syllable. "It doesn't matter if the others die, but Carthage is the dean's personal disciple. He can't die. Bede, hand over Arthur. Imperial College can give you Planet South Morning." Duin's face flickered, and he said solemnly, "Planet South Morning? Ninit, you're really willing." Planet South Morning was a sacred planet controlled by Duda Royal Imperial College. It was a planet with incomparably abundant resources and could nurture strong practitioners of a saint level. For Ninit to be willing to take out such a planet in exchange for Yangfeng's life, it was simply appalling and extremely cruel. If Duin were in Yangfeng's shoes, he might not be able to resist this temptation. A planet that could give birth to a holy rank in exchange for a Tier 5 extraordinary was simply a bargain. Even though Yangfeng was a rare genius, but he was only a Tier 5 extraordinary right now. After all, his value couldn't compare to a holy star. Bede's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said regretfully, "How generous." Unfortunately, Arthur is the personal disciple of our Deputy Dean, Sir Kaylang, as well as my junior disciple brother. I can't agree to your conditions. Ninit's pupils constricted, all his arrogance and overbearingness disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. Sir Kaylang. Kaylang was one of the most powerful people on the Duda Star. Even the dean of Imperial College might not be her opponent. The most frightening thing was that she acted without the slightest scruple. There was once a great force that provoked Kaylang, and she went crazy. She unleashed a secret method and killed more than 1 million people in one fell swoop. It was because Kaylang was crazy and belligerent that she was stripped of her position as Dean of Imperial College and demoted to the position of Deputy Dean. She was forced to stay in the heavenly crystal realm and practice cultivation all year round. Otherwise, the Dean of Imperial College would definitely be this beautiful and crazy woman because she was too powerful. Carthage died at the hands of Arthur. If nothing unexpected happens, Arthur should be the #1 person in the new student's trial by fire. Oh no, Tier 6 mutant fierce beasts. And there are 3 of them. Acheron, the genius of Imperial College. Acheron, he actually attracted 3 Tier 6 mutant fierce beasts. This time, Arthur is in danger. Let's cheer for the clever Acheron. Jessica's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and she shouted. On the Vader Star, a 1,000-meter tall flame eagle covered in raging flames, a terrifying black tortoise, and a three-headed dragon beast with 3 dragon heads and 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back flew towards Yangfeng's location. In front of the 3-tier, 6 mutant fierce beasts, Acheron was wearing an invisible armor, completely concealing his figure. Only traces of his aura leaked out, attracting the 3 furious tier 6 mutant fierce beasts towards Yangfeng's location. Carthage, Arthur, no matter who you are, you'll all die. I'm the only one who can be the #1 newcomer. Only I, Acheron, am the #1 newcomer. Acheron's eyes flickered coldly. Although he was only a Tier 3 extraordinary, but after a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a super stealth crystal armor. Once this stealth crystal armor was activated, even a Tier 6 extraordinary would find it difficult to find his traces. Acheron had purposely used the incense to attract the Type 6 mutant beasts, in order to make use of the 3 Type 6 mutant beasts to kill Carthage and Arthur. Idiot! Yangfeng swept Acheron with a glance, and his eyes revealed a trace of contempt. He pointed with his finger, and 6 blue crystal spears of light appeared. Blue beams of light shot down and instantly slammed into Acheron's legs, blasting them into pieces. A large amount of blood sputtered out of Acheron's legs and sprinkled into the void. Chapter 1493. How is this possible? How did you discover me? Acheron's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he issued a heart-wrenching scream full of incredulity. A blue crystal token emerged. Blue spirit runes flew out of the crystal token, wrapped around Acheron, and began to teleport. The 3-headed dragon beast with 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back bit down, and a fearsome whirlpool emerged and shrouded Acheron. In a flash, Acheron was swallowed by the 3-headed dragon beast, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Jessica shouted, Acheron is done for. But Arthur is also in a great crisis. 3 rank 6 mutant fierce beasts. He's in danger. What a pity. Arthur looks like he's done for. That's a rank 6 mutant fierce beast. 1-on-1, Arthur still has a chance of winning. 1-on-3, he's dead meat. What a pity. Voices of regret came from the crystal screens of the Duda celestial body. Bede stared at the crystal screen with a look of nervousness in his eyes. 1-on-1, Yangfeng still had a chance of winning against the rank 6 mutant fierce beast. But 1-on-3, it was too dangerous. Yangfeng swept the 3 rank 6 mutant fierce beast with a glance. Then his figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 3-headed dragon beast with 3 pairs of dragon wings. The 3-headed dragon beast suddenly burst into action. Its 3 dragon heads bit down, and fearsome whirlpools emerged, tore the void apart, and barreled towards Yangfeng. 9 blue crystals emerged, interwove with spirit runes, and 9 identical Yangfeng appeared in a flash. The 3-headed dragon beast's 3 heads bit into Yangfeng, and the 3 Yangfangs were bitten to pieces. Dance of blue light. 6 blue crystal spears of light emerged from the 6 remaining Yangfeng bodies. The 6 blue crystal spears of light revolved continuously and fired rain-like blue beams of light that slammed into the 3-headed dragon beast and blasted its brain to pieces. The 1,000-meter-long fire condor belched a fearsome pillar of fire that swept through the sky and swept towards the 6 Yangfeng clones. In the wake of the flames, the 6 Yangfangs collapsed and turned into powder and disappeared. With a flash of an afterimage, Yangfeng appeared in front of the black tortoise-like rank 6 fierce beast, and a 10-meter-long blue spear of light appeared in front of him. Destroy! A cold look in his eyes, Yangfeng aimed at the head of the rank 6 beast and pulled the trigger. A series of blue vortexes appeared, and within those blue vortexes, a beam of blue light burst out, blasting the head of the Class 6 dire beast. The beam of blue light caused the head of the Type 6 mutant beast to be blasted apart, and the terrifying beam of light entered the body of the Type 6 mutant beast, tearing it apart. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the 1,000-meter-long fire condor. Then it flapped its wings, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and extended a claw shrouded in terrifying flames towards Yang Feng. When the terrifying flame claw slammed into Yang Feng's body, it easily blasted him into pieces. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared above the fire condor. 6 blue crystal spears emerged, and blue beams slammed into the head of the fire condor like raindrops, blasting it into countless pieces. Jessica had an excited expression on her face, and her voice was filled with passion. Dead. The 3 Class 6 dire beasts were all killed by Arthur. That's terrifying. Arthur is such a genius. I think I'm in love with him. Let's cheer for him. Arthur, I love you. Arthur, you're the best. Arthur, I want to bear your children. Bursts of cheers came from below the crystal screens on the Utah celestial star. Each of the 3 rank 6 fierce beasts could easily tear apart a rank 5 extraordinary expert. Yet Arthur easily won a 1 versus 3 battle. This kind of battle prowess was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng walked up to the corpse of the 3-headed dragon beast, rummaged through it, and found 3 gem-like dragon beast cores radiating resplendent light. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a blue crystal pyramid appeared and enveloped him. The 3 dragon beast cores were embedded in the blue crystal pyramid. Blue spirit runes emerged from Yang Feng and entered the blue crystal pyramid. The blue crystal pyramid shone brightly, and blue rays of light sprinkled down from the crystal pyramid and entered Yang Feng's body. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a fearsome blue light permeated Yang Feng's body, and his aura rose steadily. He broke through and became a rank 6 extraordinary expert in one fell swoop. Jessica's beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, and she exclaimed, "Rank 6? Heavens, Arthur, he's such a genius. He actually advanced to a rank 6 extraordinary expert. He completely broke the record of the Utah celestial star. Worthy of the god of War Imperial College's top freshman disciple. That's great. I think I'm in love with him. Rank 6. Rank 6 extraordinary expert. How is this possible? That's heaven-defying. Arthur, I love you." Cheers erupted throughout the Utah celestial star. Rank 6 extraordinary experts were comparable to Infinity Warlock rank experts, and they belonged to the ranks of experts on the Utah celestial star. For Yang Feng to be able to advance to a rank 6 extraordinary expert was simply heaven-defying. Bede couldn't help but be dumbfounded, an incredulous expression on his face. Rank 6. No wonder Deputy Dean Sir chose him. His rate of progress is really terrifying. The cultivation speed in the Cloud universe was much faster than in the world of Warlocks. But even so, it took Bede nearly 150 years to reach the rank 6 realm. Yang Feng joined the God of War Imperial College less than a year ago, yet he advanced from a rank 1 extraordinary expert all the way to a rank 6 extraordinary expert. This speed was simply heaven-defying. Ninit gave Yang Feng a deep look, his eyes filled with resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck." Yang Feng's rate of evolution was so terrifying that Ninit wasn't sure if he could keep him here. Rank 6 extraordinary. Damn it. How can there be such a genius? Dressed in a fiery red armor, the peerlessly beautiful purple eyes Imperial College's chief, disciple Dorisa, stood in the distance and stared at Yang Feng with a glint of unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. Lisa was also a true genius. She had just broken through and advanced to a rank 4 extraordinary expert not long ago. With her strength, she could have become the number 1 expert in the freshman competition in the past. However, Lisa wasn't even sure if she could defeat Carthage. Now that Yang Feng had advanced to a rank 6 extraordinary expert, Lisa was even less sure that she could defeat him. Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, looked in the direction of Lisa, and sneered. He found me. Lisa's pretty face changed, as if she was being stared at by an immemorial fierce beast. A blue crystal card appeared in her hand. Blue spirit patterns interweaved, and a terrifying spatial force enveloped Lisa and teleported her out of the celestial body. Jessica said, Dorisa chose to retreat. That's a smart choice. On the Quidditch star, no one can stop Arthur. Duo Lisa, you made the right choice. No one can contend against that monster Arthur. Duo Lisa, you're so smart. I love you. Bursts of cheers came from the crystal screens of the Quidditch star again. Duo Lisa was extremely beautiful and elegant. In the past few days, she had conquered many men of the Quidditch star. She had become the new star of the Quidditch star. Those people naturally didn't want to see her die tragically at Yang Feng's hands. In the following days, without any suspense, Yang Feng killed all the mutant fierce beasts he encountered. As for the other two students of the Imperial College, most of them were expelled from the Quidditch star by Yang Feng. Among the students of the God of War Imperial College, there were a few ignorant geniuses who provoked Yang Feng, but they were easily dealt with by him. With flickers of teleportation light, Yang Feng and the others were teleported from the Quidditch star and appeared in the palace. On the throne of the palace sat 3 people. They were Bede and the other 2 rank 7 extraordinary experts. At this moment, Nenate stared at Yang Feng with a gloomy expression. His complexion changed several times, wishing that he could personally kill Yang Feng. Bede beamed and said loudly, I now announce that Arthur will take first place in the new student competition of the 3 Imperial Colleges. A gold crystal token flew out of Bede's hand and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Jessica said in an impassioned and forceful voice, Arthur will take first place in the new student competition of the 3 Imperial Colleges. He will be rewarded with a year of cultivation in the sacred crystal boundary. With his talent, I'm afraid that the next time we see him, he will already be a rank 7 extraordinary expert. Arthur, I love you. Bursts of crazy cheers came from the crystal screens of the Quidditch star. From this moment on, Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur became a first-rate star of the Quidditch star. Countless advertising contracts and endorsement contracts were mailed into Yang Feng's mailbox like raindrops. The resources required for the cultivation of strong practitioners was an astronomical figure, and the cultivation resources provided by the 3 Imperial Colleges were simply not enough. Many of the first-place winners of the new student competition of the 3 Imperial Colleges would use this opportunity to shoot advertisements and endorsement contracts to earn large amounts of spirit coins to purchase precious cultivation resources. Chapter 1494. Master, the Ririka Group invites you to endorse the Sky Crystal Pyramid produced by the group. They are willing to pay 3 billion spirit coins. The Crystal Cat butler floated beside Yang Feng and reported all kinds of information. Yang Feng said flatly, advertisements, endorsements, and the like are all rejected. I'm not interested. The most important thing for Yang Feng now is time. If the universe-devouring war enters its final stage before Yang Feng advances to the eternal realm, then it will be troublesome. Even a genius needs cultivation resources and cultivation time. Yang Feng's evolution speed is already heaven-defying. If he wastes more time and advances all the way, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Queen Brienne invited you to dinner. Yang Feng embraced Vega and made a tire, and said with a cold expression, I'm not interested. In the future, help me reject all of them. At this moment, Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. With a flick of his wrist, the identity token appeared. Bede's voice sounded from the crystal token. Arthur, come to the Light Spear Pavilion. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he got up from the bed. After taking a bath, he entered the teleportation room and teleported to the Light Spear Pavilion. Bede looked at Yang Feng with admiration in his eyes. Arthur, you've done a good job these days. I thought that after you became the #1 freshman, you would get carried away. But now it looks like you did a good job. These days, Yang Feng stayed in his room and practiced cultivation in seclusion, ignoring the disturbances of the outside world. This satisfied Bede. As a teacher of the God of War Imperial College, Bede has seen a lot of people who get carried away with just a little bit of achievement. He was very satisfied with a genius like Yang Feng who practiced hard in seclusion. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I just did what I should do." "Well said. Now, I'll take you to the sacred crystal boundary." Bede took out a blue scepter and pointed at it, and blue light shone and enveloped him and Yang Feng. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng appeared in a vast space. "Greetings, Master." More than 100 voluptuous, beautiful, and gorgeously dressed beauties came to greet them. "Arthur, this is my Fox crystal warship. There's still 5 days before we reach our destination, so relax. Practicing hard isn't good for your mind. These are all top-notch goods I just bought. I believe you will like them." Beta laughed heartily and hooked his finger at a few beauties. Those beauties were delighted and walked towards him. "Thank you, Senior." Yang Feng smiled, beckoned with his fingers, and chose 2 sexy and charming beauties. 5 days later, the 10,000-meter-long Fox crystal warship leaped out of the void and entered a 1,000-kilometer-long, multi-layered crystal fortress. This is the sacred Tiger Fortress, one of the fortresses that can enter the sacred crystal realm. Arthur, the people in this stronghold were all geniuses heading to the sacred crystal realm. It's best if you can make a few more friends here. It will be very beneficial to your future." Yang Feng said with a smile. "Yes, Senior Apprentice Brother." Under Bede's lead, Yang Feng arrived at a huge square. Bede escorted Yang Feng to the square and then left. Although he was a rank 7 transcendent, he was not qualified to enter the sacred crystal realm. In the square, there are attendants of handsome men and beautiful women, as well as geniuses from different celestial bodies. The Tuta Star is just a relatively powerful celestial body in the Cloud Universe. It belongs to Ling Jianan, one of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Cloud Universe. The Cloud Universe originally had 9 eternal sovereigns, but later on, they killed each other, leaving only 6. After Ling Jianan was killed by Yang Feng once, he was seriously injured and should have been killed by the other 5 eternal sovereigns. But the War of Devour is imminent. Not only did the 5 eternal sovereigns not kill Ling Jianan, but they instead provided him with a huge amount of resources to heal his injuries and restore his strength. In the War of Devour, every eternal sovereign is a precious fighting force. Naturally, the eternal sovereigns won't let Ling Jianan die. Yang Feng chose the Tuta Star because Ling Jianan was seriously injured and had to enter closed-door cultivation. He can stir up trouble in Ling Jianan's territory. Amazing. As expected of the Cloud Universe, geniuses and powerhouses are as common as clouds. Yang Feng glanced at the geniuses, and his pupils constricted and flashed with a dignified shade. Among the geniuses from different celestial bodies, many are Tier 4 extraordinary, and there are even 8 Tier 5 extraordinary. In less than a year, these geniuses have evolved from the Great Warlock realm to the Bright World Warlock realm. This evolution speed is simply heaven-defying. At the time, Yang Feng's evolution speed in the world of warlocks was already astonishing enough. But compared with the geniuses of the Cloud Universe, it is trash. "Arthur, you're here." A bell-like voice sounded, and Lisa, like a fiery rose, came to Yang Feng's side with a fragrance wafting from her. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Duo Lisa, how come you're here?" Lisa answered with a smile, "My teacher gave me the opportunity to enter the sacred crystal boundary to practice cultivation for a year." Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Your teacher really dotes on you. Entering the sacred crystal boundary to practice cultivation for a year is a benefit that will move even holy sovereigns." For Lisa's teacher to be willing to give this opportunity to Duo Lisa is simply incredible. Lisa smiled sweetly and said, "My teacher is my father. He dotes on me the most since I was a child." A handsome young man with short blue hair came over with a smile on his face, but hostility streaked past the abyss of his eyes. He took a deep look at Yangfeng and asked, "Duo Lisa, who is this friend?" Lisa replied with a sweet smile, "This is Arthur, the first-place winner of the Starry Metropolis's Imperial College's freshman competition, a Tier 6 extraordinary." The young man suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Tier 6 extraordinary. Tier 6 extraordinary. That's him, the first-place winner of the Starry Metropolis's freshman. Gazes full of scrutiny, jealousy, and other complicated emotions gathered on Yangfeng from all directions. The hostility in Jason's eyes vanished completely, and he said with a graceful smile, "Hello, Arthur. I am Jason. I am the first-place winner of the Daba Stars Imperial College's freshman competition and a friend of Duo Lisa. I hope to get to know you." Yangfeng said coldly, "I'm not interested in you, so please leave." Jason's smile froze, his face sank, and he stared at Yangfeng and sneered, "Good. Arthur, you will pay for your arrogance today." With an ashen face, Jason said to Lisa, "Duo Lisa, let's go." Lisa said with a sweet smile, "You go first. I still have some questions to ask Arthur about cultivation." Good, good, good. Jason's eyes flashed with anger, and he turned around and walked away. Lisa's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she uttered with a smile, "Arthur, why did you refuse to make friends with Jason? He is a Tier 4 extraordinary, and his future is boundless." Yangfeng uttered with a faint smile, "He's just a good-for-nothing. What qualifications does he have to make friends with me? Besides, I hate the look in his eyes." Jason has concealed his malice towards Yangfeng very well. Unfortunately for him, Yangfeng is an eternal sovereign. His hidden malice cannot escape Yangfeng's perception. Right at this moment, a peerless beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, slender legs, snow-white skin, and a body that seemed to be emitting a layer of dense light. Her figure was hot and sexy, and she was flawless. She had an innate sense of pride as she stepped into the palace. "Madame Edwina, it's Madame Edwina. It's her, the great eternal empress." She came as well. As soon as the peerless beauty stepped into the palace, she attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were filled with passion and greed. Dorisa stared at Edwina, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. "Lady Edwina, the 17th princess of the great eternal spirit, His Majesty Canaan. I didn't expect to meet such a bigwig." At this time, there are only 6 eternal sovereigns left in the Cloud universe. Although Ling Jianan was seriously injured by Yangfeng, but he is still one of the 6 strongest people in the Cloud universe. As the 17th princess of Ling Jianan, her status is even higher than that of the Duda Star-Lord. Yangfeng took a look at Edwina, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Tier 7 extraordinary. With a deep foundation and the possibility of advancing to a holy step saint at any time, this talent is really scary. "You are Arthur?" When Edwina passed by Yangfeng, she turned her head and looked at him with an oppressive gaze, and said indifferently. Yangfeng replied, "I am Arthur." Edwina uttered with arrogance, "I admire you very much. Are you interested in being my servant? As long as you are willing to be my servant, I can guarantee that I will help you advance to a holy step saint in the future." Envious gazes focused on Yangfeng. For the new top disciples of the major planets, advancing to the Tier 6 extraordinary realm is no suspense, but advancing to the Tier 7 extraordinary realm is a bit difficult. However, the Tier 8 holy realm is still a huge chasm, the dividing line between outrageous geniuses and ordinary geniuses. In the Cloud universe, there are still countless geniuses who remain at the Tier 7 extraordinary realm their entire lives, unable to advance to the Holy Step Saint realm. Yangfeng, neither servile nor overbearing, uttered with a smile, "Edwina, I fell in love with you at first sight. I want to pursue you, so I can't be your servant. If I do, I will lose the qualifications to pursue you. Please forgive me." "You want to pursue me? After you advance to the Empyrean realm, I may consider it. Edwina smiled faintly, turned around, and left, no longer paying attention to Yangfeng. Chapter 1495. Lisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said with a look of regret, "Arthur, do you know what you've missed? She is the eternal empress, the golden miracle Edwina. Among His Majesty Ling Jinan's highnesses, she is the peerless genius most likely to advance to the Empyrean realm. If you can become her servant, you can definitely become a holy one in the future." Yangfeng responded with a faint smile. "I can also become a holy one in the future with my own ability." "That's because you don't know how difficult it is to become a holy one. No, if it's you, then you do have a great chance of advancing to a holy one in the future." When Lisa thought of the scene of Yangfeng advancing to the Tier 6 on the Duda Star, she immediately corrected herself. In the Cloud universe, there are freak geniuses who can advance to the Tier 6 in a year. In this battle to devour the universe, countless geniuses and monsters had emerged. Those peerless geniuses that could advance to the rank 6 realm within a year would have no difficulty in advancing to the Saint realm in the future. Only the Wall of Emperor could stop them. As soon as Edwina entered the palace, all the geniuses present went to strike up a conversation with her. Most of them only said a few words to her before they were invited away by the maids around her. Only the few geniuses who have advanced to the Tier 5 can stay with her. The Sacred Tiger Fortress flickered with light, and countless spirit runes interwove and turned into a flying tiger. It roared at the sky and tore open a huge hole in the sky with its claws, and then flew into the hole. Inside the fortress, a formidable barrier opened and offset the chaotic spatial force. As a result, the people inside the fortress didn't get the feeling of traveling through the void. Jason raised his head. A mysterious gleam appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the fortress. Yangfeng glanced at Jason and said calmly, "There's something wrong with this guy. He should be a spy of the Divine Light universe." If Yangfeng didn't notice it, then so be it. But once he did, with his eternal sovereign essence, he can easily see through an ant like Jason. Even though he has discovered Jason's identity, but Yangfeng has no intention of exposing him. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. With a flash of light, the Sacred Tiger Fortress tore through space and appeared in a mysterious world. So this is the Sacred Crystal Realm. It is indeed extraordinary. Yangfeng walked out of the Sacred Tiger Fortress and looked around, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Purple crystal pyramids floated in the Sacred Crystal Realm, forming a mysterious array that extracted energy from the void and transformed it into a massive source of life energy. Streams of purple aura permeated the Sacred Crystal Realm, and all sorts of rare treasures could be seen everywhere. In the great cloud cosmos, the 9 Eternal Ones each controlled a sacred crystal realm. But after the war, there were only 6 sacred crystal realms left. Every sacred crystal realm was a huge holy land for cultivation. It was also an exceptional land for nurturing all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. In this sacred crystal domain, even a blade of grass could be sold for a sky-high price of more than 1,000,000 spirit coins in the outside world. This is indeed a holy land for cultivation. The 3 pure gold crystal pyramids should be the place where Empyrean rank powerhouses practice cultivation. Unfortunately, it is also a forbidden area. Otherwise, if you practice cultivation there, you would definitely advance by leaps and bounds without arousing any suspicion. Yangfeng glanced at the center of the Sacred Crystal Realm. In the center of the Sacred Crystal Realm, there were 3 pure gold crystal pyramids. As if they were the center of the world, a copious amount of source energy was drawn there. Each of the 3 pure gold crystal pyramids had an Empyrean rank powerhouse exuding Empyrean might. "Let's go." Edwina glanced at Yangfeng and left a sentence. Then her figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light flying towards the 3 pure gold crystal pyramids. Behind Edwina, the several Tier 5 extraordinary geniuses followed her and flew towards the pure gold crystal pyramids. Lisa's eyes shimmered with regret, and she uttered, "The 3 pure gold crystal pyramids are holy lands that only Empyrean rank powerhouses can go to practice cultivation. If you follow Edwina, you can also go there to practice cultivation." What a pity. Lisa once struck up a conversation with Edwina, hoping to become her servant. Unfortunately, she was politely refused by Edwina. Although Edwina is an eternal empress and has tremendous resources, but she only wants to recruit geniuses among geniuses. Otherwise, even she can't afford to raise so many geniuses who attach themselves to her. What's there to feel pity about? It's just a matter of time before I advance to the Holy Realm. Even the Wall of Emperors is nothing to be afraid of. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and took a step forward, and a purple whirlpool appeared above his head and frantically devoured the purple aura of the sacred crystal realm. A copious amount of purple aura was drawn into the purple whirlpool and poured into Yang Feng's body. At every moment, Yang Feng's aura was climbing crazily. Amazing. That's Arthur for you. I have to work hard to catch up to him. Lisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she took a step forward and turned into a stream of light flying in another direction. When powerhouses practice cultivation, they will produce an energy whirlpool around them and devour all the energy in the surroundings. Therefore, unless they practice cultivation in a crystal pyramid, they will affect each other. Time elapsed, and half a year went by in a flash. Below a purple crystal pyramid, a purple whirlpool suddenly rolled up and absorbed the purple chi gushing out of the purple pyramid, before a purple beam of light entered Yang Feng's body. A fearsome aura of a Tier 7 extraordinary expert diffused from Yang Feng's body and swept in all directions. Tier 7. He actually advanced to the Tier 7. What a fearsome genius. Edwina, who sensed the aura inside a gold crystal tower, waved her hand, and a crystal screen appeared in front of her. A person appeared on the crystal screen. It was Yang Feng. "Edwina, is this the person you like?" A tall and sturdy man with blonde hair and blue eyes said with a smile. He looked very young, but there was a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. Edwina raised her eyebrows and said, "Uncle Eborn, he's not the person I like. I just saw that he has good talent and wanted to recruit him as my servant, but he refused." Eborn was one of the sacred crystal realm's 3 Empyreans, as well as Ling Jianan's trusted subordinate. Eborn uttered with a smile, "To dare refuse your invitation, how audacious of him. Do you want me to help you suppress him? Make him your servant?" Edwina smiled indifferently and said full of confidence, "No. In that case, even if he becomes my servant, he won't be satisfied and won't serve me with all his heart. It's better not to have such a servant. There are as many people who want to become my servant as there are carps in the river. It doesn't matter if he's there or not." Eborn praised, "That's Edwina for you. Of all your father's children, you are the one I'm most optimistic about. Only you, who has the aptitude to advance to the Empyrean realm, can stand on the same level as us in the future. Children of eternal sovereigns have extraordinary talent. Once they reach adulthood, they can possess Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base or above. However, apart from some heaven and earth variant species, not many children of eternal sovereigns can advance to the Empyrean realm. Edwina is the most promising genius among Ling Jianan's children to advance to the Empyrean realm. Hey, he's moving. He wants to enter the purple crystal pagoda. Interesting." All of a sudden, Eborn's eyes flickered, and he looked at the crystal screen with interest. On the crystal screen, Yang Feng, with a purple vortex above his head, is walking towards the purple crystal pagoda. Purple gas revolves around the purple crystal pagoda and forms a powerful purple barrier that firmly protects the purple crystal pagoda. Only holy step powerhouses can enter the purple crystal pagoda, and even Tier 7 extraordinary experts are blocked by the purple barrier. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the purple barrier, he was blocked by the purple barrier that enveloped the crystal pagoda. Eborn smiled slightly. This Arthur is indeed a genius. Unfortunately, he is just a Tier 7 extraordinary expert, after all. It is impossible for him to enter the purple crystal pagoda. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a purple crystal appeared. An incomparably terrifying purple light containing pure saint energy erupted from the crystal, forcibly piercing through the purple barrier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Feng rushed through the purple barrier and entered the purple crystal pagoda. Eborn's eyes flashed brightly, and he praised, "Amazing, truly amazing, to be willing to use a single-use, holy-grade secret treasure. This Arthur is bold, careful, and decisive. Truly amazing. Among the geniuses who came this time, only you and he are likely to stand on the same level as us in the future." Edwina's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly. Without saying a word, she got up and went to a secret room to enter closed-door cultivation. As soon as Yang Feng entered the purple crystal pagoda, he frantically absorbed the power inside and strengthened the fleshly body and soul of his clone. 11 months later, holy step fluctuations of power diffused from a gold crystal pyramid and spread in all directions. Someone has advanced to a holy step. Madame Edwina has advanced to a holy step. That's Madame Edwina for you. The entire heaven boundary guessed who the person who advanced to a holy step was, which made them excited. Time passed, and a year passed in a flash. With flashes of light, everyone was teleported back to the Sacred Tiger Fortress. Chapter 1496. At this time, the many geniuses in the Sacred Tiger Fortress exuded fearsome auras. Most of them have promoted their strength to the Tier 5. Arthur, with a fragrance wafting out from her, Lisa walked up to Yang Feng with a smile and carefully sized him up, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. "You've already advanced to the Tier 7 transcendent rank, right?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "That's right." Lisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic splendor, and she exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! The speed of cultivation in the cloud universe is far greater than in the world of warlocks. However, the further you go, the longer it takes to advance further in cultivation. In just 1 year, Yang Feng has advanced from the Tier 6 to the Tier 7. Even in the sacred crystal boundary, this evolution speed is astonishingly fast. Unfortunately, your cultivation speed still can't compare to that person's." Lisa smiled and looked in the direction of Edwina. At this time, Edwina's body was shrouded in a faint layer of holy light. Wisps of terrifying holy might surrounded her body, making her look holy and beautiful. The geniuses around Edwina have already advanced to the Tier 6 transcendent rank. They looked at Yang Feng with hostility in their eyes. The geniuses around Edwina have followed her to practice cultivation in the gold crystal pyramid, and they have used countless treasures of heaven and earth to advance to the Tier 6 transcendent rank. Within half a year, Yang Feng has already advanced to the Tier 7 transcendent rank. This made the geniuses very envious. Edwina's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic splendor, and she came to in front of Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting out from her. Edwina uttered with a trace of arrogance, "Arthur, I admire you very much. If you are willing to be my servant, I can make you my butler." Yang Feng smiled and tactfully refused. "I'm very sorry, but I don't want to be your butler. I just want to be your suitor." Edwina pondered for a while, and then uttered with a sweet smile, "In that case, let's be friends." Yang Feng also said with a smile, "All right." Yang Feng and Edwina exchanged cultivation experiences. The Sacred Tiger Fortress flashed slightly, turned into a giant tiger, and tore apart the sacred crystal boundaries barrier. Now, Jason's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. With a wave of his hand, a golden feather containing an eternal aura flew out. A golden beam shot out from the feather, blasting a terrifying hole in the sacred tiger fort. A golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, connecting with the space in the netherworld, forming a huge spatial passageway. A dignified six-winged angel shrouded in holy light appeared. It exuded traces of eternal rank fluctuations as it slashed with its angelic sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky and forcefully severed the connection between St. Crystal World and Cloud Cosmos. At this moment, a fearsome cosmic backlash erupted, and the six-winged angel exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power burst apart, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. From the body of the six-winged angel, countless angel feathers flew out, fused with the drops of blood, and formed countless angels that flew in the direction of the sacred crystal realm. "You're courting death." 3 furious voices came from the 3 gold crystal pyramids. Crystal spears emerged from the gold crystal pyramids, and beams of light shot towards the angels like raindrops. Wherever the beams of light reached, large swathes of angels were blasted to pieces. Countless crystal spears appeared from the purple crystal towers. Rays of light shot into the sky and shot towards the angels in the sky. Bombarded by the crystal spears, the numerous angels were torn apart and turned into countless fragments that fell from the sky. "For my lord," 9 blazing angels exuding Empyrean rank fluctuations of power flew out from the 6-winged angel, burned their angel hearts, brandished their angel swords, and slashed at the 3 gold crystal pyramids. "Damn it, a bunch of lunatics. These damn lunatics." 3 Empyreans roared in alarm and anger from the 3 gold crystal pyramids, and defensive barriers emerged and guarded in front of them. These Empyreans are top existences in their respective universes. Unless it's a last resort, almost no one will burn their origin and go all out. Beams of light blasted out from the 3 gold crystal pyramids, slammed into the Empyrean rank blazing angels, and blasted them riddled with scars. In an instant, the 9 Empyrean rank blazing angels merged with their swords and turned into a fearsome sword ray that slashed at the 3 gold crystal pyramids. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, the 3 gold crystal pyramids were engulfed by the fearsome angel flames. "For my lord, glory is my destiny." One after another, blazing angels flew out from the giant 6-winged angel. Burning their origin, they descended from the sky, merged with their swords, and slashed at the purple crystal pyramids. Boom! Boom! The entire St. Crystal world was shaking nonstop. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and one purple crystal pyramid after another collapsed and shattered. Countless angels descended on the sacred crystal boundary and fought with the powerhouses of the sacred crystal boundary. "Everyone, let's kill this traitor. Only by killing him can we survive." Edwina glanced at Jason. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and she barked. The geniuses present reacted and unleashed secret methods, and a dense swarm of crystal spears appeared and shot towards Jason. As expected of the Eternal Empress, "Your eyesight is really good. Unfortunately, you can't kill me." Jason's eyes shimmered with ridicule. The golden angel feather in his hand flickered slightly, and a tall and burly male, blazing angel was summoned. Exuding fearsome holy flames, holding a heavy shield and activating a powerful angel boundary, he blocked in front of him. When the dense swarm of light slammed into the angel boundary, they were sent flying. Only Edwina's crystal spears shattered the angel boundary, but they were blocked by the angel shield. As expected of the Eternal Empress. "However, you're doomed to die here today." Jason smiled coldly, and the golden angel feather in his hand flickered with light, and 5 blazing angels exuding holy fluctuations of power were summoned. Lisa's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and she muttered, "It's over. 6 saints. We're dead." Seeing this scene, The eyes of the other geniuses shimmered with despair. If there is only one holy, then with the eternal Empress Edwina here, everyone might be able to kill him. But with 6 saint-level blazing angels descending upon this place, even if everyone worked together, the only outcome would be death. Edwina's pretty face flickered, and a hint of retreat appeared in her beautiful eyes. In a one-on-one fight, she is confident that she can slay a holy rank blazing angel. In a one-on-2 fight, the outcome is unknown. In a 1-on-6 fight, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Edwina, let's fight together. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and took a step forward. Countless mysterious spirit runes appeared on his body, and a purple whirlpool suddenly emerged and attracted a copious amount of purple gas, which turned into a purple beam that entered his body. In an instant, holy rank fluctuations of power diffused from Yang Feng and swept in all directions. Stunned, Jason's eyes flashed fiercely, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar. 8th step, holy rank. How is this possible? How can you advance so fast? This is impossible. Impossible. Edwina's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and her eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. 8th step. He had actually advanced. As expected of the man that Uncle Eben fancies, he's really extraordinary. Dumbfounded, Lisa couldn't believe her eyes. Holy rank. He actually advanced to the holy rank. This kind of advancement speed is too heaven-defying. In addition to the eternal Empress Edwina, there are still such geniuses in this world. In the past, the first-place winners of the Metropolis Stars freshman competition were all geniuses. However, most of them stopped at the 6th or 7th step. Many people were unable to break through the holy rank barrier and advance to the holy rank throughout their lives. However, in just over 2 years, Yang Feng advanced from the 1st step to the holy rank. This kind of advancement speed is simply incredible. Jason's eyes flashed with jealousy, and he barked, "Kill him! Kill everyone here!" 5 blazing angels suddenly slashed at Yang Feng lightning fast with their angel swords in hand. The bronze wings on the back of the bronze armor flapped, and bronze light containing wisps of time force swept out. The bronze wings on the back of the bronze armor flapped, and rays of bronze light swept out, containing traces of the strange power of time. Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of a blazing angel. 6 blue spears pointed at the blazing angel's head, and light flashed, and 6 blue beams blasted the blazing angel into pieces. Edwina suddenly retreated. Countless spirit runes shone on her body, and 12 scarlet crystal spears appeared and shot scarlet beams barreling towards the blazing angels like raindrops. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.